Hello and happy Thursday to one and all. Hopefully the week is going well for you and we can make it all that much brighter. That's right, you've survived past the halfway mark. The weekend seems to be getting clearer and clearer, closer and closer. But we've still got some ways to go before we get there. That's right, we've still got Midweek Master Finals to muster up a solution to figure out who it's going to be. Will it be the unstoppable and unslappable B? Making it back on repeat wins. Like right now, B is on a 5 win streak? Or is it 4? I think it's 4. But he's looking unslayable. Or will it be Louis MT or Anatan? Anatan, who played runner-up last week. Louis MT, who has played runner-up 3 times in a row, 2 of which were the beginning of B's reign of domination here. That's all to be resolved today. But not just that, folks. We're going to have a very busy day. That's right, because obviously later on, I got to announce what we're doing on Friday. We've got the Hims Cup returning, and we have got our players lined up. I will be letting you guys know a little bit later more details about that, as well as another brand new map. That's right, we've got another one already. Like, big shout out to Caillou. That boy grinds. Got to really give it to him. I, stick someone in front of him, admittedly with not as much notice as I probably should, and he runs with it. But outside that... God, my throat's a bit rough. We are also going to be having a sponsor stream later today. So we're going to be checking out Tempest Rising, which, for those that aren't aware, it is something akin to the good old-fashioned Command & Conquer games. I played a little bit of it off-stream. I played through some of the campaign. Really cool. I like some of the systems there. We'll talk more about that when we get to it. That will likely be around probably 8 p.m.? 8 p.m.-ish my time, I reckon. I reckon we'll be into that in 5 or 6 hours. We'll be doing that Tempest Rising stream. So hopefully people hang around, check out new RTS, and also it does support the channel, just viewing those type of content pieces. Has some really cool elements about it, though. I think there's some systems I really did enjoy in that game. But like I said, we'll dive into that more a little bit later. Plus, you guys get to see me play another RTS. You guys are always whining for that. So, who am I if not to give in to the wine? I mean, we have 10% French viewership, and they love their wine. Okay, that was a terrible dad joke. Anyway, we are just waiting for the boyos to actually get set up. And yep, that'll be the Tempest Rising code. So, when you see that link pop up, just click it. It takes you through to the store page to have a look. It also helps us with the integration because, of course, these type of things, they get tracked. They want to make sure people are looking. We are just waiting for Louis MT and Anatan to get started. I think Louis MT probably just done the classic goes for a bathroom break at the worst possible moment, knowing Louis MT. In fact, what I'm going to do to be safe here, because I can sense it, because I know what he's like, because I know what they're all like, do I need to check if they're in a game? All right, we did just get draft set up, so maybe we don't need to check if they're in game. That would be handy. Handy and dandy. So, let me... Where did his... Am I blind? No, there is. All right, so I'll add these in. So we'll have the links prepped to auto-draft in. A reminder, starting map for this week is going to be Sunken Land. Honestly, I don't know. I don't mind Sunken Lands. I just think it's, like I said at the time, it kind of reminds me a lot of Carmel. I think it plays very reminiscent of Carmel. Okay, do I need to, calm Nightbot down a bit? That was a lot of things at once. Good lord. Yo, what is up, Huffy Tuffy? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Smart lad. That is, right there, that is a good investment. Credit to you. I'm just checking the timers, because I'm wondering why that aligned like that. So the KPMM CTA is every 55. Opera GX is 30. Prime is every hour. Yeah, that is that's a little bit of tight overlap, but nothing too crazy, right? Maybe if I change Prime to 45, because you guys clearly need to be reminded more often. That might work better. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure it doesn't Nightbot spam too much like that. Anyway, hopping across the draft. We are underway, and I can confirm a Roos pick made it through. You heard that correctly. I'm kind of a little bit shocked by that, actually. Roos just not really a pick that anyone's been allowing through for a while, it feels like. And good lord, that logo needs to be unloaded. There we go. It's because we were casting some Elite Classic games the other day. By the way, big shout out to the extra people who've been signing up. Reminder on the Opera GX stuff that is going to be running through to the end of the month. So if you want to support the channel in a free way, usually whenever you see these integrations, these sponsorships, clicking the link is good enough. This one's one of the ones is clicking the link is one thing, doing the extra thing matters a lot. And one of the easy things you can do with that is it is a free to download browser to try out. It uses Chromium, just like, Chrome, Edge, etc. So very safe, very reliable, and has a lot of cool little gaming features in there. So if you download that and create an account, it lets them know that I sent you. We have got Malians coming out very early in the draft. We've been seeing this as a little bit of a pattern. Some people have even actually been banning it, valuing it that highly. And then Louis MT into his French. I wonder, does he follow up with a Jean pick rapidly here? It wouldn't really surprise me. It is kind of a signature pick for him. The other interesting thing is actually the Ottoman ban. Yeah, so that was... I'm not surprised. Anatan bans it from Louis, which a lot of players are starting to feel like they need to do. But you have to remember, guys, Anatan is also an Ottoman specialist. And what's that? We got viewers from India. Love to see that. What up? Yo, as an Indian, what is the variant civ you want to see most? Right? If we're going to like diversify from Delhi. Okay, so Knights Templar, we have got what? Relic River. Relic River is the most like viable there, I think. Dry Arabia can make sense for it. Enlightened Horizon is usually where people stick in the Knights Templar, but you have to be very careful of those infantry bias civs, like Mongols, which just probably has a bit more credibility, especially up against Japan. But the biggest fear of all, I think, is that for Louis MT. It's the fact that the Ottoman pick will be available for Enlightened Horizon, a map where they have been kicking the absolute teeth out of everyone. We do still have House of Lancaster, and there it is. Yeah, House of Lancaster going to be coming out to round out the draft. It's just a nice quality pick to get at the end. I think Louis MT has been one of the more creative House of Lancaster boys I've seen so far. Yes, he might mana spam, but there's some interesting creative openings we've seen, such as 2TC. There's some interesting pivots into things like Hobilars, which, as meaningful as people think they are, they actually can make sense in the right environment. So, looking at our drafts. Reminder, by the way, winner of this will go up against B in a best of 7. So we could potentially have 12 games of top-tier Age of Empires for today, followed up by a brand spanking new RTS, good old Tempest Rising that we could look in on. So, 1 second. My Steam is having a heart attack. I need to force close it. I don't know if anyone else gets that, where like I might just need to reinstall Steam, which can usually be a pain in the ass. Sometimes when I go to open it, it just like... It doesn't show any... It shows like the blue background and then all the tabs and everything are blacked out. Not sure why. God damn it, I'm starting to think my son got me ill. I'm outraged when I click on AoE4 and it says controllers not supported. But how am I meant to aim assist game? I don't know. Like, can you really not play on controller on PC? I feel like you should be allowed to, and you just obviously can't use the auto cues and stuff like that. Seems like a reasonable compromise to me. So, game number 1 on Sunken Lands. What are the boys pulling out for us? Roos Malians. Wow. Okay, so he doesn't even wait with that Roos pick. In fairness, Roos is a very good pick on this map. It's similar to Carmel in that regard. Malians, we haven't seen much of so far. I want to say maybe 1 Malian pick today on Sunken Lands. It looked decent. It doesn't look like a map that especially emboldens certain elements about the Civ. But obviously there's a lot of deer on the map, so that's why it seems like a good formulated plan. Also, with the wider spread of the follow-up deers, there's an argument that Malians are better as like an interceptive. I'm not so entirely sure of that, because of course you have to remember 2 deer stacks spawn quite close to the TC. One of them is ultra close because it's meant to be shovable. These two are potentially playing in Elite Classic 3 semis? Yes. So you have Louis MT on the bottom side of the bracket, and then Anatand is in the opening round against, I believe it was Vortex? And then I think top side of the bracket is CSO versus Puppy Paw, I want to say. Or I might have got Puppy Paw and Vortex mixed up. Oh, I did. Yeah. Puppy Paw versus Vortex, and I think it's CSO versus Anno. I could just open my Opera GX browser and have a look. Yeah, Vortex versus Puppy Paw. So yeah, this is a preview of semi-finals for Elite Classic 3. God, can they just get their own original content? Talk about being copycats. I mean, come on. Moving on this one multiple times. We're ahead of the curve, baby. So, I have this habit of kind of like with my feet, like going up on tiptoes and like almost flicking my ankle out. I don't know why. It's like random stuff. It's almost good for flexion. I just done that with the right ankle that we injured like last week. That was not a good idea. Oh, that wasn't a good feeling. I imagine the noise I gave off probably made clear that was not a good feeling. So I think the boys are getting in the lobby now. They were a little bit slow to start with. By the way, I mean, do I want to tease it to you? Do I want to give it away? I will say, you know, if people really want to get like a little bit of info on what's happening tomorrow, there might be a tip in-game already, as in the client, to let you know what we're cooking. That's all I'm going to say on it, though, you know? That probably makes it very, very easy. Oh, also, we will have another... I need to figure out which day we want to do this on. It's a little bit gutted. The FPS opportunity fell through, but the start of next week, we will be looking to do another strategy game integration for something a little bit different. So, I mean, it's not quite RTS, but it's one of those kind of survival-esque RTS-y type things. So I'll have more details on that. It's a game I've been looking at before, but we hadn't got around to. Dude, we're popping in some streams now. This is good. It's nice to actually have some sponsored game streams. It allows us to like raise more rev, to do more things, more tournaments, etc. So yeah, win-win. And by the way, that show match that we'll have a little bit more info on later, I can confirm will be at same time as today, actually. Yeah, same start time as today. YouTube comments don't count. Don't count to what? Oh, the chat box on the side. We haven't had time to look into that. We need to check for a tool that seamlessly integrates YouTube chats and also check that it's still allowed within the T&Cs, because certain websites restrict you from having content from different platforms streamed on their platform. So I do keep an eye on the YouTube comments. It's just they don't show up on the overlay there. So we'll see. Maybe it's like doable. Maybe we'll be able to sort it. I just haven't had a chance to look into it because like yesterday was like full like baby duty. Even today for quite a bit actually. Like we were looking after Babe until like midday because he didn't get picked up until quite late. Yeah, I realized like yesterday, even though it was meant to be my day off, we worked quite a few hours, and then today I've mathed it out how many hours of work in some form or other I'm going to be doing today. I think it's over 12. We're a busy boy. I think you guys will have probably about 2/3 of those viewable. We are 3 minutes from in-game. So what I'll do is I'm going to run 2.5 minutes of ads now. Perfect opportunity to subscribe. Remember, guys, Prime subs do not renew automatically. You have to do it manually. Also, on top of that, you know, if you ain't got Prime subs, still throw a sub in there. Allows you to dodge the ads, supports the channel, and supports us on our journey as a content creator. Appreciate you all. And I'll start a 5-minute timer as well for predictions. Different vibes, come on. I mean, there's just something about Zelda vibes, you know? They do just kind of smack. And like, yeah, B, and in regards to the Elite Classic matchups as well, like B's on the other side of the bracket, right? So like that can't occur. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite interested. Wait, no, sorry, B is on. Wow, okay, so literally our top 3 are all on the same side of the bracket. So yeah, B's in the round of 6, same as Marine Lord, because Louis MT topped Marine Lord's group. So we're gonna have like Anatan Louis here into Louis versus B or Anatan versus B. And then you can see those matchups as well on the weekend at EGC. And that's why it's smart that you guys are here. You know why, right? That means like when you're in the chat on the weekend, you can predict the strategy because you would have seen it first. And let this be a lesson to those who would not sign up because they think they need to hide their strats. Because if Louis MT or B now goes and wins the entire tournament, it is proof you got nothing to fear. Show it all. Because the point is, if you just keep creating new strats, no one knows what the hell to expect. Best Indian AoE 4 player? I don't know of any. Sorry to break your heart, but like, I don't think we have a single Indian player in competitive AoE 4. No, I don't think we do. There's like 1 or 2 from the Middle East, and then there's obviously plenty from Asia to the east, right, where you've got like Vietnamese and Chinese, etc. But like currently, yeah, there is no known Indian pro in Age of Empires 4. I think the country needs to spend less time on, what was it called? Garena. And maybe open up some Age of Empires 4. I swear, I know what it is. India's waiting for the real Age of Empires mobile, like the one that's meant to have an esports scene to release. That'll be where they like vibe. Honestly, I think out of all the markets in the world, India's meant to be the one for mobile gaming. Because like most people don't or can't or whatever else afford a PC. They want one, they can't afford it, whatever it is, that has space. So yeah, most of their gaming is on handheld. All right, should we hype it up? Let's get ready to rock and roll. Yo, what's up, Yannick? Thank you very much for the sub as well. Love to see new subs coming in. That warms my heart. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. What and all, we are ahead of the curve. That's right. We are checking in on a matchup that will happen in the Elite Classic 3, potentially before it will even happen. Midweek muster is just a step ahead, I'm afraid. It is Grand Finals Thursday, and we have got Anatan versus Louis, winner going up against B in a best of 7. We kick off with our BO5. And Louis MT, well, this is going to be interesting, actually. Louis got what should be a very potent pick, especially with this spawn. Are you kidding me? Bruh. That's crazy. That is a wild spawn. Not only does he get Roos, he gets a trifecta of a tree line. 3 in a row to get maximum on Hunting Cabin 1. And Hunting Cabin 2, he didn't go deep enough, but still, that's fine. That's pretty crazy. Other side, Anatan will have his own passive gold gen. He is, of course, playing as the Malians. I haven't really seen much Malian play here so far, so this map, Sunken Land, is a little bit like Carmel, but not every gold vein nearby is a baby vein. You have a 4K close to you. There's also no 8K in the center. It's just standard 4Ks. So the gold balance on this map, I believe there might be either the same or slightly more than what you get on Carmel. But the whole idea is you need to move around left. So it's a bit safer in that regard. The catch is that your starting gold veins are the baby veins. Only the 1.6K. Nice thing for Anatan in this matchup, by the way. You know that the Roos player is not going to rush you. It just doesn't really happen. So you feel quite confident building the pit mine. Even if he has 3 scouts, you know you'll be able to repair. The curious part is whether Anatan wants to try and play into pro scouts or play blocker to pro scouts. Because Roos, I think of all the civs on the list, are the one still most prone towards pro scouting, despite all the nerfs and changes. High trade house would be insane. Oh, he'll slot it probably like there if he wants to go loose. He could just set it up here. It's not too bad as well. It'll be decent. It won't be like ultra crazy because he doesn't necessarily have like a corner spawn with trees all the way around. But yeah, this is still like pretty good spawn. The fact that the back tree line also still connects, I mean, it just creates this difficulty for your opponent to raid around your back of you. I wonder, does he go for the deer shoving? Yeah, Louis moving to the back now. Would make a lot of sense. This is what we talked about with the deer. One spawns incredibly close to the TC, so it's usually worth shoving in. And Roos have an inherent advantage there because they always end up with more scouts, courtesy of the cabins. Hey, what's up, Pukio? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Look at that, new subs coming in, man. First timers, hopefully long timers as well. Thank you, everyone who's been supporting. Make sure if you watch this live or later, you always get those subs in. Wouldn't want you to miss an ounce of this incredible content. So Mansa already on the way, Vano. Do we just see a return to Fulani is what I'm starting to wonder more and more with Malians. I think they're still doing pretty good on Farimba builds, sometimes not even requiring pro scouts. Yeah, I think like one of the educational pieces Malian players took away from the pro scout meta is the javelin near timing. I don't want to say works incredibly well without pro scouts, but it is viable. Does require the correct matchup. In theory, Roos is a decent one because you keep your opponent off of horse archers. They don't really want to build horse archers against javelins. And obviously, small trickles of knights will die to the poison javelins. So did he lame him? yeah, he did. I know lamed him, barely got away, but still counts if you get away. And Now the second deer shove. It's kind of actually worse for Anatan that he lamed the close deer and not this one. Because the close one is so close to base already, it's already off the menu, Fano. This one was sort of in contested territory, but yeah, due to how low his scout is, he knows he can't hang around. He needs to actually be careful going this direction because there is a cut-off opportunity for Louis. I think he just wants to prioritize getting the goodies home. Pro Scout's about to be affordable in a second for Louis MT. Anatan is mirroring. You can tell by the fact he's already got a mill down. Hasn't gone for wheelbarrow. So there you go. Pro Scouts gets triggered simultaneously by these two. Practically no difference between them. Apart from the fact that Louis, of course, already has scouts. And although Anatan can catch up on that scout count, the value to Louis having them first is huge, as you can see. He's just removing possibilities from Anatan. By the time that Anno starts picking up deer himself, Louis could have already got his home safely and be taking away from you. Yeah, and there's also... You're able to take more zealous attempts in the opening because of these deer already being home. Because it's not like your units, your villagers are waiting on you to return the good stuff. It's already home. A lot of wood now being gathered by Louis, but this is usually the way you play these type of openings with Roos. Just until you start to get the deer home, because obviously in the meantime you want to be gathering up the wood so you can exchange it for gold with the tickets in the Golden Gate. Possible that we do see some sort of aggro opening from him. If you wanted to against Malians, you'd probably be looking at spears, would be the most logical. But I think he's just going to play it calm, cool, and maybe just target the age up. Louis, it is going to be a snatchathon. Look at that, it runs right around the back. Warrior Scout upgrade is coming in, so he needs to be very careful in his positioning, and he did get Scout there. What was he looking for? I thought this was just a snatch a deer away, but I guess he just wants to know what he's up against. It is... Oh. Wait, did he see... He didn't see the archer range. That is interesting, though, going double stables here. I haven't seen too many people do that. Usually you just go for the one and you slow the scale out. But I guess his economy is good enough. Unfortunately for him, the play is also revealed. So he does see the archer range. Louis MT, he could think about reacting with some like stables, but I think instead, most likely, we're just looking at the fast castle. Yeah, he even gets the small wall up. Hunter cabins are already generating between them 47 gold per minute. And now the Wooden Fortress coming in to give him that extra protection and extra economy. Yeah, it's kind of weird with Wooden Fortress sometimes. Like, yes, it's very much more expensive than Outpost, but it's a protection for even more villages than the standard outpost, and it also inflates your incomes. Like, it's always... I find, like, Wooden Fortresses... I don't want to say they're the entire cause of Roos just wanting to go fast castle, but you can fully understand how this component enables them so much. It's the same logic, really, as, like, Chinese hunkering down with Barbican. It's like, oh, great, I've unlocked Song, so I get economical benefits. So, you know, to have an outpost, which is going to buff huge incomes for you on the wood, because the wood is the priority as you go towards castle anyway. It's a very powerful tool to just keep massaging these FC timings. Maybe if Golden Gate wasn't Golden Gate, we'd see less of that problem. A high trade house on the way in. Get your numbers in, folks. Oh, wait, why did you not? Would that not have been better? Like, just shove it in there? We'll see. It doesn't look that great of a number, but... You'd be surprised. Even when you think the number's bad for High Trade House, it's somehow good. And it looks like it's going to be a split of the deer between the two. It's tricky, though, because, like, Louis... he's been fortunate enough to get back what he has got back. Those deer shoves early on were crucial, because if you look at the count, you can see Anatan went up to 11 Warrior Scouts, and is still scaling. By the way, he didn't even touch the back deer. This is all about him trying to starve Louis out. I just think that's an impossibility. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... At least 7 deer here. And then don't get me started on the sheep count. He's got 17 sheep. Just a very comfortable looking game for the Chinese prodigy kid. Oh, you guys are wondering about B Dimu? So B Dimu we couldn't cast because Dimu insists on playing on Wednesday, unfortunately. Which is right. It's just unfortunate. But, like, we couldn't cast it because this week... Like, I was going to go live a little bit earlier, but this week has been catch up because I am on baby duty the whole week. All right, so Louis MT. Let's see what he's going to lean towards. It's going to be opening a Knights, but you don't really want to be doing Knights just on their own. This will do a good job of potentially keeping Anatan in his base. I think I'm a little bit worried about the Warrior Scout detail, though. They can just be really frustrating due to the fact they have high base damage for a Scout. Nano. With Javelin scaling, it feels like he's trying to keep the door open for Farimba. We don't have any ranches yet. We have occasionally seen people drop Fulani without ranches for the potential income it provides, but I think most of the time that has felt more forced than good. If you can justify Farimba when you have 0 ranches, it's just a dead obvious choice because of the benefits you get. You know, similar to like Burgrave over Regnus. Why do you do it as HRE? Because there's a huge benefit in mind and you're sacrificing what comes later. And there we go. Farimba's on the way. Likely looking at Javelineers here. It's decent against the Knights. Knights should be able to gap close, but because it's not a high mass, high volume type composition, they usually just kind of get sniped as they try to run in. So for Louis, what would probably be beneficial here is if you can scout it out, maybe switch into Horseman. Louis is, of course, the time being rushing those relics. Yeah, I guess that's actually a problem now that I think about it. The idea of switching Horseman makes sense, but between the fact that he got starved on food and the fact that he's now getting relics, it pushes you deeper into Knight territory, actually. Hand attack. Wait, is he laming the... Okay. We're just laming the ball? So apparently I've been told that it's a spectator bug when we see the ball disappear here. The ball will still exist for... Oh, that was... The ball will still exist for the non-Malian player. Well, I don't know. Maybe that was a misclick then. I'm wondering what the hell happened with that. Oh, yeah, he just wanted to remove the icons, right? Like, I think Louis knows where to find ball. I'd be pretty shocked if he didn't know where to find ball. So Relic's walking home over here. Looks like Knights are going to ride to the east side. Louis just trying to actually control the mid-map while scaling. His goal here is just get rush the relics home, scale Knight count, and then take a direct fight. You don't want to do it too soon, because this is what happens. The trickle damage really adds up. Yeah, I love the timing for Anatan as well. Kind of unrelentless in his approach here. Doesn't want to give that breathing space that would allow this roost strategy to develop. High trade-offs, by the way, ended up being 162 gold, so pretty damn good. And then, of course, we have all the extra gear already spawning in. Moving in, Anatan marches into the base. Javelins will be able to claim 3 lives. Decent start there, and of course Anatan able to walk away for free now. Doesn't really take much damage with this type of composition on a dive. Meanwhile, Louis now being forced into those horsemen we talked about, but also archers here. Yeah, the Donzo count is getting a little bit too high. He could have went men-at-arms, but the problem with men-at-arms is against Javelineers, you'll just get kited and poisoned. So you need something that can falsify, get on top of your opponent. Make them uncomfortable. Might be that Louis is looking to just skim past Castle Age here. He did get enough resource to camp for quite a bit. But very risky, because eventually, like, if you want to go to Imperial, you're going to need more than just the relic gold. Speaking said relics. Monk was getting intercepted there. But so far, we are trending towards a 5 relic game. Does get a denial over here. Well played by Anatan. The dive is coming underneath the TC. That's another 3 worker kills. This is starting to add up. And Javelineers, they can just go hunting for those workers. No textiles means what? He should be able to achieve 1-hit kills here. Even with the undermesh, because of the poison. Smartly played, Louis. He knows it as well. He's not wasting time overkilling. Horseman will clean him up, but that is a substantial village elite now. Look at that, 12 ahead. Passive gold gen can only help out so much with that deficit for Louis. Yeah, and he's realizing the error of the ways, right? Like, probably would have benefited from an extra wooden fortress earlier. Especially after he pivoted tree line and he wasn't buffed here anyway. Which great timing overall by Anatan. Nano will continue to scale into those Javelineers. We don't have the transition yet. Normally what we expect around here is Sofas to start playing into the formation. Seems content with the idea of Donzo. I wonder if he actually noticed the archers. He must have on that dive. Doesn't seem to care. Oh, this has developed into quite a cool game, actually. I'll be honest with you, I felt with the way this was opening, Roos would just have enough to cruise. Despite the great efforts of Anatan to just snatch away as much deer as possible, what really happened is the sheep rotation on its own was good enough to get Louis out of a sticky situation. Credit to him. I know now with a cozy lead, and on top of that, we are starting to have him transition into cows, only just to eat for now, but shows you that he's got a steady economy capable of it. Don't count Louis out just yet. He is now 5 relics. And yeah, the reason why Anatan gave up the relics is that he wasn't focusing on defending them substantially, right? Like, he wanted to actually just keep diving towards the enemy. I don't mind that. It's something you'll regret if the game goes hyper late, but realistically, this type of build, you don't want the game to go hyper late. Farimba is a timing attack. It's a timing build. Ones if you think Louis is going to win, twos if you think Anatan. Get those predickies in. We've got 2... Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay. The timing on this from Louis is actually seriously worrisome. The TC is only now being built. It definitely hasn't paid off. And Louis is now exhausting his food at a more rapid pace in a way that isn't scaling into military. He has practically no food left. Yeah, and Anno's not exactly weak. 26 Donzo, 26 Javelins. More than enough to fight and brawl out against this and still have a second wave coming in. So, but Louis needs to really lean on these static defenses to try and protect him. You can see what he's trying to do with these walls over here, which is going to fail due to the scout. He needs that protection. He needs to force something to be more linear, because if the dive point for Anatan is really straight-lined, you're probably more hesitant about taking the strike. Like, Javelineers gives you a very good kind of pseudo-raiding comp. You want to be able to use that. Lou's got to be careful about squaring up like this. He did do a good job of using the monks at the back. He keeps pulling injured to heal. So he understands how dire the situation is. He's trying to min-max everything. I am surprised by Anatan not going into Sofa at all, to be honest with you, though. I mean, it would have been a good answer to everything you see. Also, another raider. I think he just wants to remain lean and get the numbers up as quickly as possible, because, like, one of the scariest things about running this javelin timing is you are on the time. You are on the clock. You have to keep scaling. You can't really ever feel like the count is getting smaller, because otherwise the whole plan unravels. It's a momentum-based unit for sure. Javelineers are going to start poking. Donzos do come in range to assist. It's going to need to. The Knights were pressuring. Anno. Javelin attack speed is a little bit worrisome in this trade. And also the A-click's not ideal. Needs to be going after the archers instead. Warrior Scouts are going to wrap around the back, and they do have the bonus against ranged. That's going to force a Knight reaction. The Saint's Blessing is in here for Louis MT. He's going to look to press forward, but the archers, they get baited deep to attack the Donzos. Cavalry is now catching up, though. Louis MT is he going to be able to break this? It's still about 10 Donzos in the fight for Anatan. A decent number of Knights, though. It looks like Louis MT should be able to hold. And Anatan, this timing we talked about has been cracked. He doesn't have momentum anymore. And without that, the Javelin threat is non-existent. Wow. Okay, impressive hold by Louis MT. While going to TC, he makes this work. And by the way, in no small part to the Warrior Monks there. The Saint's Blessing coming in on 2 different clutch occasions. Also, the way that the Warrior Scouts came around the back. I like that Louis MT didn't immediately react to it. He kind of timed it, waiting for the Donzos to retreat or come back in. Now, with the Surge out, and the fact it is Mass Cav, this is where the full snowball effect swings in. Anatan is just going to struggle to keep numbers up. He's already been intercepted with half the army. And the Saint's Blessing just keeps coming on in as well to increase the DPS. And remember, even if Louis MT's cavalry fails him on the other side of the map, yeah, he's got economy rolling in it. While the Malians, this build is not about eco whatsoever. Louis MT showing us that the Roos defensive strategies may still be a little bit too damn good. Clean from Louis MT. That was a sick fight. Risky fight as well of what he was doing. He didn't want it, but he got forced into it. Still, the execution was Mwah, chef's kiss. Okay, so next game is going to be Enlightened Horizon. Okay, and this is very interesting, actually. He didn't pick Ottomans. No, he went for the Japanese. I am quite shocked by that. I am wondering why. Because there's Knights Templar on the other side. Yeah, sorry, that one took me aback. All right, let's get ready. Let's hop into game. And get predictions on. Uh, 2 minutes prediction this time. Makes sense? No. Like, look, he... This draft doesn't make sense. I'm shocked. And here's why, folks. One and all, Anatan had Ottomans, the king, on this map. And Anatan knows it, loves it as well. But instead of utilizing Ottomans here, he chose Japanese. What is he up to and what is he saving that pick for? G1, of course, did go across to LUMT. Let me flip that score around. A succinct defense from him on the roost. But this time we've got Anatan on the Japanese. A civ that should feel pretty good here, considering how efficient their opening is, up against something like Knights Templar. In fact, LUMT already showing a little bit of respect here by not building the racks out on the merchant camp like most players would. Yeah, the reason you do this, folks, if you bring a villager out, you're seeing it right there. If you build a racks and then build a farmhouse, you practically complete the capture. You don't have any idle time. Now, this is something we've noticed players doing as well, where they've started, with Japan at least, to bring the sheep out because your farmhouses, your houses are also your mills. So nice little clean detail there. And Anno immediately opening now with the samurai. Interesting. We've seen a few players just leaning into this pretty hard, but to be fair, Dark Age Samurai are quite underwhelming. They tend to just lose to spears because of raw numbers. So if LUMT just blobs, he should have advantage. The problem is, it looked a little bit slow here. Too much wood gathered? It feels like too much wood gathered. Wait, did he intentionally hide in the... Did you guys see him when he was inside? For a second, it looked like the samurai was kind of hiding underneath the merchant camp tent. Yeah, because Louis didn't react. I think he couldn't see him. Yeah, you can see how he's doing it. They actually look really quite subtle in the merchant camp in yellow. Okay, we meme about camouflage, right? Green against tree lines and blue against like shorelines, but that yellow rug actually made him look like part of the furniture. And now this is already worrisome, guys. LUMT's Knights Templar pick did feel a little bit predictable based on the draft. It just always seems like a go-to pick in a lot of people's minds on this map. In some ways, Enlightened Horizon feels like it was made for Knights Templar with the layout and design. But Japan, Ottomans, these type of picks have been dominating because of these merchant camps into wolf detail. Now, Anatan hasn't rushed for the wolves. Moving there will forfeit the merchant camps back the other way. Yellow's a tactical choice. For real. They just never see you when you're on the gold vein too. That's why we have to be careful about the colors we employ. Like, imagine if you just had the same tint as a stealth forest. Gillies? Oh, Louis. So he does actually go after the enemy merchant camp. This is pretty smart. If you want to bring multiple spears, it means your opponent can never outnumber you. Especially considering the timing on this. Like, this is well read by Louis. He waited intentionally until Anatan would have ran across the map, knowing that these slow-moving samurai couldn't risk coming all the way home. They'd end up not achieving anything. If anything, they'd just run around, lose the farmhouse, and miss out on the gold. So he does go after the wolf den instead. New samurai comes out to scare. Good timing there by Anatan. Just about keeps the merchant camp captured for resource gen. Louis, in the meantime, has taken his own back and is now on the move out with his own spears. Unfortunately, it looks like he's too little too late. Anatan already secured the gold. And spear numbers are in favor of Louis, though. Here's another interesting thing. Okay, he's doing it. Louis MT is the most prolific body blocker in Age of Empires 4. But the other interesting thing I was going to talk about here is that you can actually use the scout to tank in these fights. Against spears, it's impossible. The damage is too high. But samurai do less than half the damage per strike by comparison. So it's reasonable, realistic to go in with the scout, absorb, 8 or 9 blows, and then run away quick enough. Caristo has now on the way for Anatan. He's chasing off these spears, just difficult to ever reach them. Louis has got to get that Wolf Den kill, though. You can see he's been trying to finesse it without going the gold. Instead, I think he's going to accept fate here. So it does walk out for the mining camp. You kind of just need Anatan to be the one burning it, and then you go in for a yoink here. You can't really afford to be standing ground against these samurai. For them, though, they love that idea. All right, how did you guys predict on this game? 71% for Anatan. Understandable. I feel like with these recent aggro openings in Dark Age, we've been seeing Knights Templar's win rate go down a bit in the Enlightened Horizon. I think Japanese versus Knights Templar is a matchup where KT can still thrive, though. The biggest challenge is not coming out of the opening looking bad. Things do look a little bit rough right now. 14 spears? That is wild. Kingdom of France now the way. The reason that's wild is you think this is bad because Anatan can now just switch Yumi, but if you're going to go French, that means you have Chevalier Coffret. So you're essentially forcing your opponent to overinvest into Samurai, and then you force a pivot. Great snatch there, by the way. Louis did get that kill. Gold is in his bank account. Yeah, so like for Louis, the whole idea now is you can overwhelm your opponent with trash units and force that Yumi transition while you go for your discount knights. It also, in the meantime, does give him control over the mid-map. We might eventually see 1 or 2 Ronin littered in. It's a good idea against Yumi in particular. I'm a bit surprised Anatan's still been given this merchant camp, but it just might be the fear from Louis. He doesn't see what we see, which is the Yumi aren't in yet. He did just get confirmation they're on the way, though. And also, that Anatan is already playing out of the base onto excess resource. Something that Louis has not done so far. I thought he might bring 1 or 2 spears to just try and shove in the deer. Unfortunately for him, Anatan already fought that. And there's the Yumi now queued up. Does Anatan look to skim the age or hang around in it? Because of the nature in Enlightened Horizon with the merchant camps and the trade, I think Anatan's going to want to remain a little bit present here. I don't think you just see him hunker down in camp mode for castle like normally you would in Japanese games. A bit of burn damage being done here. With Yumi already arriving, it should be a run home. Unless... Well, it's only 1 Yumi. Yes, he's like, screw it. I've got more than enough burn power because the samurai weren't here. He's going to have to give up now that they do arrive, though. We'll run away. And people asking, is the melee tech upgrade ever worth it in Dark Age? If you could force a long enough age, sure. It's just... It feels like it's going to be tricky to ever get that amount of time out of your opponent. I know. Well played. Yeah, he read straight through it. We've got spears. He knows exactly what Louis is up to. Now, Louis MC did see that detail, so he's going to be forced now to transition to archers. So we've got 1-1-1. Good news for Louis is he's the only one pumping cavalry. The reason that's really good news is it means he can try to flank raid occasionally, whereas Anatan doesn't really have the same capability. Yumi is a bit of a pseudo-raider, though, due to their movement speed. The problem is he's going to probably be forced to keep them with the main army, as this should run through the samurai left alone. I am curious to see what Anatan's game plan is overall here. Is he just going to turn it into an arms race in Feudal? Playing Yumi Spear just does sound a little bit depressing for Japanese players. You're kind of playing the trashiest units imaginable. Normally when you see Japan play long Feudal, it's usually to do with Horsemen. Because of the double melee armor, melee tech rather, melee damage that is, and the Bannerman. It stockpiles quite a lot of extra oomph behind your opponents. Unlike to see it when you're against Chevalier. Speaking of which, Chevalier aren't being targeted at all. And Louis MT does have numbers on his side on that north side of the engagement. If he makes it an equal trade, blow for blow, it's better for him. But unfortunately, Anatan now with the backstab, whittling away the injured spears. Samurai are going to be able to hold. Yumi in a little bit of trouble, will have to retreat. Louis MT, I think he was a little bit overconfident with that fight. The Chevalier bolstering his ranks, maybe thinking he could just run right through it. He does still have more heavy cav, but he needs to be raiding with them. And it looks like, unfortunately for him, Anatan mirrored the moves with spears. Hence why we had no more combat fights. Yeah, and honestly, if your Chevalier dying to Yumi, I think that says everything about the game. Louis, I think the biggest error he made coming to this fight is he doesn't have Blacksmith at all. Was he not expecting the Yumi to already be upgraded? Because I feel like with Japan, you have to rush that, no? And you can very fluidly due to the fact the Forge was your mining camp. But whatever it is, what's really happening here, guys, is these Yumi barely have any less health than archers, but they do the same damage. And they cost notably less. Hence why things are looking so one-sided. Louis, one thing he has going for him, of course, is still that Chevalier count. Anatan with a decent number of spears is going to make that problematic. We're kind of at a position where what Anatan can do is just keep sniping the archers when they arrive and then never feel the need to blob crap tons of spears because he'll always have the decent group to begin with. And that right there is a Yumi bannerman. For good reason. 13 of them. The bannermen themselves is quite tanky, and they add in decent damage overall. Yeah, we're definitely past the threshold where the Yumi bannerman is worth the investment, that's for sure. He's pricey, but also very difficult to bring down. 140 HP, and by the way, it has deflective armor. Isn't Yumi weaker than regular archers without their bannerman? Only if you are equally upgrading. You have to remember in this game, Anatan is rolling over him because of the blacksmith timings. He had Steeled Arrow, Louis MT still doesn't. Hence, Yumi archers hit just as hard as normal archers. It's even worse than that because the undermesh is there for your opponent. Your archers hit worse than Yumi archers. It's the nightmare. Louis MT. He's trying to fall with the Chevalier, but you can see the undermesh isn't quite there yet. I like the idea that he pried undermesh over Steeled Arrow just because his position doesn't make sense to lean on the archers. Pilgrims are going to get sniped as well. Now the Samurai arriving. You better slow things down a little bit. Louis MT is going to retreat. We do have the Ronin sneaking in the back, though, going after the workers. And you see Louis just going for that backline trade. He's trusting the Chevalier to clear the way. Credit to him, actually. He's holding on really well here. Anatan has 0 spearmen now. And Louis now following up with Horseman. Yeah, that makes sense on this map due to the lack of gold. You're very limited, and also you're in a game where your Pilgrims can't really make it through right now. So he just wants that lean fighting machine, the quickest thing to go in and sweep the Yumi. Bannerman was removed, by the way. So Anatan doesn't have that extra buff. His DPS advantage nowhere near as big as it once was. Lou's going to, of course, back up because he doesn't see what we see. He's actually in a decent position to keep pushing. I think he just doesn't want to risk it right now. He's going to try to time it around the Pilgrim arriving. Something about the Horseman as well, so... Anno... Are we stuck in the death limbo that you don't want now? It feels like it a little bit. Then again, there's probably a fault for Anatan that Louis running out of food and gold. He can't just keep spamming Chevalier on this map. It's impossible without access to the sacred sites. Wow, looks like that Samurai did actually bait a lot of attention from Heavy Cav. Yumi hang around for a fight. Bannerman is now arriving, but Louis MT is close to exceeding the Yumi count in this game. Weird that he stopped making spears? Not in particular. If you think about it, it's logical. If your opponent screws up his blacksmith timings, you probably don't feel the need to have spears against Chevalier, because Chevalier have less armor than standard knights. So if your Yumi have their damage buff increase, as well as the Bannerman, you can just melt through these guys. So it's like, I think it makes sense to Anno, because by building spears, all you're doing is ensuring blacksmiths is less relevant, because these archers will get double damage on your spears. So, you know, when we talk about +1/+1, very big deal when you're talking about 5 damage, but when you're talking about 10 damage, you know, you've half the percentile impact. So we did get a pilgrim through. Every little is going to count for LUMT. Are we going to see crappy Yuumi beat one of the best archer spamming civs in the game right now? Because I feel like Knights Templar definitely have earned that decree, considering how good they are. How efficient they are on the tree lines. Maybe not. It feels like LUMT is now starting to take an edge here. Anatan reacting with Samurai just doesn't feel great here against Chevalier. If it was just raw archers now from LUMT, the play makes a lot of sense. I do wonder if it would have been more value for Anatan to just kind of go Horseman, as weird as that sounds. Because obviously, like, Horseman are going to be worse than Chevalier. They at least give you a lot more breathing room, I feel like. Never been impressed with Feudal Samurai. Which is weird, because, like, the Feudal Age was kind of their vibe, you know? No? Talk about false advertising. Not being sold what you see on the tin. So, LUMT now stepping up to the mark. Remember, so far, fights have been happening in LUMT's base or on the edge of it. Hence why Anatan has been getting scramble-brained a little bit. But, all of a sudden, Louis steps up. And look at the bodies. That count difference. That was like a, what, 5-to-1 ratio, 6-to-1 ratio? LUMT now in the staggered retreat. This is the problem. Anytime he has to back up like this is bad, and he knows it. It's not the Samurai. You can gradually kill them. It's the Yuumi. They always catch you on the retreat. You need to just get the Samurai out of the formation here. The crazy thing is, Anatan is still mirroring the pace, but he's not far off the castle now. It's going to be hard. It's not just getting the resource to remember, it's the build-up, and the build-up is sacrificing even more economy because people aren't working. We also have another Yuumi Bannerman miss here. He can get Daimyo level 2. That's going to be a big deal. Just getting 2 Yuumi Bannerman and 1 Katana Bannerman changes a lot about the fight dynamics here. LUMT, whoa, yeah, he tries to run past, so he's not just attacking into Samurai automatically, but doesn't work out for him. Doesn't seem like he had the rallied reinforcements coming in, actually. I wonder if Anno realizes it's so easy to forget. Oh, wait, what? I'm being a Muppet. It's not 300, it's 600. That's right, yeah, level 1 used to be 300. Okay, we've got some ways to go. Maybe you just put 1 or 2 people on stone to get it quicker. But I think he's just accepting of the castle age timing instead. And by the way, because he's already scaling Samurai, it could just turn into mass castle age Samurai. Mad Samurai isn't going to be as necessary here because of the way he's played this. In fact, a lot of time when we see Japan on this map, they lean towards the Foot Samurai instead. I gotta say I'm impressed that LUMT's been able to make it look this competitive so far, though. Flash coming in. He's looking to compete in a bigger way here. He has military lead. I know, it's more Samurai. I think Louis has to be getting suspicious. Because this feels like a lot of frontline right now. So Stave's going to push in. LUMT dives past that melee. Archer trade out now. Bannerman is on the ground, so limited time for Anatan to exchange reasonably. And the numbers just not with him here. He's forced to reinvest off of the castle timing. LUMT, this was a sick read. Yeah, he just sensed it. He sniffed out the numbers. The ratio just didn't make sense. If you want to play longer feudal, Yumi's just going to be better to scale up to 40, 50, 60, right? But if you're looking for that gotcha moment, you want to be getting those samurai ready to pump and roll. So they're already in the enemy base when the castle upgrades come in. Now looking for that little cleanup. Gonna remove the last of the Yuumi. Chevalier should be able to easily mop up the samurai. The static emplacements are going to be slightly problematic here, mind you. However, this was a ball play. So that is idle villagers right now out in this area. Yeah, he yanked the ball all the way towards the merchant camp. He's put maybe a little bit too much value on this one location for Louis. He blocks out a lot by just camping here. Catch another villager as well. We do have the new Bannerman out for Yuumi. So Anatan may be able to stabilize due to being in his base. But the rough part here is look at what's happened to the economy now. He has so much gold. Anatan must have robbed a bank when I wasn't looking. Like, this is ridiculous. His economy is poorly skewed because of the idle time on the ball and also the overgather on the goal while he's fighting. So, ugly situation now. He could trade that across. Ideally, I think he just wants to get more food. Unfortunately, what will not be ideal is the timing here. Louis MT, is he going to see it? Okay, that is the inefficiency of not having Takazaiku being good. Because if he had Takazaiku, those 3 knights would have seen him. I'll still be able to rotate towards the gold with perfect timing, though. We'll see him building it up. The MT now with a dive. Did have time to stop off for a ram. And now a hit onto the Forge Workers. Anatan will look to just break away quickly here, but it's starting to crumble. It's starting to fall apart, and he knows it. He calls the GG. Louis MT, how the hell did he find his way out of this headlock? That was crazy. Like, can we just be real? The way that game began, I already knew what I wanted the title for the video to be. I was like, Yumi beat normal archers? Question mark. Yo, what is up, Fat Blop? Thank you very much for the gift of sub. I know my mum appreciates that. Thank you, thank you. But that was crazy. That was well executed by Louis MT. He had to read that timing perfectly, because if he'd just been 30 seconds later, like, it's tech up, because at that point the tech begins, I think Anatan could just back up and then upgrade because of how quick they come in with the Yorushiro drop. But he had to be on the ball. He had, like, the very, very small window for error with that type of approach. But Louis MT, what a goddamn monster. 2 in a row now. Anatan's back fully up against the wall. It's not looking good for the Belarusian. So, the question is, what does Anatan try next? He's gone for his Ottomans on Coastal. We don't actually see much Ottoman action on Coastal Cliffs. Mongol's reaction is curious from Louis MT. Very curious, actually. Let's get ready to hop into game here. So all updated. Alright, let's go in. He has Roost in the draft? Yep, used it straight away. What in all, I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen this Civ pick here. It's Ottomans on Coastal Cliffs. Not really a Civ that you would rate highly here, but a Civ that is coveted, adored between these two. Anatan and Louis MT, two of the biggest believers in the power of the Ottomans. But Louis wasn't able to get it. It was even banned away from him in the draft. Instead, he goes to the Mongols to see if he can make it a clean sweep up against Anatan. And perhaps a preview of what would happen to Anatan if he's able to make it all the way through to the semifinals in another tournament, where this matchup rather, is a possibility. So Anno does go for the spear beginning. Curious to see what he can achieve. This feels a little bit weird against Mongols unless they Rax Rush you too, which they are going to be doing. Oh, actually, no. This is... Yeah, Anatan knows that he can actually get a really good fight with the spear opening. And here's why, guys. Remember, we're on Coastal Cliffs. The stone never spawns close to the TC. Yeah, if this was any other map, this would be quite the gamble of Ottomans, because realistically, your opponent could just get a Uvu, wood line, even maybe gold, all in range of TC. Great read. And if there's any Civ that in this series so far, I trust Anatan to maybe be able to yoink a win, this would be the one, especially in this matchup. For Mongols, you don't really want to stay in a long Dark Age. In fact, it's even worse than that. Look at the gold. Oh my god. Louis, he actually got the cursed spawn. It's full open territory to the north. That is wild. If Anatan sees that, very high probability he just keeps spamming his way through. And he knows he's going to have a good timing here, because although he can't double produce, you kind of play catch up with Mongols, remember? As you have to build the Uvi for 150 and then the Rax for 150. Meanwhile, your opponent only spent 90 to be able to start generating units. And if he gets able to generate enough, remember what that's going to lead to. Vizier points that could just end the game. He's going to try to pressure him now. Only one worker on the gold. Which makes sense. You might be wondering, why doesn't Louis just run more people to gold and rush it? Because then he'll lose all this. If he has 3 or 4 workers on the gold, even if he gets what he needs, the missing food and wood gathering means he wouldn't be able to win the spear fight at all. Getting the feeling this could be a very quick game number 3. I know he needs to get the reinforcements here a bit faster, though. It's difficult to do at this current pace. Health bars are looking a little bit better for Anno, no? They're very close. The first bit to go down could just be the decider. Unfortunately, the position pretty bad for Anatan there. Yeah, no, Louis MT. He managed to stab both ends and cripple at the same time. So health bars looking a little bit atrocious all of a sudden. Anatan needs to run. Okay, Louis MT survives it. I am getting more and more uncomfortable feeling of a 3-0. I don't think it's like over if Mongols reach feudal, but it feels like with this spawn, Louis MT would have survived the hardest point in the game, which we just saw him do in G2 as well. Yeah, this man feels like a miracle worker. It's not that Anatan is necessarily bad at micro or anything like that, guys. It's just Louis MT is that good. We've seen it time and time again. You know, people talk all the time about his late game and his ability to drag games, but I don't think this guy gets enough praise for his micro components as well. The only player that I see so consistently in competitive try and body block units, for example. For anyone who's tried to body block units in AoE4, you know I mean it wholeheartedly when I say it is hard. Game does not make it easy. I think Anatan knows the time is gone here. So close as well. If he could just deny the gold a little bit longer, he would have had that Vizier point. Even then, though, you need to deny it for quite a bit. You'd have to deny the gold for probably about another minute and a half, because you need to build the Spearman, then you need to get the Imam point and get the Imams across the map. A lot of asks. Louis has done a phenomenal job of limiting spear losses, but you can see it's inevitable that some are about to die. Unless... Oh, I know, he goes for the... No. He baits himself. The villager runs back into them, so he will get the worker kill, but took a hell of a lot of damage for it. That was crazy as well. I think that pathing, if Louis MT had realized and just microed the villager around, this would have been an absolute disaster for Anatan. It's lucky he got what he got out of that. Because you can see the way that Louis done that elegantly. He had the full health spearman towards the gold vein and the injured further away. Realizing that Anatan was going after the villager, it means you have no spearman at risk. You just need to make sure you keep the worker alive. Move the age up now. Does need to move out rather for the archer ranges. Has got the hardened spearman upgrade coming. In the meantime, Anatan Madrissa is on the way. I kind of like that we're seeing this Dark Age development outside of just Enlightened Horizon. I don't know if it's Enlightened Horizon itself or something else that's triggered it, but we've been seeing a lot more Dark Age openings in Age of Empires 4 in the last month than we ever had before. I kind of dig it. It's slow for sure, but it's strategic. And I think that's fine. In some ways, it's nice to have that balance where Dark Age matters, because historically in Age of Empires 4, for a very long time now, it hasn't. Not since the Outpost Rush days. Why is Dark Age fight getting common? An understanding of additional objectives. So, for example, deer shoving. Some people want deer shoving gone, but the problem is if you remove deer shoving, you remove a key objective for Dark Age. Point of interest is another reason why we're seeing more Dark Ages, because things like the merchant camps, the wolf dens, they all matter as well. Love this from Louis. Moves out onto the deer. Seems a bit risky, but realistically in this matchup, as the Mongol, you have to and probably should be the aggressor. Archer's arguing on the way from Louis MT. Anatan prepping his own as well, so no immediate rush into Sipahi. It's going to be the double archer range build, so this actually gives Anatan the ability to outmass Louis. Louis can get the double pump, but His production rate just isn't going to compete at 15 seconds compared to the Ottomans at 12. That's 12 times 2. Why is Anno up 2 villagers? He killed one, and then Louis MT moved the TC, which would have caused idle time. And we did see the Imam point, by the way. I don't think Anatan missed his window. It's definitely just getting very difficult very fast here. Your opponent's already up to 9 archers. If he wants to one-hit kill an Imam, he would need 18 archers. So it's really not that far off the timing. And we even see the Deerstone now coming in, which can make it quite simple to pluck a kill. Does scout the Deerstone. Maneuver speed arrow is going to be activated. Anatan is missing a meta. We don't have a stable, so there is no rush capability yet. Still, all these lower HP bars, as long as Anatan gets them home, boom, top off. Yeah, and now things get difficult for Louis. Spears are going to get taken out. Archer count is starting to swell up enough to get kills, but it takes so much effort. Yeah, he needs the Deerstone, he knows it, but I don't see Anatan letting that happen. Moves forward. Can go for the blocker. Even peels one off to guarantee it, so no Deerstone deploy. And now the archers are out of range, so it doesn't have any purpose. Spears are going to keep chasing onto it. Anno does need those imams if he wants to try and stay here, though. Yeah, wait, what? Oh, because they don't function on the select all army, right? And I think Anatan probably was using that. And you know what? That is a smart use of your Prime sub. What is up, G.I. Joe? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Spears are going to be forwarding here. We don't have any switches from Louis yet. It is just raw archers, which is kind of getting a bit crazy here. But we did talk about the critical mass that you need to kill imams, which is why it's his biggest priority. Would have expected maybe 1 or 2 Keshiks just to tickle. But I think he just values and understands the imam play so well that nothing else matters. I feel like both of these players would kind of play this the same way in that regard. Nanatan, that means he does get to exploit that detail. Sipahi's getting added. No meta. There we go. Q's up behind. This is the most important thing now. He has Steeled Arrow. His opponent doesn't, so he gets Breathing Room. But you know, now that you revealed Steeled Arrow, Louis MT is going to try to mirror it. So the cool thing you can do as Ottomans is get a full step ahead, because they can't get metas. Would it be strong if Mongols start with 1 more villager than others? Yes. Because I think there are, like, genuinely there are spawns where you could just justify not moving the TC at all, so you'd just be 1 villager ahead. Like, this is a civ that saves 100 wood early on because of the Gur, and comparatively other civs would be 50 wood. It's a civ that also can get double production early on. They could even use that into villages. I think genuinely, like, having the 1 villager less is fine because of what you save in different ways. Oof. Nice save there on the meta. Does get the snipe now. The Sipahi isn't attacking, though. Hold on. Spears are actually being ignored. So Louis with the full target fire. Numbers are shrinking faster. It looks like Anatan is going to get the cleanup. An overextension from Louis in the end. Or rather, a good wrap by Anatan to land would go that deep and then coming in behind. A bit of a shaky fight in some ways, but the fact these spears have not been targeted down the whole time is wild in this engagement. Guys, if you're standing still, a spearman is worth more than an archer. Or rather, they're about, shall we say, the same. But the spearman is twice as easy to kill for archers. So while the attack speed is like a little bit worse for spears, their base damage is high enough that it makes it worth prioritizing them. Even more so when you're able to do double damage. So kind of crazy that Louis ignored 4 spears that long. Definitely cost him a lot in that engagement. And Anatan, all of a sudden, breaking out of the chokehold. Deerstone, an irrelevant factor here. A full surge towards the back would just shut Louis out. That's where his Uvu is. And not just that, Sipahi are going to find the gathering. Will only be 1, so Louis will be able to protect against this. But it shows you Louis' shaky foundation now upon which he's built the Mongol Empire here. The D is not going to be accessible for long, I don't think. The gold is still completely unguarded. Sipahi will look to extract value there, so gets a kill. Archer's already in range. No wheelbarrow either. Louis, no. This could easily just be it. The numbers just don't make sense for Louis right now. He's trying to switch into Keshiks. but has 0 gold. Okay, yeah, this... I think Anasan is about to get on the board. It's looking good. He's got a new meta on the way. With that extra aura, there's just no easy way for Lou to compete. He boots stables here, but guys, like, look at the gold. When I said this spawn was cursed, it wasn't just the opening. Look at what happens later in the game. Gold, gold, gold. It's all in that northern corner. This is a crazy spawn. And he knows there's no point taking it further. Wacky spawn gives hope to Anatan. As with his signature Ottomans, he's on the board. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, that was a crazy spawn. I don't know, I don't know if you feel better or worse about that. It's nice to get a win, but then at the same time, you're like, it took a spawn that crazy to get a win from Anatan. Is also what you got to be thinking, right? Why he resigned wasn't over. It was very, very much against him. You might not think it's over, but these guys play like substantially more games than you at a high level, right? And if you look at the state of that game, like you as Mongols have no upside anymore. Ottomans have all the upsides. They get Vizier points, they can go passive production, they're ahead on villages. Like there's not really much that's negative for them. I like seeing my money go positive. What is up, Rectum? Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Oof. Question now is whether Anatan's going to be able to rally around that win. Sometimes all it takes is a disruption to the flow. We've seen this in Louis' favor before, where he's 2 games down, gets 1 win, and all of a sudden the entire dynamic flips. So I wouldn't write Anatan out yet. And what a way it would be to make that recovery by starting it with Ottomans. I like my money going... Yeah, of course I like my money going positive. That's the goal here. Like, I don't know if you've realized this, but we don't do full-time content creation to make a loss. We're trying to make money doing something we love. Just, surprisingly enough, in 2025, a lot harder than it sounds. Because my country is ridiculous. Okay. I think we're in for the other one. Yep. Okay. Let's get ready to go. And let me flip. That's a very manly way of saying flip. You broke due to Gamba? No, if you want to get more bird feed, just subscribe. You get more bird feed quicker. Pretty sure everyone's country is a bit ridiculous. Yeah, but I don't like using the word like first world, third world. Of the developed OG countries, I think like England is in some ways a lot weirder and worse off because of the ridiculous inflation of London to the expectations of what people can afford, etc. Like, people living in London is nowhere near indicative. I know it's true for like New York, etc. as well, but like London is to an extreme that it's absurd. All right, let's get to it. Wait, we don't even the good one. One and all, welcome back. One and all, the French for Louis. Wait, what am I talking about? I was about to say the Frenchman. I don't know why. One and all, Louis MT, the prodigy kid, can bleed. That's what we were looking to say here, because so far, up until G3, this man could do no wrong. All of a sudden, the gods cursed him with an atrocious spawn. And it gives hope to Anatan. The question now is whether he can ride it through to a comeback against Louis MT, who has consistently been the one getting comebacks in KPMMs in the wildest of fashions. French for Louis in the purple. Anatan, of course, will be on the Byzantines in the yellow. And we do have the cistern opening. So 1 villager, not 2. We've seen some diversity there. Some people have been experimenting not doing cistern openings at all via mining camps. But usually you're either 1 or 2 on stone. So, for example, Vortex is a perfect example of every game being 2. It's very greedy, but it accelerates you fast. And why are we bringing up Brexit? Why you got to do that to me? You should give me your Prime sub just for making me feel bad. As if Brexit's the only dumb thing that humans done in the last 10 years. Yeah. Most, like, honestly, let's be totally real. Most countries' economies are kaput. England has it to an extreme, but I wouldn't say it was because of Brexit. The UK has had a huge polarizing gap between London and the rest of the country for a very, very long time. Yeah, due to all these foreigners coming over and spending $2 million on... No, it's like, it's definitely like crazy when the oligarchs come and like hide their money here, but the market allowing property prices to soar to 2 million plus for like an apartment, while elsewhere in the country you can, you'd be lucky to be able to sell a 3-bedroom home for like 150K. Kind of says everything. And you think that's good, but then you look at the cost of just general day use things in the UK, and it kind of makes you sad. Okay, so what would make me happy is an epic clash between the Greeks and the French, because in history we never got that. Actually, like, have we ever had an example where France and Greece faced off in an epic tale? I'm using Greece as a representation of the Byzantines, so you have more like length there. But even if you look at the Eastern Roman Empire, yeah, they didn't really deal with the French Gauls. That would have been the Western. I think that's another thing that people just love about Age of Empires games that attracts them back time and time again. It's almost like your kid fantasies. Like Viking versus Samurai that we had before. It's that cool feeling. Oh, the tales that we don't get to see. What ifs if they did have to kill each other? Normans? Oh yeah, I guess you could say the Normans. I guess I was thinking a little bit further back. More in the Gaelic period. Or Gaul period, rather, not Gaelic. Fourth Crusade? Oh, yeah. I always forget that one, even though it's hilarious. We need you to come across here and deal with those Middle East. Why are you burning our farms? Ah, that was a good one. Poor Byzantines and their history. I mean, you can tell that history was not kind to the Byzantines by the fact they are called the Byzantines. That wasn't even the name they gave themselves. So we do have pro scouts coming in, by the way. I wondered if Anatan was going to go for the deer shove. Didn't even attempt it, actually. No, instead it looks like he's more interested in trying to maybe push the enemy deer further away. Limitani are coming in now, but unlikely for a deer shove considering the first knight is in the field. You count the Celts as Frenchish, because if so, then they did extend to northern Greece. I wouldn't really call the Celts Frenchish, right? You're looking for, like, the French Gauls, Normans. I think you're generally looking for the people that lived in the French area. Did they attack the Greeks? Is the easiest way. Because, like, otherwise it gets muddied. Because obviously, through history, you had Greek cities that existed all around the Mediterranean that would have clashed. It's awkward because you have to remember history is a lot more fluid than people... Like, history from a geological nationality standpoint is a lot more fluid than people realize. The whole idea of nationalism is a very modern concept. You go back just, 2.5 centuries, people didn't really envision themselves as being British or being French or being German. You were whatever the Lord's flag was flying. So, when you got invaded and they took over, congrats, you're now this. Shout out to the very stubborn Dutch for definitely playing a big part in us getting national identities. All that rebelling. Anyway, a lot of Limitane coming in. Anatan is going to be getting into the Silk Road Limitane combo, which usually indicates aggression. Sometimes we see Lombos who want to play more defensive. Would be curious to see how he aggroes into French. Now, another advantage of Silk Road is, of course, the camels down the line. Really, really good against French cav spam. Whoa, he actually gets some picks here. Yeah, so far that's 2 kills for Louis MT, only 1 for Anatan. So these knights have been finding chip raids. Kind of impressed that Limitani were able to get anything here. Let alone almost 2. Also didn't give themselves the name Romans, it was given to them. Well, it's because it was the Roman Empire divide, right? That is drastically different, I'd say, to the Byzantine name, which was one that was thrusted onto them by German scholars in an effort to legalize the existence of the Holy Roman Empire. So what's Anatan's win condition here? We're not at assistant rush point. He's stopped at 3. No olive groves in a rush. Blackberries is going to be good for him. He's already setting up over there, actually. So I'm wondering if the idea is to scale and push out, or if he's just looking for an A-drop. Because it feels like in this matchup, your role is to play defender. It's very difficult to take the fight to the French, just because of how quick the knights can punch you for it. Which knights are on the rotation again? Ooh, that timing, actually. Louis, he doesn't have a scout here. Is he going to check for the berries? No. Wait. Oh, no. Anatan, it's going to be a charge in. That's going to be an immediate wallop. Anno will realize what's happening. That's going to be 3 workers down at least, bare minimum. Formation Shuffle might have something to say about it, so it looks like it will be reduced down to 2. Still, this is stinging when you add in the fact that obviously French TCs work faster. System can only fix rather too much of the difference as well. That was sick, though. I really thought he was just going to run by to the tree line, but he had an inkling and tingling. Understandably so. I think Louis MT had maybe scouted the north side berries and thought, well, there's a possibility he's going for both right now. Well, Louis doesn't have an insane amount of knights currently because he's split it between the archer count. Jav count is pretty underwhelming for Anatan, though. Especially those intercepts on the berry gathering. What was the predictions like, by the way? 50-50. Wow. I mean, it's crazy. I feel like people had easy gambler in their brain on Louis with how the series started. Yeah, I agree. These two are going to be pretty tight, pretty close in terms of performance. And this doesn't feel like a matchup where it's an absolute counter per se. Byzantines, especially since the Pro Scouts nerfs, have more of a timing than they used to. A bit of poke raid at the front. Anatan playing blocker to the goal. There is a backup in the corner, and Louis already on his way across. Was thinking about diving the Limitane. They're very efficient at taking out outposts. The problem would have been the lack of brace against the Night Charge. So Louis able to brush him away. I wonder, is Anatan considering an age up now? He doesn't really have many olive groves, but with the way he's holding food, it seems like there might be some chin stroking happening. I wonder if Louis is going to try to transition into a tech up, that is. Feels difficult. Like, numbers are just really against you here. This doesn't seem like it, but you have to remember these knights aren't in the main engagement. They're trying to cut reinforcements right now. So a little bit of pressure point here. Dives in for the worker kills. Only gets 1 for his troubles, though. And now Anatan... No! The positioning! Jabs get caught out. He doesn't even react straight away. A messy retreat from Anno. Loses a full pull of the Javs. Now all of a sudden the archers begin to start feeling a little bit unshackled. Knights do need to be respectful of the spear mass here, but the shield wall makes it a bit easier to finesse in and out to force reactions. Even on the other side, we still have knights flank rotating, not to mention pro scouts grabbing more goodies. And chivalry is on the way. Anno nowhere near an age up, by the way. Yeah, he needed like probably about 2 more minutes to feel comfortable here. You can see the groves were underway. That's why it was so ballsy that he attacked like that. The crazy part is if the javelins had been guarded by the Limitana, he would have got away with it. if it wasn't for those frustrating plumage-wielding, hat-wearing mother duckers on horseback. Is Louis going for an age up now? Looks to be the case. Pretty smart, actually. If you can get veterancy and a Russian archers, they can clear everything that Anatan has. And Knight's just very organic, very quick to upgrade. Speaking of which, as Knights continue to press the flanks, it's starting to slip towards what feels like a 3-1. Anatan hasn't done anything in the last minute and a half that suggests signs of life right now. He just needs more time. Yeah, he's gambling on his greed. If he gets enough olive groves, he can still win this game, but that's a big if. Alright. If I was Anno and I was in his shoes, here's what I'd do. Series of spawns. Why did I only get Gigabuster spawn in game 3? Why didn't I get close spawn trade post in game 4? And why didn't I get Sapai? Yeah, I was really excited for that when we spawned in and saw that Anatan was on Byzantines. I was like, all right, where are the trade posts? Because he's one of the very few players that actually utilize those in competitive games. Louis being really respectful the way he's scaling here, but it's not as much respect as just safe. He's got time, so you might as well have your boys healed to full. But on top of that, remember, like, the bigger this knight count is, the bigger an upgrade he gets when he does tech up. That's the beautiful thing about French. You can afford to be in a feudal longer than practically any other civ in the game because of the scale point. It's kind of a unique situation in that regard. There's not that many other units that keep such high value in feudal age to castle. Normally it's a sacrifice. Like, Longbow's very good in feudal, but although they're good when upgraded, doesn't have the same momentum as knights, for example. Speaking of which, that one knight going a bit loco on the back here. Anatan, while distracted, has to back away. It's a lot of knights though, and Louis is ready to pull the trigger. One more food drop off, and then it's going to be a tech up. Archers are just standing their ground, waiting for Limitane to get baited into a fight here. And they will be baited by it. Numbers are definitely not on his side here. Anatan. Looks like a last stand moment. One, he's not going to survive. Louis MT wins the fight, simultaneously teching behind it. And this series is now going to be behind Anatan. It looks like we are going to get a rematch of half of what B's streak has been. The first 2 weeks that B won in a row, it was up against Louis MT in the best of 7. And Louis MT has been sore for that vengeance. And with the way this is played, it looks like he's going to get his opportunity here in Midweek Muster. Yeah, like, farms have been reached now. The count never really got high enough for Anno anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if he just waves the white flag when the tech up comes out. Still, valiant effort by Anatan. I mean, there were moments in that game 2 in particular where he made us believe. We literally were watching Yumi beating standard archers, which that is definitely going to make up on the YouTube, so keep an eye out for that. But this looked a little bit doomed. Louis MT just so on point at the moment. The really big, scary boogeyman. And, wow, you need look no further than his consistency on high rankings and the fact that currently, when it comes to S-tier events, he finished top of groups. So, props to Anatan. It was always going to be a challenging one. And up next, we're going to have that grand final showdown between B and Louis MT. All right, Mr. Anatan, GG's. Louis MT with the 3-1. And what I can do is I'm going to update the bracket, and then they should be drafting shortly. B and Louis have been so good recently. Oh, yeah. And like what we had... Well, the thing is, when they last clashed, it was in the Hymns Cup 1, which, by the way, we will have more details on a new Hymns Cup a little bit later in the stream. But yeah, in the Hymns Cup, it ended up being B dominating the first 3 games and then Louis reverse sweeping. So, yeah, I wouldn't write Louis off as capable of just ruining B's run finally. But let me... Whoopsie, I had all caps turned on. Let me update these graphics so they will show correctly. We'll go like that. Boom. So, there's our final showdown. Yeah, I was not able to catch the B Dimu. I was a little bit upset by that. I just wish the scheduling worked out a little bit different so we could actually cast it live. But yeah, it was B. He was able to win again against Dimu. Always feels like those guys go 5 games and it's like, it's close. By the way, guys, seeing as y'all turning up and seeing as y'all got a minute or two while we do the draft, why not take this opportunity to download a brand spanking new browser that could serve your gaming needs, that supports gaming streamers that you watch because you're here. It's Opera GX. We're working with them for the 2nd month. And we're working throughout all of May. If you want to check it out, click the link, download it, put ! Opera GX in chat if you haven't seen the link. It's a really cool browser. It's even got a built-in VPN for free. No bells and whistles on it, a very simple one, but really simple is what a lot of people need when it comes to VPNs anyway. And then, of course, there's loads of cool features in there, like the ability to optimize it and make sure that it doesn't use a lot of your RAM, CPU, etc. So be sure to check them out and shout out to Opera GX. Come back again. But I believe I should have a draft in a second. In fact, what we can do, straight away. Yo, what is up, Marv? Well, what we can do is thank Marv for that. That's incredible. What a legend. Marv coming in big again. 145 subs in total on this channel now. You're incredible, mate. Thank you for the 10 gifted. And welcome and enjoy to all those that did just get a gifted sub. Make sure you spam those emotes here and all around the interwebs, because they are some of the most epic emotes you will find on Twitch, if I do humbly say so myself. Why did... Choom just sent me a map draft. I was about to... Yeah, I'm going to call it out anyway. And then he deleted it. He's like, wait, why have I sent him a map draft? Because, guys, we are into Grande Finale territory, which means we're going to be having a best of 7, which means no bans, all maps up for play. B versus Louis MT. First one, of course, is going to be Sunken Land. So we should have them starting the draft momentarily. Let me make sure I have all potential maps. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Cal's new system, I can't manually enter maps. Boo, boo. But draft underway. So reminder, the way this works is if after game number 4 we don't have a winner, there will be a redraft. But first draft is starting now. Yep, Klein. Someone was talking about that earlier. This could very easily be the semifinals. Same with actually Anatan versus Louis MT. Like literally, our content today is full preview of possibilities in EGC this weekend. Okay, so HRE Roostbound on both sides. Yeah, B's not willing to gamble with that the way that Anatan did on the opening. If you remember, Louis MT actually got Roost through the first pick phase, which is really surprising. Good practice for players too. Yeah, and this is the thing that I was saying. I don't think people should be worried about hiding their strats and not playing these, because proof of the pudding, man. I think these are good practice for people. And the proof of the pudding is the fact that you've got B and you've got Louis MT, Anatan playing these consistently, posting really high in the rankings for the bigger tournaments. And yep, that is very, very much a B versus Louis matchup situation. Ottomans as a first pick. a few weeks ago, I might have been shocked, but I am not now. This is so them. It's just a roll of the eyes. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. What was I going to do? Oh, that's right, grand final. I wanted to type out grand finals. Picked up Clair Obscura? Hell yeah. I haven't had a chance to put more hours in the last few days because like I've been so busy with Ezra and everything else, but I want to do more, man. I'm at like, I think I've played 8 or 9 hours so far and I love it. Clair Obscura is incredible. I wish I had more time. Like, you know, I've said before, like I wish I could just have my days where I do AoE4 and then not worry and go and do like other things as well. But obviously, because we're trying to build to attract sponsors, I don't stream other games, but I'd love to be able to do that in the future because I wish I could have streamed the playthrough of it. It's absolutely stunning. That game's the world building is phenomenal. It's beautiful. The soundtracks are godly. Like some of those, I need to download them. I kind of want to just like see if I can use them on my streams. And then I like the gameplay. I like the twist they done to the traditional turn-based combat. So yeah, a lot of cool things there. You know what it is like? I don't know if anyone else who's played Clair Obscura felt this, but for me, Clair Obscura kind of had a not obscure feeling about it. It had a Souls-like feeling about it when you play the turn-based combat because of the deflect system and dodge system. Very punishing, very hard to master. I think that's the only thing they maybe could have tweaked a bit is actually based on difficulty, having the parry windows and whatnot be bigger. But yeah, outside that, incredible. And yeah, no surprise in the Japanese bans. These are also two of the Japanese specialists, two of the best Japanese specialists in the game. Too busy playing video games to... Wait, but that's not true. I don't play them, do I? I watch other people play them. Yeah, you came to the wrong stream to say, oh, poor this guy, he plays games. Dog, I watch other people play the games. Which ain't too bad when like you're doing it for big like tournament events because you get like paid a good, what can sometimes be a really good salary. But like it's, you know, it would be cool to have days where I'm like, I just like bump it up and play whatever game. So, G1, what are we looking at here? Well, they haven't put the pick draft. They're now doing it. Look at the draft. So Sunken Lands here. I think Shushi can make a lot of sense for B. Knowing that Louis has French, you could maybe punt Ibids, but I think, you know, if you punt Ibids and it's like something like Chinese, maybe you don't feel as good about it. Mines as well, probably don't feel as good about it. So likely Shushi versus Chinese makes a lot of sense here. Bit of a scary matchup for B. That was the one that Mahodo was able to beat him in, although roles reversed in that series. In that game, Mahodo had Shushi, and he did actually get a win over B. You can see it in the brackets much earlier on in the round of 16. Proof our boy can bleed. In fact, look at that. Both of them have dropped games on the way, but Louis MT has definitely had the cleaner run. You love how ruthlessly French it is. I mean, it's just the random swearing in French and the different creatures speaking in French when everyone speaks in English. It is quite funny, yeah. So, game one, we're going to be looking at Shushi versus the Moldians. Okay, so Louis did kind of throw the curveball. I think his draft was probably in a better position to do so than B's was. Just I think there's some bigger wows if you like gamble wrong, like Jean or Ibids, and your opponent comes out with Malian or French. The quick time event depends in a turn-based game doesn't draw me in from the outset. I actually like ended up liking it quite a bit because that it's actually quite refreshing in a genre that is become repetitively redundant to a certain extreme. You know, and I say that also simultaneously as a person who hated Final Fantasy X Part 2 and still hasn't completed it because Part 1 went ahead and done a really nice kind of, you know, turn-based, and then Part 2 is like, hey, if you don't do anything, you know, so for those who don't know, like Part 2, basically it was turn-based, but actually if you didn't do an action, then the enemy kept taking turns. So like, I kind of like this. I dig it. I think it's, like I said, there's maybe an argument it's a little bit too hard. I think difficulty curving should have affected the quick time events. So I think there actually might be a difficulty where it doesn't have quick time events. I think that is the case. But then you should have like medium and hard have different windows for the QTE. Because for anyone who's played Clair Obscura, they know what I'm talking about when I say it is merciless. Like if you don't pay attention for a second and you miss the window, you will be punished. to the extreme, the way I would describe it is like if you don't have a good frame rate on your monitor, or like you have any audio delay on your setup, you'll probably just keep dying. Whether QTEs represent a bonus or a penalty, but they do represent a bonus, right? Like the whole point is that the parries, like, you know, generate you points and counterattacks. Now, what could be argued is the dodge window as an alternative, QTE should be a bigger window, but that once again comes back to in general making the quick time event windows based on difficulty. Lost Odyssey had that? I don't think I played Lost Odyssey. But the thing is, like, QuickTime events got really overdone around the launch of PlayStation 3. Right? Like, 2008 to 2011, people got sick of them because everything was QuickTime events, and it was dog crap. But now, like, we don't actually have many games that are QuickTime events, so I'm actually fine with it. Like, it feels so much more logical this way because we haven't had it for a long time, so you don't have that exhaustion. It's like, you know, it's like survival games or battle royales. You know, the flavor of the week type thing. And now it's not, it's just been implemented in an incredible game where it's not flavor of the week. And I think that makes it a lot better for it. But we do have our picks. We do have them get in the game. I'm going to run 2.5 minutes as now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them. And then we'll be underway with Grand Finales. Don't know why I say it like that. I just do. Too much Clair Obscure, I guess. By the way, guys, a little bit later, we are going to be checking out Tempest Rising. They believed in us enough and believed that you guys would like it enough that they actually sponsored us to do a stream for a few hours. So after finals, we'll be checking out Tempest Rising. It's a really cool shout back to Command & Conquer. I played it a little bit off stream. I actually think it's pretty cool. Like, no game is perfect. Definitely has some things that I hope they improve over time, but I think we're going to have some fun with it. We'll probably look to do a little bit of multiplayer, and then also there's something hilariously broken I want to show you guys in single player. I actually want to start doing a little bit of a series like that. Kind of reminiscent of what Spiffing Brit does, where you just find ways to break the game. Because I was thinking about this and thinking back to my childhood. And that is the thing I love to do. And what's up, Trickster Boy? I love to see that as well. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. But yeah, as a kid, always used to love doing that. Like, I'd open Call of Duty, and every map, I'm like, how do I get out of these maps? You know, I was kind of surprised I didn't end up becoming a tester for video games. Thank God I didn't, by the way. Everyone thinks that testing video games would be fun because you find out how to break them. A lot of your work is documentation and doing monotonous tasks over and over again. Yeah, like... And then also, a lot of people who end up in testing get baited into testing because people tell them that testers become game developers or whatever. Like, there's a, you know, you can be selected for those roles by doing this role, and it's very rarely the case. Remind you of RA2? There are some things I wish were more Red Alert 2. But yes, I think it's a pretty fun game. Like, I think for a lot of people, it's a nice pick up and play. Will it get you 200 hours? I don't know. I don't think for a lot of people, but the campaign is pretty solid. I haven't completed the Dynasty campaign, but I did do the GDF one. Wait, did I just put predictions on? Oh, sorry. I'm going to refund points. You guys can do predictions again because I just realized I've done predictions for only 2 minutes, so you guys can't see in game. So I'm going to redo so you have a minute in game to see what things look like. Being an adjunct professor and leading to tenor. Hey. Oh, are we? Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on all the chats. Yeah, and then the other thing we'll look to do. So what we'll probably do is after this finals, we will announce a few details about the show match tomorrow because we are running another show match. Reminder, like, it's not just Thursdays you should be tuning in. I mean, you should be tuning in Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays if you love AoE4 content. But Fridays also featuring show matches, featuring some of the best players in AoE4 with new maps. New game modes, and goodness knows what else. You did hear me correctly. We are working on game modes. Poggers. All right. Let's rock it. Oh, I just realized. I don't know. Do people find it annoying if I do another here in the... Oh, we never done... I just realized. Oh, well, I'll post it now. I totally forgot to put it out on Discord because I try to wait until the games have started. But here we go. Let's get ready. Flip them around as well. One and all, we are back for Grand Final Showdown. And once again, it is Louis MT versus B. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a recurring theme. These two clash so often in our weekly formats here in the $9,000 circuit. For good reason. Talented, creative, a whole different approach. I mean, you need to look no further than the draft where Ottomans ended up being a first pick between these two. Won't be seen just yet in the series, though. Instead, B kicking us off with Sushi in the green, Louis MT on the Malians in the pink. A little bit reminiscent, I think, of the Roos game versus Malians that Louis MT just played against Anatan, where Louis MT was on the Roos. B gonna probably look to be the defensive party here, going into Pro Scouts and then into Castle Age, whereas Louis MT will likely try to take a more offensive route. I think this is a bit more free and more breathing room than opening for Malians in the Roos matchup, though, because the Scouts in the Roos matchup makes it so difficult to get anything to function. B will be able to sneak around that backside. For a second, I was getting worried for him. Playing on the hardest difficulty and missing a parry. Oh, yeah, we were just talking about Clair Obscure. Clair Obscure is a very interesting game. But, like, okay, so I'm of this opinion. Like, that statement there of, like, you know, playing on the hardest difficulty and missing a parry usually means you're, like, dead. Is that a problem, though? If you're playing on the hardest difficulty, should it not be hard? I'm fine with that. I don't know. I think a lot of games, a lot of video games we play nowadays. Sorry, I'm going... every time I use the words nowadays, I can feel grey hairs vibrating out and replacing the browns. But I do feel like there are so many games nowadays where the hardest difficulty is not hard. It feels like there's a difficulty curve or two that are missing. It's what you're there for. That's what I love to see. That's what I love to hear. Yeah. I thought that more games in the industry would have learned this from the Souls experience. Just how valuable it is to have games that are fair but punish you. Quite rightly so. I think that's the biggest thing people mistake. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's controversial to Souls fans. I don't think Souls games are inherently hard. They're not hard. They don't hold your hand. It's very different. Punishing and like hard is different. Like, if you think about it, you can make a game hard but really unfair. Like, imagine if you had to play Age of Empires 4, but you couldn't use your keyboard. We're just making the game pointlessly hard, right? Well, let's imagine you don't have tooltips now before you have to figure it out yourself. It's making it inherently harder. But I'm then potentially punishing you for things that aren't logical, make sense to you. For example, why is this meditation garden worth less than 1 mana in Age of Empires 4? How was I supposed to know I should have bought the DLC? Anyway, other side, we have got Manta coming in. It's going to be a similar resource generation overall. Slight edge to be here with his landmark, of course, going to get the 36 food, 25 gold, and then probably about close to 30 wood. Ooh, maybe less. So what's the game plan here? We can see that B is already prepping for the stables beginning. I wonder if he goes for racks instead. There are some matchups where you have to go racks. I don't think this is one of them. I believe both B and Beastie continue in the tourney. I mean, well, B and Beastie are already deep in the tourney. B's in the quarterfinals for EGC, and then Beastie's in the semis. So, yeah, you know. B already in feudal? Yeah, that's the Sushi way. Remember, the Civ techs up quicker on average than practically any Civ in the game because of how quickly they build, and also the fact that they get a 15% discount on age up. So, just a little reminder on Sunken Land, by the way. This is the map where you start with the baby veins and the 1600 gold. That's why both these picks are super high value on this map. Malians, of course, have gold gen infinitely, although having to build pit mines this tiny does break your heart a little. But for Sushi, same as China, it's all about that taxation gold, that supervision as well. It gives you a lot more runway than other civs normally get. I also think that Jean will inherently end up being a lot better on this map than French, similar to how I feel that way on Carmel. Because while having more villages can be good, as we've seen in plenty of games over the years, more isn't always better because it has a negative. It means you have to come out soon. I just looked in chat and saw "Punish Me, KP." This shows that my chat has matured and is a very grown-up group of people. Because most Twitch chats, you would have had to replace KP with Daddy. Question is, who's going to be the daddy in this one? How did you guys gamble? 82% for Louis MT. That is a lofty skew that I was not expecting here. And we are going to have pro scouts coming in for Louis soon. In the meantime, B wants to pick up the goodies, but is forced to go into the racks. So Spearman now coming out will enable him to do so. But other side, did we get a deer shove at all? No. Louis MT, this is the tricky thing about playing Malians. When you go for pro scouts, you're inherently slower than civs like China and Shushi. It's not just because they're so fast. It's because your scouts cost more. You don't have any way of rushing this tech here. Your tech timing is going to be definitely slower than these faster building civs. Usually your goal is to play anti-pro scouts. He did attempt it, but just a great read by B on the time with spears. Is the China tax system APM/macro intensive? Not particularly. In most cases, you scale up to 4 Imperial officials and one of your taxmen runs around in circles doing it, while the others are attached to supervise certain roles. Where you get the most APM involved in taxation is 1, the initial setup, and then 2, unit transitions. So, for example, right now he's supervising the racks to pump out spears, but now that he's bringing in the archery range, he'll likely want to move that guy over there to do Chugnu. So, just very important to remember those details. I do sometimes wonder if it would have been better from a developmental standpoint if instead of having the eye on top of the unit when it supervises, they put the eye on top of the building. So it's apparent to both the player on the civ and the player against the civ what the taxmen are doing. Louis, it looks like what he's going to be doing is Sofa. Yeah, we've actually seen more and more Sofa play in the early ages. A little bit tricky into Shushi because Chugnu can just shred through Sofa quite quickly. You don't get as much armor as French Knights. That's very important because French Knights, Root Knights, etc., they would start at free base, which means they could reduce the Chug damage down to its minimum, while Sofas take double the damage that a Knight would in the same situation while also having less health. It's a little bit tricky to justify these in the Shushi matchup. Curious to see if it actually pays off for him. Really, what you probably want here is the javelins. The spears are going to make it a bit problematic. B benefits a lot from these spears. Not only does it stop pro scouts returning, but it also allows him to play blocker to the housing. Two are going to be able to scare this away, so spear damage is going to start being done. Louis MT. Was he trying to play wide? Yeah, he's trying to block the scout grab on the south from B. Nicely done. Whoa, okay, yeah, so I think that was intentional. Louis MT dragged the spears away, which means the Warrior Scouts won the fight here. A fight they otherwise would have lost. And able to get away before they lose their lives in the end. So Louis is just doing his Classico. Louis loves to play this way, where it's more flank-oriented and he drags your attention left and right, dragging out the game to a deeper state. It's actually, I think, one of Louis' biggest upsides is when it looks like you've got him dead to rights, he forces you to react defensively. You might be wondering, well, if it's obvious I've got him dead to rights, why don't I just dive him? Honestly, easier said than done. Like, a lot of the time, you might feel that you're ahead, but positioning matters. And what Louis does really well is puts himself in a position where you feel more threatened. And B is trying to guarantee that doesn't happen, while also now blocking the pro scouts from coming back from the north. Nicely played. So that will secure this flank. That's going to be another 4 deer, 5 who wants to pick up this one. Louis' comm just really doesn't look like much right now. No, I guess he didn't want to go javelins because javelins feels bad against Shushi cavalry, considering Dali horses makes the horsemen really good at trading out there. And there was a lot of spears that needed to be answered, in fairness. My problem is if you're answering your archers, Chiganu can just have their day in court, acquitted of all charges, and all of a sudden you're bankrupt because archers will not win that trade out against Chug. The stilled arrow timing now. So B ramping up pressure. The crazy thing, guys, is how does he have an army that much bigger while being just on the cusp of teching? That is ridiculous. Yeah, it feels like the only thing that's maybe missing is a little bit of additional taxation, but that's the problem with scaling Chug. It does burn into your coffers. Yoinking the deer from right next to Louis' base now as well. Louis, who is going Fulani. Yeah, first ranch is in. I like this. I think Fulani makes sense. You just don't have a timing here. If you were looking for that timing, you would have started scaling javelins by now. You'd think that Mansa Musafadi could actually be pretty good against a lot of the Shushi's plays until you remember that Shushi has Chug. And Chug disintegrate Mansa Musafadi. Gold gathering back online. I think Louis knows what's happening now. It starts to feel a little bit dead obvious when you see this many people on gold. And whoa. Now you know what's happening. 16 workers on gold. Problem is, if Louis has to mirror tech up, he's not economically strong. He doesn't really have anything. He's got one ranch. Freeborn good against Jugs. Freeborn could be good. I think the problem I run into time and time again with Freeborn is it's a unit that's scary, but the real scare is if you overreact to it, if that makes sense. Freeborn is more, it needs to be countering something very clearly, or it's annoying more than anything else. I've watched players who go free TC ABBA get dove repetitively by Freeborn and still not die because the Freeborn just don't kill quick enough. And it's giving him out in the academy. Interesting. I guess the Sophist had him a little bit paranoid here. Possible that he's running out of food as well. And wants the extra efficiency there. What is going to be Fulani Corral? B's probably looking at just a rush timing into Monks. And that's the other thought here. Is that he can flood a few Lancers, scare off all the Sofas, and then rush out Monks every 12 seconds to answer. And, oh, there are the Lancers. 3 stables worth. Tech up is on the way, but so far it's only 4 cows in total. The tricky part with this build for Louis is that he's not going to have immediate bloat. It's going to be very gradual. The thought process, though, is that because you have Sofas already out in the fields, you can almost immediately go and attack your opponent. Issue I take of that is your opponent has built a sizable amount of spears, and by the time you complete your tech up, the Lancer count could easily just be the same as the Sofa count. Especially with that now coming in. Regional inspection is on the way. So this is the tech that increases the speed at which you produce units further with supervision. Because like Shushi economy is just so much better. It can be in these circumstances because the Fulani's not there. Once this gets set up though, he'll definitely be favored. The challenge is just getting them online now. Especially now that you teched up. If anything, B is going to be running towards your base looking to punish you in the middle of greed. That's why Lou's giving a lot of space. He knows he needs to wait for this tech in particular. Imported armors. Really big deal. I'm trying to hold a front line here. Archery upgrade is going to be quick. Courtesy of just the Malian ways. Ranged armor 2 is coming in soon for B, though. And there's that Monk Rush we talked about. So he has got it over here. Interesting. So instead of going for the supervision, he actually just went double monastery. Makes sense if he thinks he can get 5 relics. Like, in theory, it's kind of more efficient than using the Imperial Official. Even though the Imperial Official would pump I want to keep saying scholars. The monks out in 6 seconds, I think it is. It's either 6 or 9 seconds. It's really quick. Does Louis realize what's happening? It might not be entirely apparent right now. There we go. He gets info. But I don't know if he expects two shrines. I mean, in fairness, like 2 temples doesn't seem that likely because you could just supervise. Either way, what you should be expecting is all relics to be gone by 16 minutes. So he's on the clock. He either reacts to the play himself with his own snatch towards relics, or he rushes out to protect them. Or he just feels like it doesn't matter and camps for the Fulani to be full. Choices you got to make, right? Because if you want to try and counterattack and block all relics, probably not rushing these ranches up. So do you want Shushi to have the gold and you get the food? Or would you rather neither has either? The classic, if I can't win, no one gets to win. Blows up the house. And I don't want to hear anyone having a moral high ground, because I guarantee you've all done something similar at some point in your gaming history. Someone can I've never done that, KP, I'm innocent. And they'll find out in Call of Duty 4, you used to have the martyrdom ability where you drop a grenade. You piece of, those are the worst ones. They genuinely the worst people of all. I'm sorry, but it's true. Louis, we've reached the walling phase. Surprised it took 15 minutes, actually. But for good reason. The Lancer spam's getting pretty strong here. He also has Dully horses. This is just not a fight Sofas can contest 1-to-1. And he doesn't have the numerical advantage. So it looks like B is going to make it a 5-relic grab. Goodies are on the way home. Unfortunately, the Sofa time is going to be a little bit too late from Louis. Okay, and this could set up beautifully for Pagoda play. Especially now that he's got this. The 4K gold in the front line would give him everything he needs and more. Bolt magazines is being rushed into, so some desired focus on additional Chug. And it's going to be a Lancer, Chug, and Nuke comp, which I would favor over Sofa Archers here. Nice to know. Did actually intercept one of the relics. US and UK agreed a trade deal? Wow. This will probably not impact me in any meaningful way. Wait. How about they negotiate a trade deal with Twitch? They give us more sub revenue. Yeah, that would be the one. Mountain Academy, it was just the one. Single whip reform can be pretty nice once you have the farms online, just to rush around for attacks. I don't think you need it that much just yet. Does Louis feel like control slipping away? I think he already knew it was going to, which is why he started to wall. The issue is now it's just kind of a survival game until B runs out of food, which will happen. One of them is on Pro Scouts, the other one is on Fulani. He needs to be careful not to lose troopers, though. That type of fight is unacceptable. Sorry, let me do the proper... Unacceptable! Is that like the onion head person? Lancer's maybe a little bit overambitious, but Poison Arrow's not there, so should be able to minimize the casualties. Oh, sorry, lemon, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. Not the onion. The problem that you're going to have this idea your opponent runs out of food, there's still players on the flanks, and B could wall that in. So you have to always be present with the Sofa, or you could just miss the window entirely. Lancers. Looks like B is seeing a window here. Window of opportunity to strike. You're going to start poking. Has got to pull the spears back. Lancer's looking to break in fast. We'll do exactly that. Louis can't really afford to give over much ground here. Not all the troopers yet from B. There are more Lancers being held in reserve. Only 2/3 of them here so far. The stagger retreat begins. The problem for Louis is this ranged exchange is bad for him. Substantially better for B. It's just the repeated crossbows, man. I mean, they just do so much damage. 21 against guarded units compared to 9 against unguarded units. Just doesn't make for a great trade. The thing he's trying to do right now is clear the space so Sofas can actually engage. It's just taking so long. Chu going to rush in now. B could actually micro this to snipe the villagers and keep chasing. He's already at the ranches. And villagers are dropping like flies here. A 10 worker kill streak for B. And more to come. Practically no archers left alive. Louis MT, it seems like he can't hold on. B's found the perfect timing to break in and break the base. Sofas have to finally engage. For the Lancers, even if they're slightly outnumbered, just better quality. Chug now even assisting to guarantee they get the win. And there's just a long slew of troops making their way towards the Malian base. Chug still hunting for more worker kills, but even if this is all he gets, it should be good enough. The only worry is if he's absolutely out of food after this, how do you farm transition? But I don't think B's focusing on that right now. If he needs to, he can easily go on to flank resources like the berries, because now there's going to be nothing to raid him there. Like, truly nothing. There is one Sofa in existence. Was one Sofa in existence. And that's it. GG gets called. B with an insanely potent timing here on the Shushi. Able to swat away that Malian nuisance. Really good timing actually out of B there. And these players just seem to be getting so good at reading and then all in when absolutely mandatory. I think that one is like an uploadable game, to be honest. What's the focus point going to be? Playing against pro scouts is like playing a survival game. You almost just want a thumbnail of a homeless person like, is he out of food yet? And yes, this is the finals. Notice people on YouTube and Twitch getting confused. We are in Grand Finale mode. So BO7, that B is now leading after one game. I think we got plenty more games to come, especially when you look at the draft and some of the kind of key points here. I think China's going to play a pivotal role. Ottomans are still clear edge for B. I'm wondering how Louis MT is going to try to solve for that on Enlightened Horizon. G2, we are going to be getting Holy Island. So that would be one way to get back in this. Remember, Louis MT got the Gigabusted Knights Templar, and I know B, he knew this was inevitability. It was undeniable that it was going to happen at some point. We are 2.5 minutes out, which is perfect. I can set up 5-minute predictions. But the other reason it's perfect is enough time for me to remind you guys to make sure that you are downloading Opera GX. That's right, guys. If you have not, check it out. Look at this. Look. This is an incredible browser. Look. It's powerful enough to house my image without wanting to crash and burn and leave. But yeah, we've been using Opera GX now for a month and a half, something like that. We've done a previous integration with them. Really cool browser. I do like it. It's got a built-in VPN, ad blocker solutions. It's got nice features for you to limit the amount of resources it uses, because a lot of browsers these days are resource hogs. And I also just absolutely adore this. The GX Corner, with all upcoming game releases. Yo, there's like several games on my birthday. The big one, of course, that I'm pogging for is Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm so excited for that game. But yeah, if you want to check it out, !Opera GX, because if you do download it and create a new account, that lets them know that I sent you, and then that increases how much they're willing to sponsor us for, right? So tells them that, you know, it's a worthwhile integration. And this is already them renewing once. So you guys were superstars last time. Let's see if we can break the previous record. I think last time we got 300, and that was with a light streaming month. So I know you guys can do it. But let's get ready to get underway. Oh, and reminder, details about the show match tomorrow after this grand finals, and then also we have got the sponsor stream with Tempest Rising. I'm going to pin that now in the chat. If you want to help out, it's partial awareness. Obviously, I'd like to see sales conversions, so click on the link to just check out the game to begin with, but then, you know, if you like what you see when we're playing it later on, click through that link and maybe make a purchase. Do I play AoE4 off stream? I play the historical battles, not really 1v1s. I've been saving myself. We made that promise of, like, if we start reliably getting over 750 people watching us, we'd do a road to conk. So I didn't want to spoil it by, like, grinding off stream and then having a clear edge or whatever. I wanted to be true to it, you know? Excited for Doom Dark Ages? Yeah, dude. Like, the Doom Dark Ages just looks so epic. The fluidity of just putting, you know, sci-fi with medieval and demons looks really cool. And love that from Fletcher. Send stuff between your phone and PC with Opera GX really seamlessly. That's a cool feature I didn't even mention before. Smart lad. Road to Conquer's Mongol main? I think Japan. Might be Japan. Japan, or maybe if they like fix manners being boring, I'd probably do Lancaster. I find Yeoman to be a really cool unit. It's just I don't like their economy. It just feels very cheap. All right, let me update the overlay. One and all, he's here to save your pub games. That's right. Every once in a while, you forget to ban the maps and you find yourself on one that might have a bit of fish. And whenever there is fish, whenever there is water, Knights Templar are the irrefutable kings in Age of Empires 4. Makes sense. They got their ass kicked so many times in the Middle East and had to keep sailing back. The problem is, in the game, it does not seem fair. So B on the Order of the Dragon is going to try to solve that up against Team Elephant's very own Louis MT, the highest ranking player in China. And he's going to do so with a Dark Age Spear Rush. Yeah, we've seen, this is the funky thing about Knights Templar. There are some very powerful civs that people try to find a way of contesting water. But in the last week, we've only had a handful of Holy Land games, but if Knights Templar gets through, people's immediate reaction seems to be, okay, let's try and kill him with land units. So Gilded Spear is going to make his way across towards the dock. Tricky part is the counterplay to this is actually very easy. It's that you just pull a transport ship and build a dock over here. We'll have to see if Louis MT feels pressured enough to do that. If he was going to do it, his timing is already off because the Gilded Spearman hits like an elephant that is very clearly on hallucinogenics. Yeah, like 10 damage. It means 5 hits to kill. So Louis will have to walk all the way home. It's a long walk. He should be able to make it just before he dies. Probably takes 2 more strikes. Fix mana from being boring. Make them supply 1 resource where you can toggle. No, I think manas just need to be designed in a way that you can't build them in your base. I think manas should have an overlap effect like Hunted Cabins, or even to a further extreme. If you build manas near other buildings, it should function a little bit like disturbing the peace for a meditation garden. Like you lose resources for other things being nearby. Because the logic is that, like, you know, the mana oversees the farms and whatever, like, you know, cultivates the land. There's other buildings there, they can't do that. Makes sense as well. Like, you know, games exist with that logic. Like, for example, Anno has it where your farm areas, if you put things in them, other than like the wheat fields or whatever, it decreases your output. Anyway, B has increased his output to a 2nd spear here. He is now going for the dogs. Burn should be quick enough here, right? If he commits the spearman, sure. But B's up to something. What's he doing here? This is very expensive, actually, taking one of these spears like this. In terms of timing, because surely Louis, I think you can actually find a tech timing quick enough to save the dock here. It's tricky. So Torch does 18 damage. You attack every 2 seconds. So that's going to be 180 frames. 540 damage? Is that correct? Yeah, 540 damage across the tech window. So then you are down to, what, 700 and another 25 seconds. I'm pretty sure the galley can get out just in time to save the dock. He might set it on fire, but the spearman is based on RNG, wherever he gets that deep. Okay. So dock online, B has not added fishing boats in. That's now only starting. He's already got 1 out compared to the 3. Seem to be 4 here. Tricky thing is whether these spears are going to be able to deny pilgrims on land as well. They are pretty decent, but obviously a little bit slow. The other problem usually is that, you know, how do you actually guard multiple locations with gilded units? There's not many of them. The good news is obviously the split of sacred sites. I just don't think 1 gilded spearman should be good enough to get a pilgrim kill. Maybe if you intercept it really early. The reason I'm talking a lot about pilgrims is the part that makes Knights Templar truly insane in water. Like, the other details already set up a foundation for it to be a dominant force, like the efficiency around wood gathering. When you add in the ease of pilgriming, that's where this civ just rockets out of the stratosphere. Louis, this is interesting. He actually sacked the dock. He didn't go for the archer ship. And Gilded Spearmen have higher damage than standard Torchbearers. So I think standard Torchbearers are either 11 or 12 damage in Dark Age, whereas all the Dragon units are 18. So he has snuck that 2nd dock. Not the end of the world for him, but a little bit surprised he actually gave it over instead of just building an archer ship. For good reason, though. Louis MT is worried about those pilgrims. He opens archers here. Interesting. Yeah, because this has a ripple effect now. B started this by making it about land. Louis is just looking to finish it that way. It secures the pilgrimage. It then also lets you counter raid. And it means that you can just kind of inherently, for free, bloat your fishing further because your opponent's going to be forced to likely transition land units into something else like men-at-arms or horsemen here. Question about IE versus Sushi. What's the best wing and game plan most of the time? Just mass horsemen? Was Ibits against Sushi? Horsemen should do pretty well, yeah. I think, like, usually against that, it's dependent on spawn. If you get a back gold, you probably can finesse, like, a tech up. But I'd say against, like, Chug, the most underrated thing is, like, if there's a Chug all-in, it's going to have Spimmin as well. So the underrated play, because you're already defensive, is Golems in those situations. Not ship is now on the way. Louis, he just done it in a crafty fashion. Kind of tried to make it hidden here. The reaction, you can't go men-at-arms. Yeah, and he knows. You have to go stables. And men-at-arms will just get kited by the archers. Might as well get something that you pay the same price for, but can actually chase things down and even raid afterwards. So he's going to be Archer on the tree line. Archers aren't going to try to contest. You can see, like we talked about for Louis, it's just about securing the pilgrims, which he's already doing. Transforms into boat. Chugga, 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 chugga. I kind of wish we were like a steampunky game. I don't know why. Like the idea of this ship just seems cooler to me. More logical with like a little exhaust fume on the back. There we go. 130 gold in the bank. Archer ship. Let's go check in. B, already a step ahead, does have the strong ship, so Louis will have to just retract away. But he's happy with that. If B's not going to attack him, this is perfect, because it means you just keep getting pilgrims. And you're really seeing what makes Knights Templar kind of absurd on water. At this point, he should be 4 worker units down. He's not. And it's courtesy of the fishing. Like, fishing count right now, it's 8-6. B has closed the gap a bit, but... You know, it's why I rate Knights Templar really strongly on maps like Rocky River. Or even better, like Dry River. Kawasan, etc. It's the fact that one of the big balance points is meant to be, although they get feudal quickly, they do it at a big cost of worker count. Whenever you add in water, there is no cost. Just use your secondary TC, i.e. the docks. Thank goodness they did at least fix the French commandery. For some reason, the French commandery was actually increasing the production rate of boats, including fishing boats, which made no sense. Rack's resident of Louis. Okay, so yeah, just going to hunker down. I mean, he needs it if he wants to try and protect the pilgrims, because the way the pilgrims move, they are exposed on land for quite a bit. Love this from B, however. Gilded Archers at a quite early point. It does mean he's sacking water. Louis MT is bulking for a push. It was fun understanding macro and hybrid maps very difficult. Well, that's because I think there's a lot of extra strategies to be explored. And we're even seeing it here. Like, this is very different in the approach to what you'd normally see. The thing I say to people in these environments is you just have to be more explorative and playful. So do you guys want to know like the biggest difference between you fighting on the ladder in a game and a pro? You're probably busy thinking, how do I win? And the pro is like, or rather, better way of putting it, you're busy thinking, what is the meta build I should do? And the pro's like, what interesting experiment can I like concoct here? The best pros are like quite often the ones that trip over themselves the most. Because they're going through things that don't work to figure out things that do work. Well, they're taking things that do work and trying to finesse them to be more optimal. Yeah, I just say, like, in general, I think, especially with water for, like, the average player, taking a playful approach would probably make the experience more endearing. You're not always going to be right, but even when you're not right, the process is going to loop through quicker than normally it would. As in, you'll be done faster. Nice interception there by B, though. Does deny the pilgrims. Louis is squaring up on water, but he needs to be faster about this. He's feeling the pain a little. B already able to extract that pilgrim kill, slows down the gold count, which means Louis MT's boom ship count not as desirable as it should be. Gilded Archers are going to go into the clash, but the Horsemen really are the MVP here to try and take it strong. Meanwhile, Louis MT makes his way towards the fishing economy. B, he's only got a single demo ship to work with here. Louis MT will go for the dive in, and B, only one archer ship to protect with. It's going to be difficult. Does keep the Hulk alive. Pilgrim, in the meantime, is going to be hot on land. But triple demo pump now coming from Louis MT. This has to hit. He's starting to feel a little bit of pressure on the land side. I think B, maybe the Horseman just kind of contesting the wrong target there on the dive. Did cost him more than he liked. You fight on land, you fight on water. Yeah, but in that regard, the thing I'd say is, while there's more points for you to fail, there's more points for other people to fail. And guys, like really, the biggest thing we try to emphasize here, we're about it in the low elo legends, we're about it when we analyze at the highest level. It's okay to fail. It's natural. No one's perfect. Even more so with the mess that is demo ships right now. The cascade effect, if one of them triggers, it's going to half HP the others. Gotta be very careful of that. Nice intercept there, B. Did nice on the docks. We'll start burning it a little bit. Unlikely he can hang here. But Louis, what happened? It felt like he had such a good position. All of a sudden, B, now with the Springwood lead, pushes him away. Not just that, starting to stockpile some resources in reserve. I wonder, is there a world in which he tries to sneak castle? He has good map control, both on land and sea now. Just remember, when he plays this forward up, both Pilgrim slots, both Pilgrim options are blocked. Demo denial. B. Careful, boy. He just dives for this. Oh, my God. He used it against him. Even my brain forgot for a second. That demo ship kill just sunk Louis' fleet. The cojones on this buzzard. If a B had balls this big, it wouldn't be able to get off the ground with its wings. That's ridiculous. I can't believe what he just done there. The perfect amount of Springwood shots to use the demo against him. Landside B does have to back away, but an advantage now creeping. It's 8 Springwood ships just a free. And this is why the demo ships change has to stay, in my opinion. It makes the game so much better. Maybe it should be half damage only instead of full damage, but still, I think that's the thing that's missing the demo balance. I hate when people like nerf demos, make them weaker. That's a lame response. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call it how it is. It's okay to have things that are ridiculously powerful as long as they have trade-offs. You know? Like, why aren't the Teutonic Knights crazy? Because they are insanely slow, so they can be tanky and get more health and have a debuff armor. Same with demo ships. You know, if they're going to be impactful and blow up a fleet, they should have a negative to them. Unless if you misuse them, they'll abuse it. What is the abuse happening on this map right now? For the poor little KT. Knights Templar underpowered, need buff question? No, I'm not going to go there. Diving towards the gold, but the outpost is going to allow him to stabilize here. Chevalier Concret, no match for the Gilded Boys. And on the water side, you can see it feels like a losing battle now. Louis MT has got a demo coming through. Fortunately, B did not target fire that down. That would have hit multiple fishing boats as well as Springolds. So B a little bit distracted on land. We'll realize what he's done there and have to retreat. He's still holding reserves. Something that Louis is lacking. Springwood ships could actually get the snipe here on the Pilgrim. Not going to be quick enough, though. Yeah, you need to not hit with the archer ship first and then immediately hit with Springolds. Because remember, when you hit Pilgrims, they run. So they move quicker. Demos. Whoa, whoa, Louis. Hold. No, care. Oh! Oh my... That is surely it. Louis MT just obliterated half of his Springolds. I can't believe this keeps happening. That's ridiculous, B. That's a tech up right there. And this game is a reminder that demo ships function in this way is so much better. Oh my god, the stakes feel high on either side. Demos become a strategic element that needs to be wielded the right way. Insanity. B doesn't have strats, he just freestyles. Yeah, he's very transitional. He might have an idea going into the game, but it never sticks to the script. B is a very big believer in the idea that a good plan never survives first contact with the enemy. And he wields that better than almost any player in Age of Empires 4. Sometimes it gets a little bit crazy. But you know what's that saying? The line between crazy and genius is very thin. So the worker ship is getting intercepted, so nice. A pilgrim going through. They're able to retreat successfully with the age up now complete. All he needs is those upgrades! This is ridiculous! It keeps happening! It doesn't even feel forced anymore. I can't believe this, man. Louis MC on the unkillable Civ on water is on the verge of losing to a Civ that seems to have just been thrown into the forest alone ever since Pro Scouts got nerfed. All the Dragon's value to a lot of players declined after the changes with Season 10. But B finds a way to make them not just feel relevant, but lethal on water. Insanity. Louis MT needs damage now. He's looking for it on land. B is a little bit exposed there. Water, he's in full control though. The upgrades are already in for the men-at-arms. Veterancy for the Gilded Archers coming through in a few moments here. The villagers are getting idled off of the tree line, but there's no pressure on water side, so B doesn't get distracted and then caught. The villagers are being a bit greedy here, instead of just running all the way back to the TC, though. Wait, what? Alright, he says, if you hurt me, I hurt you more. Pushes on water again. At what point as Louis do you just stop building demo ships? Like, this is the thing. If it was still feudal and feudal, you could take that logic. You could assert that logic. But remember, when your opponent goes Castle Age, his Sprinal ships get 2 buffs. There's the Sprinal crew, and then there's the extra health. So more range, attack speed, and health. And you can't trade out 1 for 1. He just keeps retreating in time to do this as well. This bug, once someone has enough spirals, their opponents just can't use demos at all. You can, you just have to micro your demos wider. So it's like, it's another skill expression layer. And I know some people are like, well, that doesn't help the lower ranks. Like, it doesn't, I don't think it really matters as much for the low ranks. You know, if anything, it's probably going to feel more balanced at the low ranks because the interactions and low demo ship numbers. If they get to the size of like 12 demo ships, they were always going to scramble at one way or the other. At the highest level, it just means you have to finesse how you use demos. Higher APM reward, right? Split them up into groups of 4 instead of groups of 1 or 2. Loom T, what am I seeing? A Kingdom of Castile? A surprising affair developing in the Empire of the Templars. Meanwhile, on the gold, they're in trouble. Gilded Archers with the dive in. Men-at-Arms as well. Lou MT might struggle to hold on here. Meanwhile, on the water side, the demo is not going to be able to make it through, and he actually just calls it there. GG comes out. I think he was maybe getting caught out on the gold as well. He done it. B has done the unthinkable. He has beaten Knights Templar on water, and he does it against one of Age of Empires 4's finest to make it all that much more impressive. Let me know what you think about this one, guys. If you're low rank, mid rank, let us know. Like, don't feel ashamed to let us know your rank. Let me know what your rank is, and let me know if you would like to see this type of change, because I want to try to massage the devs into this. I think this demo ship change adds a lot more to track, but a lot more risk and reward to the interaction, which, in my humble opinion, is an overall improvement. I'll catch you in the next one. Gold and no. Yeah, but you won't play water either way. Let's be real, Punisher. Oh, yeah. It should not hit ally units. I agree on that. I like it a lot, but it feels like Louis wasn't updated about it. I think it's not as much that Louis isn't updated about it. It's just, it's very hard to consciously register something that's contradictive to what you've experienced for a long time. You know? Like, Think about the things you instinctually do without even thinking about it day to day. You know? And then remember how many games, like just imagine how many games he has played on water. But yes, that is a left side win. I'm surprised I'm marking that in today. Knights Templar losing on Holy Island was not on the bingo card. So B, now with a 2-0 lead. We have seen this before though. Do not fear for Louis. He is capable of comebacks. He's proven it time and time again on the verge of full defeat. And this is one he's very good in. Byzantines versus Delhi for game number 3. I've seen him unravel opponents in 10 minutes flat in this matchup. So curious to see what B's going to be cooking with here. And it is going to be on purest dry Arabia. Oh, we can put the 5-min Predicki up now? Yeah, let's do that. Maybe turn the friendly fire down with keep the idea. Exactly. You could start like 50% and see if that's good enough. Like 50% and you just make it not hurt allies. And then I think it's fine. You think it's very bad for lower levels? The thing is, and this is why I keep highlighting, like when people are like, oh, this is terrible for lower levels. Like in what way? Because you don't think they're going to play it optimally like high levels? Well, that's fine. They shouldn't do. Like you have to, a certain degree, understand that like your job as a designer isn't to make everything perfectly designed for every skill bracket. It's to make things reasonably approachable for every skill bracket. You know, imagine if Overwatch designed around bronze rankers and like top 500 simultaneously. Back in the OG Overwatch days, that would mean like Bastion was OP. Yeah, if you looked at competitive, he never got used. So like the thought process on that. And what is up, Finn? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it, mate. And welcome back to the Swarm. What a legend. But the thought process around that is like these features on a deep level to the extreme, low rank people are not going to use. And anyone who does use it and uses it well will move beyond your ranks. They're not your problem anymore, as they shouldn't be. I think it makes sense. And that thought process becomes a positive experiment when you disassociate this need for like proof of you being good or bad or whatever and just focus on what fits your rank. You know? Like, Mommy and Daddy might have told us all we can be astronauts when we were a kid, but the reality is many of us cannot. Make Mangonels do the same. I'd be curious to explore Mangonels doing the same. I don't think Mangoes by default should do the same behavior, but adjustable crossbars would make it interesting. Blizzard did lots of balances on SC2 because of pub stomping, though. Well, once again, so it comes back to the idea of balancing based on what is giga broken, etc., versus what is fun or not, right? And I think the demo ship change, because of the unfun nature of people losing most of their fleet to a demo ship, that's what they don't like. So if you make it a double-edged sword, I think it strategically makes the game better for it. And for low-ranking players, it provides more of a balanced way than just the, these are stupid, these things are OP, I hate them. All right, we need to flip sides, don't we? One and all, we just had a controversial talk about demo ships, and now I'm going to trigger another one. I think Byzantines can take a giant dump on the Delhi. Whoa. Okay, that's quite the statement. I should probably asterisk that and say Louis MT's Byzantines, because I've seen what this guy can do, and his timings in this matchup are so succinct. Each time I see him, I'm expecting the same thing. So if you've not watched Louis MT on his Byzantines, he plays it a little bit different in the Delhi matchup, leans very hard into Lombos and Horsemen as a timing. Curious to see if he's going to be doing that here against B, or if B can do something off the cuff that adjusts the build order, because that's what B is renowned for, is taking these more experimental approaches. And what Louis MT's build order and Byzantine Delhi is very good at is eviscerating the meta build order for Delhi. And look at that. We have brought it back on the land. So for those just watching this video after the fact, there's going to be one uploaded, which is a crazy game between B and Louis MT that just happened on Holy Island. And in that game, we saw demo ships damage their own players' boats. And I personally think that's a great change. Now, there's some discussions around mangonels and nester bees. And my take on mangonels and nester bees is there should be a level of damage done to friendly units, but one, you're going to have to balance that so it's only your own units and not allied units. Same with demo ships. But the other thing I would say is that damage should be locked behind adjustable crossbars. Because I think the thing is standard mangoes aren't OP. But like adjustable crossbar mangoes just eventually become the final form. Unless you're playing Delhi, in which case you just build elephants, because yeah, elephants need to do friendly fire, guys. I've decided. Stampede. I wonder if we'll get that deep. The way that Louis usually plays this, it's over and feudal. He has got 2 on the Sistine build, so we are going to have a rush on the level ups here. Makes sense. I find the Byzantine Delhi matchup, at least, you know, from a pacing perspective, is very intriguing. Both of these civs are some of the most aggressive at unit pump timings, because of the systems and because of the military efficiency that allows you to double the production speed. Allows you to see this kind of back and forth tug of war over who has military mass, which honestly is not something you often say at Delhi. Delhi is just the unsung hero of unit bloat due to the efficiency of their stables, racks, etc. with the scholars. Should Landsknecht do friendly fire? No, because they don't need that balance check. I think the balance check is reasonable around things that are considered to be way too good, of which, you know, for a lot of the community, I think Demos hits that, and at the highest rank Demo ships, while not OP, they are impactful enough that I think people wouldn't be testing to the idea that it should be a double-edged sword. But like on land, mangoes for sure, Nester bees as well, although Nester bees might be a bit more tricky to balance. So very peaceful to begin with. How are the predictions looking? 50-50 or close to. 43% for Louis. I think some of you have been watching the Louis MT games I've been referencing. Let's see which way he wants to play this. He's already up to level 3 assistance, soon to be 4. He's going all the way. Ah, he's going for the double merc pump timing. This is very Louis MT. So the logic behind this type of build is that you can wait to see what your opponent's doing fully before reacting accordingly. Because B is playing Delhi, and Delhi is all about pacing. They're not going to be slow out the gate. They're going to be rushing. They're going to be that racehorse that sprints and potentially burns itself out in the first 50% of the track. But Byzantines, Louis is like looking to be ramping up his speed around 40% into the track. Maybe doesn't keep maximum speed until the very end of the race, but between 40% and 8%, he's going to be busting it through. And that's something that you do really well with this mass system build because of how quick your mercenary pump timings come in. Same with Southern Limitane bloat if need be. Of course, we do have the Ghazi expected. I think for Louis, it'd be ideal if he could try to see what's next. By opening Limitane, he's likely to force the archers. And you'd think that would mean you go javelins, but the weird thing with Louis that I've seen he does, he actually likes to pivot into horseman longbow a lot. And the reason you liked AoE4 over AoE2 was that it doesn't have friendly fire. Well, the thing is, I'm not asking for friendly fire everywhere, right? Like, I think if you have very situational friendly fire on very powerful things, it allows you to have more impactful extremes, if that makes sense. It's like the idea of, you know, games that have a nuke. If you drop the nuke on your own army, it's going to blow up your own army. Still amused that Bismarcks get paid in olive oil instead of gold. You'd think it would be easier to carry the gold, right? Also, less issue of spilling. I don't know, I just get this image of inside the mercenary house, there's just a bunch of people just glugging olive oil, which is just weird. Oh, man. You know what I'm actually thinking? I think I figured it out, guys. So what's actually happening, and you can't see it because like we're a child-friendly game, but if you were to go inside this mercenary house, what you'd actually discover is that this is actually a Chippendales joint. That's what they're doing with the olive oil, guys. That's why they're willing to die for the olive oil. When Friday night hits and we're deep into the evening, the Mercs, they go clubbing. Full pump grind techno inside that place. Which does make you question what all those vases are really being used for. We do have the full extension, by the way. Systems are moving out to the north side as well as covering the south, so it will be level 5 systems soon. And we do have the Lombo pump. He's doing it. It's Lombo, Horseman, Limitane. This is the build we were talking about. Yeah, what's the... I don't remember... What's the new one? Was it Channing Tatum was in? I forget the name of the movie. The Magic Mikes. Yo, if it is... Let's go more modern. It's the Magic Mikes. I thought more people get Chippendales because Age of Empires is boomer age group, right? LuMT actually going for the Ford berries is quite ambitious. Well, Magic Mike fun time is almost over. The next Lombo group are ready to emerge on an early morning in 25 seconds. With their bows fully erect and ready to fire. And it's a good timing as well, because B doesn't really have much of an archer mass to contest at range with. Problem is actually, like, that's good for Louis. It means he can just focus more on the Limitane and the eco side instead of going Huntsman. Because the other thing that Louis does need to solve for soon is going to be Blacksmith timing. But that's the beauty of this build, folks. He's able to get those tech ups in 24 seconds. Absurdly fast for Biz. And good timing for Steeled Arrow. Undermesh is in, so B will at least limit the damage done. Sacred Sight is now going to be decapped. B did get a lot of value in the meantime, though. I will say where Louis has usually looked dominant with this matchup has been on Lipany. We've seen more Lipany games than Dry Arabia games, and the thought there is usually Lipany, EGC Lipany in particular, pushes the spawns a little bit closer together. Olive oil was popular in ancient Greece for a reason. I mean, come on. Like, you know, does it really surprise you guys that they had secret Magic Mike places called mercenary houses? Let's remember, this is the same great civilization that in their history, one of their gods was created by chopping the genitals off another infallible being and then tossing it into the ocean. You know. And let's not get started on Zeus and his spree banging people as a goose. Okay, so calming moment here. B, is he just trying to look for an age up now? This feels like usually what happens with a lot of players, where Louis gives them a little bit of runway on the gold, and then it's a case of, as long as he didn't give them too much, he blobs a big army and goes in. B's sensing the problem, though. Credit to him. Instead of just taking the greedy option, he's going to keep contesting this. This is difficult, though. His fight is ugly. Yeah, B. Wait, what? I don't know what led him to think that was a good idea. It looks like he was distracted on the south side, where even there, it's a reasonable trade out for Louis. Decamp to follow makes it worthwhile. I mean, this is crazy, guys. Like, the thing that's happening here right now, the longbow mass is at critical threshold. You don't actually have a solution as B. His army numbers are a lie. A third of it is scholars. And you're starting to see it, right? Like, this is something I think most people just couldn't envision. If I told you to pick a contract against Delhi, be honest, would you say Western, Eastern, or Silk Road? Because historically, most players have said Silk Road. And time again, it is played out the same way. Delhi gradually just win you out. It used to be because of Tower Victory, they could beat you with normal archers. Nowadays, it's because the Ghazi are able to just munch down the javelins here and there, and you don't get the all-in timing. But for longbows, you know, even though they're slower, if you can play that timing patiently, they're an overwhelming force for a win. Because they just have a much higher quantity of the jabs. Now, the other thing that's interesting here, guys, is the economy at this stage. B is drastically behind on raw value, or should be anyway. The system effect is adding in an extra 26%. So that's an extra 10 workers for Louis MT. He doesn't have much to contest that. He's struggling now to hold on to a single sacred site. I think B knows that he needs to find some sort of raid soon. Has got a lot of Ghazi to work with, and In theory, if the timing is right, this can hit hard because realistically, your opponent should be out of his base now, as we can see here on the deer. The problem is, you can see he's already got double outpost set up, and the Lombos are already in position. So if you go to dive him, he gets to do the same to you. We'll just freely march into the base. We'll start burning down the buildings. Lombos were trying to reach. Might actually force B to engage. Louis' count all of a sudden doesn't look that impressive, actually. What happened here? Oh, no, 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 no. The Scholar Pool, the Lombos aren't even one hit killing them. Limitane trying to get for the Ghazi, but the chain heal might be doing enough. Meanwhile, the Ghazi back in the base of the Byzantines are scalping those villagers. 6 down. Meanwhile, no damage done here. Louis MT's timing has failed him. I gotta give it to him, man. B played this so elegantly. We talked about that greedy tech timing that just feels so desirable against Mass Lombo all in. If you can do it before the mass up, which Delhi definitely can. But Louis MT, his accursed Byzantines will not do it here. B is able to push him away. And with that, he can go back for map control. Remember also, Louis MT likely to lose the Lombos in the retreat here. Those are not easily replicatable. Not at this stage, because he has 0 olive groves to his name. God damn. This guy. If I told you these two were in the playoffs, and I didn't give you their placement, if I told you them in the playoffs for the Elite Classic 3, you probably, based on what we're seeing here, say that B is already in the semi-finals. No, Louis MT finished top of his group. B came second in his. Now, you can weigh up the challenger both, but I'd remind you that Louis was in a group with Marine Lord, of all people. This is incredible, though. B now going to be lining up for the siege engineering. Doesn't want attack. He just wants more blood. What a swing. The power dynamics just look so good for Louis. You see the difficulty of that timing on the dive with Lombos. Also, remember, he had 15 on the icon, but had 10 in the fight. Not sure it would have made too much of a difference, but like it just kind of reminds you of the difficulty of reinforcing on the forward. That's why it's so difficult to end a game in Feudal Age. Now B maybe going in for the kill and blow here. Double outpost defense will add a little bit of firepower, but nowhere near as much of what B has. Louis MT's trying for a tech up, but B, he sniffs it out perfectly. It's happening again. These players, they just never let anything get through for free, it seems. It's so difficult to sneak one by them. And nothing to be snuck by here. Louis MT, Golden Horn Tower's halfway complete, and he's leading him right to it. He needs to make a stand here, but after these guys are dead, B's going to go hunting in the base, and he knows it. GG gets called. We are close to a complete sweep here. The only thing that could hold us back from it, save us from it, is the fact that Louis MT consistently puts himself in these positions to reverse and come all the way through. But the way B's playing, he's going to have to do it like he's never done before. Jesus, B, chill, brother. Longer stream, maybe? I need das content, yeah? B's like, bro, I really want to see you play Tempest Rising. No time to waste. I can't believe this, man. And Louis MT's got to be feeling it as well, right? Like, you have to get out of your own head of the feeling of like, well, if Knights Templar couldn't win a map, what the hell's going to win a map? Because that's the way it's starting to feel. So choose prediction. That's going to be a B win. We're going to Coastal Cliffs next. It's going to be Chinese versus Jean. So this is meant to be Louis' most powerful pick, in theory, at least from the draft. Jean on this map, though. If he gets a good spawn for the Barbican drop, maybe. I just don't know if you can actually do it against Jean due to how quick she rushes out into the map. But got a few minutes. I'll start predictions now and put 5 minutes on them. So you guys will be able to see in game. I also need to open the door because it is getting hot in here. Whew. All right, I think my cat is lonely. I just open the door and I can just see her staring at me. You've lost every prediction for like 2 weeks. Brother, can you like just... I need you to start predicting on B. Thanks. So that we can get a longer grand finals. Thank you. And I would run ads, but Twitch already automatically ran the shortest ads. So, oops. Might be a bit tricky. But beef me, thank you. Like, Faplop secretly has the power. He's single-handedly deciding how long this grand finals goes. Yo, we're democracy. I got one for you. Who thinks that Faplop should be mod? I've been thinking about it for a while. Is it time to give Fappy Poo a promotion? Let him in. I think we let him in. We add more wings. Faplop is my 16th favorite AoE4 person. Pog, that means he makes playoffs. That's like auto sign up to next week. I went to like right click and I remembered you can't do it that way. You have to do this. Big congrats to Faplop on his promotion. He now has responsibilities around here. Still feel free to give me money, but also enjoy the free work. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support all this time. And yes, you'll make a fine moderator. Huzzah. Might look to recruit 1 or 2 more as well. Yeah. Partially because, like, I know that there's always going to be things... Where, it's not even just about the band stuff. Like, usually I'll forget to do things like the... Like, update and title. And then there's, like, a mod that comes through. Selkar's like, holy crap, you can buy your way to mod ship in this channel? What's up, Selkar? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted, you legend. First time ever as well. Thank you. Appreciate you, mate. Hopefully the first of many months of support. Gucci's ain't cheap for babies. Hope you're enjoying the content there, buddy. Wait, did you give yourself a sub? Oh yeah, you did. You've been doing it for 2 months. Look at that. Going beyond. He's like, whoa, I gotta compete. I think, like, who's the record? I think Marv has the record now, right? Because we just saw him drop, was it 10 earlier? I think he's at 145. Faplop's at like 125, I want to say it is. Faplop's definitely in like 100 digits. Got some big supporters. If you guys can't afford to do that, by the way, there's always free ways you can do it. Just turning up is actually a phenomenal way to support the channel. Sharing it around, letting other people know these things are happening, because we're always doing content in the weekdays. And then also, just like when we're doing sponsored streams or sponsored integrations, like the Opera GX one's a free thing you can do. Or later on when we're playing Tempest Rising, hanging around and enjoying the vibes in the chat when we test that game out also helps. So appreciate everything everyone does. Every time you try some AoE4 solo games, you end up in LOL ARAM? Rogan? Oh, I'm glad I could provide some entertainment in the long days, Selka. I notice a lot of people do that. Like, nice. I must scream more so that your bosses notice. Like, oh, you're watching at work? 5 gifted or I yell so loudly you get fired. Alright, anyway. One and all, this is an absolute disaster. It's going to be a clean sweep at this rate. It rarely happens, and it breaks my heart when it happens, because between these two, it's usually so tight. We've got B versus Louis MT in the grand finals, Coastal Cliffs G4, and this is Louis MT's best foot. His first pick of the draft. He's on the Chinese. Meanwhile, B has gone to Jean, and I mean, with the way that B's been looking, I wouldn't write off a 4-0 here, but we were just talking with Faplop and chat. He's misgambled for the last 2 weeks every single time, so we demanded that he gamble on B, which means Louis MT should win this. If that does happen, it means that Faplop is the secret scriptwriter for Age of Empires 4. Yeah, so Coastal Cliffs are a really good map for Pro Scouts, by the way, but there's another play you can make, and oh, it is the perfect spawn for it. If you can do it quick enough. There is a Barbican here for double bore this player is super powerful for China. The problem in this matchup is Jean typically rushes the boar anyway, so it might not be on the menu. But if you could find that, you could drop a Barbican, say, around here, pull both boars, and then also shove the deer in. You'd have a lot of safe economy in the center of the map. And I think that's beneficial, because if you don't have to go pro scouts, you can actually get one up on John and see if that more likely than not is going to do it. What was the prediction to the end, by the way? The predictions were still 50-50. Despite those efforts to reverse cast a curse at all. Good lord. Yeah, crazy the way that Louis has been playing in general, that it could just be this much of a wipe. Imperial Academy is going to be on the way in. So LMT is always to be expected. He did go for the no Imperial official start. You can always tell basically within like 1 minute of the game, less than that, if China's going to do an Imperial Academy opening. Just look for the tax man. If you see 0 taxes, that is not China. So they have to do this to become China. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be 4 on School of Cavalry, including Sean. So that's more like 5 villages. So decent pacing on this tech up timing. Which makes sense. Like, realistically, actually, you can quite quickly get into a Barbican follow-up with this type of build with China. I wonder if he is actually going for 4 on gold, but either getting Barbican or Pro Scouts. This almost feels a little bit too heavy for Pro Scouts. You might run like wondering, hey, KP, that doesn't make sense. Pro Scouts is more expensive than a Barbican, right? It's like 300 gold compared to 200. It's timing, though. Like, you need the gold very quickly if you want to do the Barbican in this matchup. Deer is being shoved in. It doesn't mean that Louis is not doing Pro Scout just because the deer shove in. It just means he's removing variables for B to play around. Did he accidentally shoot one of them? Because I'm just looking at the map. I'm like, I don't think that was B. Maybe when he originally came around, he did. But it looks like Louis might have accidentally shot one of his own deer. So, minus 350 food. Then again, with the gold income as it is, this is Pro Scouts. So, it will all come home to him. Other side of things, B has got enough for the first night pump. Just needs to drop off the food with the force. Oh, 8 short. There we go. Final drop comes in. And no mill... Okay, sorry, no, he has got one down here. But he did go wheelbarrow, which suggests we're not likely to see Pro Scouts. Typically less desirable when you do go wheelbarrow. But considering he's on the straggler trees, I guess he is. Which feels like a very greedy opening. Wheelbarrow plus Pro Scouts. The other possibility is, yeah, this might actually just be a play into Lumber Camp archery range. Which is a really good comp to try and block China. Because China's inherent reaction to Jean is going to have to be spears. Because of the knights. But because you're doing Pro Scouts as well, you kind of cripple your follow-up timings. So Jean, if you're really fast off the bat with Archer Knights, you can stop all Pro Scout activities. And I think that's why it's really good for Louis that he pushed the deer in like this. It got it close enough that it's going to be very difficult now for B to completely starve him out. B just unstoppable? It's starting to feel like it, man. This has been clean. So, out of all the weeks, if there was any week where I believed wholeheartedly that it would be a 4-0, this is feeling like the one after game 2. B was able to answer the Knights Templar conundrum in such an elegant way. It's hard to refute that he just looks like a god of KPMM 23. And by the way, reminder, this is a big one. If B wins this week, he will be the most successful, without a doubt. He already is in terms of overall wins. B has 7 wins under his belt, beating Puppy Paw's previous record of 5. On top of that, it would be a 5-win streak, beating the previous record of 4, which is also held by B. Yeah, some people got to get in here and challenge him. Like, all right, so I'm just bluntly say it, like completely unbiased caster here, right? Now to say some bias, I kind of want to see B or Louis win Elite Classic 3. Anatan is another one in there. Like, basically, anyone who's been playing these weeklies regularly to kind of prove that you don't have to be scared of playing publicly. You can still come up with creative strategies behind closed doors, but you can use this as almost a playground for additional ideas. So yeah, bias caster. And that's healthy for the scene, and it's healthy for the mental state of like players worried about secret strats. Cleave's doing a lot of work here, actually, the targeting. Because B's yoinking away the deer, he feels a need to go after that instead, which means Jean is farming. Oh my. Big problem there. Archers now showing up, can easily clean up the remaining spears. So Horseman will target fire them down. But this is a little bit ugly of an opening. We did predict it with the Archer Knight into spears. Too probable. Jean, Horsemen are just kind of feeding her now as well. B messied this for the Chinese in a way they never wanted it. This was meant to be a clean grab on the front deer and then just like get into the brawl later. But at this stage, you don't really have that many units. So killing Jean is very difficult. You don't have enough to pin her in, let alone to just run her down straight away. Be maybe a slight overextension, but to get a few of the deer home, and also for the XP, maybe feels like it was worth it. Needs to make sure Jean doesn't die for it to be worth, though. The problem is he has no cleaves left, which I believe Louis knows. Great intercept there, though. That was beautifully done. With the Horseman gone, you can't keep trickling damage and then follow up the charges. So she's going to turn around for the charge. Look at the timing. That bar's about to fill, so it's going to be another cleave. If Louis turns around, it's going to be -1 and almost -3. And Knights might actually force him to turn around here. Jean is also faster. There we go. Runs in. B. No cleave. B. Okay, we're waiting until next game for it. Apparently, finally comes out. But now that is an overextension. So Jean going down. Good micro to get rid of an extra spin and to give a bit of XP. And an immediate buyback required. This is a weird Jean game, the way it's playing. You know, normally one side feels this necessity to take a break and rebuild. But we're seeing both of them just full device send it on less than 10 units each time. Crazy game. Right now, playing KPMM each week is working out for both of them. And I'm glad of that. Like, that proves that we're right. That proves that what we're doing is a good thing for the scene. Like, if players are actually taking something valuable from this, leveraging it in a way to make a bit of money, but also improve their rankings, but also improve their skill level, then that proves that KPMM has been an overall positive for the Age of Empires 4 scene. Villagers, uh-oh. B. Nice micro there. Takes away the injured one, but unfortunately does get stabbed down still. And we do now have the Barbican from Louis, but unfortunately, due to the timings, he couldn't go for that Barbican drop we talked about earlier. That has to be done very early. So it's just going to be a safe one. But Louis MC seems like he's got a safe plan here. B, the problem with these type of trades he took is he essentially sacrificed his castle scaling with knights for Jean scaling in feudal. And the problem with that is that Louis MT is done with feudal age. Castle just around the corner. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm having doubts on like the impact of KPMM. I think the thing I've talked about in recent weeks is like, what's next? Do we just run this back? Do we try and make it bigger? How do we scale this beyond what it is? Those are always the challenges I'm looking at because, I mean, maybe it's greedy to not just be like content with what you got. But I always say like, if you're not growing, you're stagnating because other things are growing around you. It's like my goal is to help Age of Empires 4 get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's always been my goal. That's why I've always talked about things like modding tournaments, community game nights, content creator events that aren't focused around existing content creators in AoE4. Like, all those things are key, I think. KPM qualifiers for S-tier tournaments? I'd be fine with that. I think it's a good way of, like, if you want to invite some players, KPMM is, like, a very reasonable metric to use. In an ideal world, we have enough tournament funding that we could have our own major events that would qualify for. We're just not there yet for that. So tech out complete. B in an awkward position here. He's not forward enough to actually do some real damage. Louis MT does have a little bit of a gap in choice here. Ooh, yeah, he's going to go Vet Horseman. Interesting that he didn't switch Lancers. I mean, the knight count isn't really that high, so it really is just the archers. And this is a quicker way of blobbing than going knights. Think you're growing by keeping this up? I agree. It's just I think this type of thing, like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in my brain. Like, there's probably a threshold where, like, the growth cuts a bit. Like, I'm interested in finding how we bring even more people into our amazing community. So that we can grow the directory as a whole. Grow the game as a whole, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, what makes sense strategically to help with that. Oh, the timing. The timing on that wall from B. That came in clutch. Gets it up just in time. He just pulled for the ball. Actually, already been eating quite a bit of it. Down to 700. So Louis not able to get that stab in. B's in a kind of a defensive reactionary stage as he's stockpiling resources for the age up. Level 3 John not too far away. But melee John, a little bit weird when your opponent's already castle. It's difficult to find the full impact you're looking for. Advertising is everything? I agree. And there's definitely extra work that can be done on my front on like how we advertise gameplay and everything else. But yeah. And you know what? Community support like that helps a lot. What is up, Anatan? Shout out to our boy Anachad. Was not able to get past Louis to make it to finals. But a valiant effort. Hope you had a good stream, mate. Louis still going Horseman. Maybe Horseman Crossbow? Horseman Crossbow actually makes a lot of sense here. So Horseman clears the archers, Crossbows deals with knights, Jean. And if you're quicker to your opponent, then he can't really mirror Arbitrary because it'll be too slow. Like long term, sure, Arbitrary will beat Crossbows, but it's the scale point. And it is going to be Guildhall, so B, that's understandable. There's no real value in Royal Institute here. When you're this late into Castle, you're probably assuming at this stage your opponent already has Crossbows coming. We can see it's not the case, but he has to play logically about this. He can't just punt, because if the guess is wrong, then he has a landmark with no real value. Now straight away into the Ordnance Company. Yeah, I know. Is he up to the Springald activities here? This feels like a Springald reaction. Ordnance Company into a few Springals to hold. You know, they are countered by horsemen, but it deals the spears, and then knights can answer the ponies. He's going to be forced to make a stand. A difficult one at that, though. John hides in the mass. Please do come out, but so much harder to get any kills. Nice body blocks on the backside there. The knights pulled to deal with the horsemen. The spears rotating around the back, and B, the knights are going to get wiped out. Jean up to level 3. But the army is going to suffer for it. Barely anything left alive at this stage. It's Jean versus the world. Can she crunch it down? It feels like it. For some reason, they're not targeting. Oh my. B. He's griefing him so hard. He kept pulling units to the other side of the formation, which is why you were seeing Louis scramble so much. He was targeting something, and then the target was moving deeper. So you got this really weird pathing happening multiple times. That was a sick hold. Okay, you know, this is exactly what I was talking about with being this series. We saw it in Game 2. We saw it in Game 3 on the understanding of timings and the ability to attack. The patience in Game 4 are there as well. And also just the out micro. Those microscopic details making an absolute mile out of this one. B, now, I don't want to say in a phenomenal position, but what should have been death's door, all of a sudden opens into a spring of life. How he knew what was being targeted as well is absurd. Jean's still kicking. Villager's going to need to leave. Almost does get the kill. Horseman can chase that down, but like once again, oh, I know what you're going after. I'm going to run it around. She will eventually die, but it buys enough time that once again, the army gets the win. Yeah, so like last fight, it was about using Jean to carry the army. This fight, it was about using the army to carry Jean. Sure, she still dies, but her death got so much value out of dragged attention there. I think a good way to help AoE4 is to add a bit more basics knowledge mid-streaming so people understand. I think we do our best with that. The problem is you can get very repetitive. You know, it's why I try to find different things to talk about in the openings. We've talked about some of these openings 15 times in a week. Oh, it's happening again to the back. Every time. Jean's just there. She intercepts the A-clicks. And these formations. The amount of just running that these ponies have done is getting ridiculous. So many unnecessarily dying because either the pathing or the targeting just not there. B just manipulating and getting full value out of it time and time again. Warlord's being triggered here. Won't be able to grab anything with it. Jean, meanwhile, holds back the reinforcements. And now we have the crossbow switch. So this is where B needs to be a little bit careful with Jean. Finding there's something that can actually kill us straight away. Simultaneously, Louis maybe shouldn't be running out without some sort of front line here. Oh, God. Yeah, Jean, she's got no cleaves. But she's still farming. Speaking of farms, this feels very risky, but Louis doesn't want anywhere near his base. He wants to be able to eventually wall this off. So a bit of a gamble at first, but that's also why I think Louis keeps fronting this fight in what looks like a very kind of furry way. He needs to draw attention here so that the knights don't go hunting for the food. Jean, just not going to die here. Waste so much effort. Even hangs in range to get the extra XP. This almost feels like an inevitable level 4 game. I know most games are inevitable if they go long enough, but the way it's trending, it's just constant fighting. Feels like one of the most fightiest Jean games we've ever seen. It is, for most of the game, just been almost like watching a MOBA lane with creeps running at each other. A new Rally of Knights. Always remember, B has got Guildhall scaling behind this. He is up against Song, so there's definitely kind of a tempo issue. He needs to find some sort of pressure. But that's more gradual, whereas Guildhall can be like a flashbang in a room full of armed men. Disarming. And walls are going up. We know Louis loves his walls. There's still a gap to ride through, though. Relic split is good for B. About to get even better. Able to deny all mid-map relics, so it looks like it's going to be a 4-1 split in the end. Second granary. Now coming up for Louis. He's getting there. B's discounts are allowing to compete a little bit here with the constant production out of things like School of Cavalry and the archery range at a cheaper pace. So don't look at this raw number and just assume that's everything. There's more going on here. Have amazing graphics. I think in general in video gaming, amazing graphics has been completely misunderstood. So most games that 4 years ago would have been considered beautiful because they made them like the Unreal Engine now look like crap because they're all generic. Originality with graphical style is more important than fidelity. Well, fidelity rather gets misunderstood as a word. And, puffing again! This has been constant. The amount of times that these units are just clambered around the wrong way. Unbelievable. I wonder if Louis just feels like it's not just him versus B, it's him versus B and the pathing in this game. Then again, like, credit to B in his positioning, a lot of these fights do force those weird interactions. Art direction better than good graphics? Exactly, because like if you're just copy and pasting out of a graphical pack, then like you lose your originality, you know? Like there's a trend with certain games at the moment that are AI art generated, and you can very easily tell. You know, because it just, I mean, it follows a trend. Same with, you can tell when someone's using Unreal Engine for their game and using the built-in assets or like a derivative. Because even if you use original assets, the problem is if everyone's using Unreal Engine 5, the lighting is usually the same. Unless you go overhaul and build your own system. Louis, he has not got springles, by the way, but that's against knights. There's technically nothing he directly counters here with these. I wonder if Nestabes would have been a little bit better, especially with Jean running around back like this. She goes straight onto the crossbow line, and the knights just chow on through. This is getting untenable. B in the position where if I put it up to a best of 21, it feels like he'd be the first to 10 with no games dropped. Louis, it just doesn't matter what moves he makes. B just seems to take it a step further. I mean, the micro in these engagements early. And then the strategic approach to these huge fights. At this point, I think Louis is close to being burnt to a crisp to asunder. P, just an unstoppable force right now. It really does feel like it would take a miracle, but maybe there is some hope. B has yet to make a farm transition. This is the trade-off of his position right now. Louis MT has been losing fights, but he's also been sequentially getting deeper into infinite food. 37 farms now. Now, B does have the guild hall, but that's a one-offer. It's not trustworthy. Not trustable. Do we know his ping? Louis' ping, I would say, is roughly the same as B. Usually these two play on, I believe it's US East, as that is the even ground between the two of them. And arguably, Louis MT is more used to playing on ping than anyone else because most of the top players are not Asian-based. So he had to get used to that. So a slowdown here for B. I wonder if he tries to just play Guild Hall into Sacred Site. He's got the gold access, so likely what we're going to be seeing here is villagers gather gold here, then drop Sacred Site Red Palace. And then you get a Cruise Stone to go for a secondary in the north. So that does give Louis some time to work with. Game feels like it's being oh so cruel at this stage when you see your opponent still scaling knights and the inevitability of that guild hall pull. By the way, Louis MT knows it's knights. Knows it's guild hall, rather. It's very obvious at this stage. With this many knights, no raw bloodlines. You haven't seen arbitrary, so like no crossbow spirits potential. Just makes a lot of sense that this was a guild hall. Louis needs a lot more crossbows to address this. SMBs aren't bad to have. Like, if you can slowly scale to 2 or 3, deals with the archers. B is looking to dispatch him now. I can't believe this. We're Castle Age, and we're about to see level 4 Jean. It's ridiculous. 200 XP away, which the size of these armies feels like nothing. Unnecessary knock at the door. Wait, is he wants the... He's taking the relic. The monk is in the base right now. What is happening? John does go down. That's huge. Lou MT removes the biggest threat to him. Pathing may be getting a little bit weird for B for once. Horsemen get pushed away. Nesta Beast does come in, but can't hang around here. B, it's just so many knights. More knights than there are actual crossbows. And it just feels inevitable that this is the break point. That it's going to be a 4-0 sweep. And a sweet, sweet good night to Louis MT. B will extend his lead. His win streak in midweek muster up to 5 weeks in a row. Weeks featuring some of AoE4's best while he's at it. But when it comes to KPMM, he's the irrefutable best. The monk finally goes down the base like, oh, I guess I'm not getting a brand new relic, huh? But I think B's kids might get some brand new toys at this rate. He keeps this up with KPMMs. We're going to be responsible for funding his kids through college. It'll be a long process, small budget, of course, but over time. Look at that. If it wasn't for Guildhall, you might believe with the income Louis could, but surely not. Like B, he hasn't dropped the red pass yet. Oh, he's going for the tree line. This is smart. Secures the sacred site, secures the golds. Starves your opponent out of wood. He's only got half a tree line left. And remember, the other threat factor now for Louis, Jean is inevitable. It's 50 XP away from level 4. I say it, because this ain't human. This is a monstric alien from outer space. Giga stacked. And about to be more so. Jean de Blas is ready to fire. Divine Restoration gets pumped. And it's going to be Strength of Heaven. We saw this before from him recently. He actually loves this one. So you can just Giga Buff a knife up to like, what, 600, I think 600 or 700 HP at this stage. And he crowns him. Crowns a king. Like 530 on a Royal Knight. Which one of us will you dethrone now? B, up in Imperial Age. He's even burning through the wall to open access to the farms. I tell you what, if Louis MT comes back in this, he's a miracle worker. Knights are just going to dive in again. Nesta B's a little bit too exposed. Just doesn't feel like he's going to be able to hold on anymore. Because next stop is going to be the farms. What? What is going on over here? It's just a race, but he's done. He's had enough. He has been beaten, broken, thrown in the streets. B, the unstoppable beast of Midweek Muster. Yo. Reported for bullying? What the f... This guy's a monster. That was ridiculous. So that'll be a GG and a 4-0 for B. Big congrats to him on a dominant win here in Midweek Muster number 23. How much is first place? First place gets you, I believe it's 175, 125, sorry, $125. Second place is $75, and then third and fourth gets $50. So it's adding up nicely for him. Yo, what is up, Selkar? Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much. You've given Marine Lord access to some goated emotes. Take them, Marine Lord. Use them far. Now, this is quite a short day, actually. I thought it was going to be longer. So, with that in mind, what we can look to do, we can provide much more entertainment. That's right. We got someone else coming. You guys know what we've got coming? Play some ones? No. I don't think people want to watch me in 1v1s. We have got a sponsor stream, actually. So, really cool of the developers to do this. Because, you know, wink, wink, I'd love it if Age of Empires done this for creators. We actually have got a sponsored stream. In before Dota casting, I'd love to, but I don't think... Like, the thing is, Dota 2, people don't care about podcasts. Lou's watching EU5 release stream. Wait, did they actually announce it? I heard there's like a stream today for European 5, but we're not focused on that. We're focusing on Tempest Rising. So we have got a pretty cool thing happening. So hold on a sec, let me update it. Grand finals done. So we're going to be checking out Tempest Rising today. That's right. You guys are going to get to see me play an RTS. They were kind enough to come in and actually sponsor us for a stream to check out that game. So I'd actually been playing. It's quite funny. Don't tell them, but I've already been playing it like before they contacted me. Jokes on them. They already kind of had me. But really cool game. If you're a fan of like OG RTSs like Command & Conquer, I think you'll like this one. They also have another DLC coming. So there's a third Civ. I don't know if it's going to be DLC or added for free, but there is like a third faction that apparently is getting added to the game. I just didn't realize this. Wait, you can actually use a control of Tempest Rising, or was that baiting me? I don't think we're going to do that. You cook in 1v1s? What, on like AoE4? I think we do okay. But that's something we promise we'll do in the future. By the way, if you also want to help in a free way, final shout I'll do on it for today, but Opera GX is with us for another month. Be sure to check them out. Exclamation Opera GX for free. There is... Did I pin the comment? Is it pinned? There should be a link. Also, exclamation mark Tempest Rising will get you there. But wait, the comment isn't pinned anymore. What happened to the comment? Did pinned comments just randomly disappear? All right, I'm just going to add it like that. That's weird. So. Oh, yeah. We had to choose manual unpinned. That's why. So we've got pin comment. We're going to be checking them out today. We'll also stick this on and we'll switch over to Tempest Rising. I think there was something I forgot. What did I forget? Oh, that's right. We're going to turn on a chatbot timer. There we go. So yeah, I think we'll do a mixture of like 1v1s and also, and whoa, that's loud. Sorry guys. We'll do a mixture of 1v1 action and also some campaign. And I might want to lower the audio settings. Sorry, that's quite loud, wasn't it? Okay, so like I said, devs reached out. They said, do you want to try this KP? Have a go over on stream, show it to your amazing community. I was like, you know what? My community is amazing. I think they'll like this. So check it out. I guess, like, basically it is the spiritual successor to Command & Conquer, who I'm a big fan of. Like, if anyone enjoyed things like Red Alert 2, Tiberian Sun, like, yeah, like, I think you'll get a nice vibe out of this game. So they do have the 2 campaigns. What do you guys want? Do you want campaigns or multiplayer? The campaign's interesting, actually. So I played through the GDF, and I found something giga busted. There's something, like, hilariously strong you can do. Portrait in the top right is your Steam picture, I assume? Yeah, that's me. Hey. I like how it just lights up when you go over it. But I think... I was doing the Tempest Dynasty campaign on the hardest difficulty. I'm not sure if they're fully for me. And yes, I did call my save Rebel Scum. Alright, 1's in chat if you guys want to see campaign. 2's if you will see multiplayer. I'm gonna let you guys choose. Because I'm diplomatic and stuff like that. So you got 1's, 2's. I feel like that's fairly balanced. Maybe slight edge for 2's. I mean, we could start off with some campaign and then hop into teams, into multiplayer. Let's do a campaign mission. We'll do a campaign mission and switch over to multiplayer afterwards. Okay. So this is Dynasty. They are the Rebel Scum. They're more like Nord from CNC. Oh yeah, I remember. So guys, should we do this one from the start? Do you want me to just complete this mission, move to the next? Because I just remembered I didn't finish this mission. Next mission or just restart this one? I guess it might be more thrilling to see me not have a clue what I'm doing. Because it's a brand new mission. So I discovered this, like... Nah, I'm not... I'll do it this way, because, like... Then you guys have context, because otherwise you don't have context. We'll do main menu. We're going to do... Let's do GDF. We already played through. But something that's really cool with this game, by the way, is that you can go back.
I told you the council was...
Oh, whoopsie. Oh, no. Can we not go back? Yeah, we can. You can actually go back for the missions. You unlock things you can use from the armory and doctrines. So you can basically, like, you can pimp your Civ and go back and then try things on the missions again, which I found really cool. I'm weighing up whether we actually show you guys one of the late missions. So I don't know if it feels like spoiler alert to do so. I kind of don't want to spoil it for you guys, actually. I don't want to go, like, ultra newbie early. Maybe we do something like Retaliation. Yeah, so I found a really broken combo. I think you might like. So there's these 2 things here. So, like, you have drones. And drones are a little bit ridiculous because, like, they are your anti-tank units, but there's the entity that controls the drone and then the drone. And drones spawn for free. And what I discovered is if you take this, you can make all your drones fire lasers, and then you can increase your laser range. Can you guys guess where this is going? So we're going to do Retaliation. I think this is a really good mission to do, because I noticed people struggled with this on Insane. Because this mission, like, zergs your base like crazy. So you really have to get it right on what you're doing in the openings. If you guys have questions as we go, let me know and I'll, like, explain things. I love these little, like, intros. I think they really wanted to capture the OG Command & Conquer in terms of it feeling like, what's the word I'd look for? In, like, the epic military-esque versus the individuality of, like, you know, later Command & Conquer games when, like, had characters like Tanya or Yuri, right? So I kind of like that they didn't punt it into the deep end of like, yo, here's this over-the-top extravagant character for the first entry. They focused more on just like capturing the world essence, which I think they've done a good job of. Let me know if the audio is too high, by the way. Okay. So,
all right, Commander.
We are going to get bombarded quite a lot. I like the idea of double refinery.
I'll be able to send you support from the air. We don't have long. Do not give them the city.
What we want to do is we want to probably get an engineer or two out. So some of the engineers can do, they can repair buildings, but they also can build structures for your boys to get inside. So what we want to do is build those quickly. These are shield maidens, they're anti-air, but they can also heal your tanks and whatnot. But like our goal is to take out all the enemy anti-air while also defending ourselves at home. But yeah, the reason I thought this would be a cool mission to check out is legitimately it's the most complained about mission. The amount of times I like read people saying like it's OP or whatever was quite comical. Ooh, are we missing? Yeah, we're missing. So there's a tech you can get that makes you resistant to Tempest damage, and we apparently do not have that tech. It would seem. It's quite surprising because we're losing a lot already. We should not be losing this much. Oh no. This mission's much more challenging if you don't have the Tempest resistance. Because this bar, that red bar on my units, if that fills out, you take lots of damage. Oh no, they've got the machine gun boys. Okay, so we probably want to go build these. I'm going to try and like wing through it even though I haven't got the anti-Tempest thing on. There's something in your loadouts you can get that makes you not get those charges that stick you in the red. And it's very important because if you get that, you don't really take much damage. You're a lot safer. So we're going to start getting laser turrets. So the build orders for like these two civilizations are very different. With Dynasty, you have to like click something and then place it afterwards once it's constructed. Whereas I really prefer GDFs because you can just like queue up loads of things like I'm doing here. So just like fire and forget on my constructions, which is nice. Drones are always nice to have. There you go. This is what I was talking about with the engineer. So the engineer can set up these nice little guard towers. You do need to use intel, which is like an extra type of currency. But the whole point is that usually you want to get your hands on grenadiers, which we don't have yet. So we go with this build called the satellite uplink. That'll give us access to these grenadiers. Can you go pro scouts? Don't need to, baby. I gather and bring it all home. How far can you zoom in? Pretty far. This is a bit too claustrophobic, though. I think graphically they've done a really good job of it, though. Like, for an RTS, this is very, very detailed. It's, like, detailed, but simple in a good way. You know, like, they didn't force an over-the-top graphic style. Like, they just done it in a logical way. So we want grenadiers in here.
Enemy units approaching.
We should be getting units approach from over here. I screwed up by not setting up more things here. Oh, wait, no, wait, what? Ah! I was wrong. I was wrong. Mayday. Oops. Wait, did you? Alright, guys, I'm not gonna lie. This has gone so wrong already. Did they update this mission? Because I feel like they... I remember this mission. They attack you here, here, and then over here. I think they changed it. I guess that makes it kind of quirky. So we want to get some grenadiers, otherwise we're going to die. We also want comms rig. Riot camp, or riot van rubber is perfect.
Commander, sir, awaiting orders. On your command. Proceeding. Reporting.
Alright, I would say, while not in a perfect situation, I have got the rebel scum exactly where I want them. They will not kill me. I am safe. Was that enough opium?
Unit ready.
I almost sounded believable. AI insanity? Dude, you gotta beat him on the hardest difficulty. Okay, so these comms rigs, I can deploy them and they'll increase my movement speed and attack speed. So yeah, now in this like area, they buff me. I remember the area being bigger than this though. Alright, we'll need a second one. We'll deploy it over here. But I do want the... So the other thing that this game has that's quite interesting, it has kind of hero units. So like you have a riot medic that's quite tanky and can heal very well. So there's an interesting kind of hero element on both sides. We talked about the Tanya thing before and like them not fully having that, but they have elements of it. And we do have a secondary objective to use the comms rigs to deploy mines. We'll do that in a little bit. I'm not rushing it because I want to make sure we've got enough troopers and defenses. One thing I did notice that I don't know if I'm just like a muppet and I missed something. It would be nice if there was a way. When you build new production buildings, you get extra tabs here, which is very different than Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer, the way it is like you have more production buildings you produce quicker. I wish there was a way to have them all just like on a single tab. So the only way you can do that really is like by control grouping, really. Oh no. Uh-oh, that might be a little bit too much from the air. Are we screwed? All right, I'm gonna go back. No, like I'm legit going back to a minute. So, because we're definitely missing something. There is literally a tech that you need. I need strong word. Okay. No, I just came back to the same one because I'm a muppet. All right, well, you know what? Screw it. Screw it. We'll commit. We're gonna actually commit, and it's probably a bad idea. But we're legit gonna commit to trying to do this without the tech that I'm talking about, which is quite a disadvantage. So those air units, they put a debuff on you, and when that debuff fills out, you take crap tons of damage. So you want, there's a like loadout ability you can get in the campaign that removes that. It removes that debuff from being applicable to your let's bring this over here. To being applicable to your vehicles. And when I say it's like a big disadvantage to not have that, I mean it's a really, really big disadvantage not to have that. Now, one thing that I would say makes the GDF campaign easier probably than the alternative is that you can manipulate unit behavior because AI has a weird desire to attack drones over their pilots. So you can kind of cheese them in that regard.
Unit ready.
I might, like, I usually just settle on one of these towers. I think I might just spam them, though. Uh-oh. My precious buildings. Whee! Oh, dude, they have changed the mission. I kind of like that, then. It looks like the units now come from random directions, whereas they used to be predictive, from what I remember. Uh-oh. Yeah. Where is my medic? Yeah. We're gonna get our medic to use a hairdryer on everyone. Yep. You get a puff, and you get a puff, and you get a puff. I do find that animation adorable. I quite like the idea of more tanks. We do need to get our hands on this specialist pod because we need to get more of these shield maidens. Because otherwise, especially without that debuff protector, the anti-air is so mandatory or we die. Another thing I like is when you got destroyed base, you can just deploy these little things because you use that intel system I was talking about. So you generate intel by fighting, killing units. This is the thing, this is very different from Dynasty because Dynasty just has currency here, whereas this intel is a secondary currency type to use abilities, which I like. It means that you kind of have to do things to get access to your extra stuff, right?
Ready to support. Gliding over.
Oh, we were gonna use you. So our secondary objective is to lay mines. You want to do those so you unlock more currency for the campaign to get better abilities.
Insufficient funds.
We are poor, filthy, stinking poor people. It's unacceptable.
Commander.
Oh no!
Unit is under
That was
attack.
expensive.
Cancelled.
That was 2 tanks worth of cost.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
God damn it. This is why I need more people to subscribe. I can't afford those losses. God damn it. I'm so annoyed by that. How dare they? Okay, so this is going to be a giant wave. So yeah, this is what I love with the drones. You can do this. You can just manually move them away.
Unit ready.
Oh my god. No. Okay, I can confirm they have definitely updated the game. Dude, they never used to do that. Oh, wait, no. Those ones I think do, because I remember correctly, those Dynasty units are air to ground. They can't attack air. So that does make sense. But, like, if a unit can attack the drone, they prioritize the drones. That was, once again, very expensive. Let me show you how to easily do this mission that everyone's struggling on. Is kind of, I feel like I'm not making it look as easy as I was talking about. Oops.
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's get more guard towers. I think, like, I haven't tried just the mass guard tower strategy on this mission.
Keep with me.
Yeah, I did notice when I was playing for the campaign, some of these missions do feel very kind of like guard and then go on the offensive. More so with GDF than with Dynasty was my vibe. Oh, sorry, I alt-tabbed out. I don't know how to turn that off. There should be... Because sometimes I alt-tab out to, like, check something. I think there should be a way to... No, that isn't going to work. I think, like, the window full screen just doesn't let you keep audio outside. I think. Oh, well. But yeah, we do have everything on Epic, by the way. Courtesy of our banging PC. It's medieval Total War 2. Not quite. I'd say you were close.
Unit
But,
ready.
you know, like, we don't give participation medals here.
Scouting. Style control 10. Up we go.
Alright. Yeah, we're going to go for, like, the full Gary.
Speeding her up. Roger that.
And we're just going to keep spamming out drones, occasionally Grenadiers. Grenadiers are, like, super powerful because they just wipe mass infantry. So, like, Grenadiers and Guard Towers are really, really good. Off by 8 centuries. I think it might be more.
Unit ready.
Maybe more.
Training.
Ah, and we want the Shield Banes we talked about.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Where are you approaching from, sirs? Kind of. Oh, yep, there. That would be where.
Incident report as soon as I can.
I love it when they just try to kill buildings and you've just got this guy XDing over here. Oh, no. The AoE damage on these things is quite frankly nuts. So, like, anyone who's struggling with this mission, there is a tech I was talking about that lets you ignore that Tempest debuff. And I would very much, if you're struggling with these missions, I would wholly recommend getting that tech. Oh, I just wasted one on that. Because I don't want to say it trivializes it, but it takes a lot of the ridiculous difficulty away. I imagine this game would be... I think the campaign would be super challenging to do, like, a no doctrine, no armory, as in none of your buffs in the, like, campaign mission, if you could use none of them. I think that would create a pretty interesting challenge mode for this game. I am always out of money. So the problem is, because we stuffed our opening, we're a little bit slow on reaching the ramp point where we can leave the base. Normally, I would have been out of the base by now, from what I remember this one. Yeah, it has been a little bit...
Unit ready.
a bit slower. Because I need to get the defenses up. Is it campaign only or multiplayer? There is campaign and multiplayer. And there is an additional campaign, apparently. But yeah, if you guys want to check this out, use the link that's pinned. It lets them know that I sent you. Even just go check out the page. You might see something there that intrigues you and makes you want to buy. I've played through this campaign once, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. And I have, like, how many hours? I'm going to check. Yeah, dude, I got 14 hours. And I haven't, like, done the Dynasty campaign yet, so it's pretty good.
Enemy units approaching.
We need tanks. I am super paranoid about the air. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, wait, no, there we go. He's going to take out some of my stuff. Leave me alone.
Unit ready.
Okay, so we should be able to just, like, nuke most of these guys.
Unit ready.
Uh-oh. You guys gonna fail me? You might fail me. Yeah, you can actually, like, repair through quite a lot of pressure, I've noticed. So where's my specialist at? She's over here.
Unit lost.
Uh-oh. These guys are really tanky, by the way. Go, my boys, go. So yeah, we're gonna do that because it does actually... Oh my... Bruh! Yes, the idiots, ignore me. Get him! I believe in you, you little gremlin. Oh, thank God the AI done a goof. Okay, like, shout out to the devs because, like, the AI had some really silly loopholes that I think made the campaign easier than intended. Still challenging, but, like, easier. They've definitely improved that. Okay, so we wanted to undeploy, place mines quickly while we can. Yeah, like, I think the main things that I've noticed that I'd maybe like to see improved is around control grouping. It's smaller things. Like, I think as a core experience, I've had a lot of fun with this game. And it's like, I've had a Command and Conquer itch I've wanted to scratch for a long time. So shout out to the devs for that. They've done a really good job. I am feeling a little bit money starved right now.
On your command. You got it. You got it.
I think we need more static defenses.
Constructing.
Yeah, this corner is like a weak point for the air dives.
Ready to roll. Acknowledge.
Secondary objective accomplished.
Okay.
I hear you, command. Route received.
Where is my medic? Heal that one guy who survived.
Coordinating your forces.
Brought the game, but still need to play it. Trying to update my Knowledge Watcher streamers. Yeah, I mean, let me know if you got any questions. I don't have all the answers, but there's definitely some key things I've noticed.
Keep with me.
Ready to move.
Like, engineers in multiplayer feels like quite a strong thing. For a
Awaiting
start.
orders.
Where are they coming at? Where are they?
Receiving.
Hovercraft reporting.
I'm apparently meant to be being attacked. It's actually more worrisome than that I'm not getting my face pounded in right now. And there it is. That'd be why. Bruh, no, my harvester. Those aren't cheap. No.
Awaiting orders. Hovercraft
Wait, I just clicked for these guys to come. Why have they not come?
on your command. Watching the sky. Prepare to deploy. Systems online. Commander.
CC's fine. Might get a riot truck. They're really good at dealing with mass infantry. Yeah, you see what I mean? The grenadiers, like, on the choke point are super effective. Okay, these drones are kind of XD right now.
Construction complete.
Because the minigun guys keep attacking them.
Insufficient fund. Our base is under attack.
Engineering.
I feel like I just have no money.
Ready
It
to
is a
roll.
sad feeling.
Prowling. Understood.
Ryan Medic reporting.
Operator. No problem.
Yeah, my army is just baby levels right now.
Ready to support.
We definitely lost a lot with those opening... I wouldn't even call them gambits. Those opening whatever we dones that put us really far back. Kind of wish I just restarted the mission and then, like, would have made this quicker.
Confirmed HQ. On my way.
I think the biggest challenge for people is just, like, executing the opening waves in this mission. Oh my god, like, this is... I have created the most cursed choke point. It's just about, like, if we butter the sides of the tank, we can get out. The perfect kind.
Location received.
Alright, so there's... usually on campaign missions, there's money hidden around in different places.
Rifle ready.
Oh, need to be careful of that.
Engaging enemy.
Flammenburgers are dangerous, yeah?
Unit ready.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize I brought the engineer. I think he just followed us. Like a confused puppy dog. No, don't... No, flamethrower doesn't beat a tank. Come on.
You need me?
Training.
Bruh.
Units.
Oh. No, 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 no. Leave me alone, you piece of... Well, crap. And oh my...
Harvester is under,
The Tempest spam is ridiculous.
is under attack.
I think I might need to restart this mission.
Unit lost.
I'm sensing defeat.
Base is under attack.
I don't like the taste of it, but I can sense
Shielding
it.
Caduceus. Understood.
Unit ready.
The problem is I just don't have the money anymore to mass an army to do this.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack.
Like, I'm almost tempted to stubbornly stick to this. Like, very stubbornly. I think we just, like, we restart. So, like... we will solve. So that's insane difficulty. You can see it's actually not as easy as you think. Or maybe I'm just a noob. I don't know. You can give your honest opinion. So, here's what we want to do. There is a tech that makes that mission quite easy, I'd say. It's this. So all vehicles become immune to Tempest charge. So if you have this, that big, huge burst of damage that was coming in won't happen. I wish we still had the lasers, because I'd love to do the bonus range thing, but I think we can kind of still make that work. Let's do this. So you buy these abilities and you equip them. That's what tripped us up before, is we didn't have those abilities, and I didn't realize. And we also want to have... How many points we got? 4. So you get these doctrine points to give different abilities. So like, for example, this one lets you build structures quicker. Harvesters work quicker, which I like. Comms rigs now generate build radius. Or the beacon and all buildings have extra health. Marked enemies attack slower. I like this one. So yeah, marking gives intel. You mark enemies with different abilities, and it like generates that intel stuff that we're using to like place repair points and stuff. All lasers have 20% increased damage and tag enemies as marked. So this is like this tree here, if you play for the campaign, I think this can make insane difficulty a lot easier. Because of details like that. Like now, all laser units do more damage. And marked enemies also attack slower. And on top of that, lasers mark enemies. So if you then come into the armory and you take all drone units fire lasers, I think you can see where this is going. We're going to have a laser disco. All right, in we go. Hardest difficulty. We got this. So there are briefings for each mission. But I'll let you guys explore them yourself. Let's rock and roll. We already saw this before. All right, we got this. Hype it up, chat. No fail. Straight win. Big pogs.
All right, Commander.
And I love the way the interface comes in at the start of missions. So we want to get a second refinery. We're going to want to get a few of these.
Do not give them the city, Commander.
And then we want an engineer straight away as well.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
On your command. Targeting systems.
Was it start air units or not? Red alert? It's kind of that. Like, it's inspired by Command & Conquer games. So yes, it will have a CNC vibe. This is literally, if you have that itch, Tempest Rising is the game to get. Okay. Wait, I'm still taking Tempest damage. What? That's meant to not affect me anymore. I'm so confused. I definitely equipped it, right? Like, I distinctly recall equipping it. That's very weird. I don't know what happened. Yeah, we're kind of missing a key thing here. Boom, boom. Oh, yeah, by the way, shout out to whoever designed these levels. They love explosive barrels. Like, whoever created these levels, everywhere has explosive barrels. The guy was crazy obsessed, and I kind of respect it.
Construction complete.
Uh-oh.
Awaiting orders.
Alright.
Keep with me.
So let's get rid of that guy. We'll switch this over to marking projectiles. So these can either be anti-infantry or they can generate, like, the marks. Marking's important because these tanks, these hunter tanks, do more damage to marked units specifically.
Unit ready.
And yes, there's 2. We're playing the GDF campaign right now. There is another campaign on top of this. We are going to start going for the drone boys.
Training.
How many harvesters? I'm at 3, right?
Sir.
3's not too bad. I don't know if we really need more right now. We're going to get our turrets up.
Ready.
I think turrets, like these turrets that you build might need to be slightly nerfed. They like insta-deploy. They're very, very good.
Moving out. Operator. Rifle ready. Yes, Commander.
Unit ready.
Okay, so
Style, control, damage, and aggression.
I think I should have had an extra grenadier. I also didn't place them close enough to the edge, but that should be fine.
Unit ready.
Grenadier.
Okay, so I'm gonna have this guy build another turret over here. You can get grenade turrets as well as an alternative, which work quite well. But we talked about building. Yeah, there's enough defenses there. I think we're gonna want
Constructing.
more over here. to deal with the air. The air is the biggest killer in this game, in this mission, I think. Like, I'd estimate most people fail this mission because of that.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Oh, and you almost just want to always move your anti-air
Complete.
to wherever the attack's going to come from the air units. Okay. We pop out one of you, pop you in. Well, apparently I'm being attacked. I just don't know where.
Construction
Oh,
complete.
and of course, as soon as I move away, it comes from that side. So yeah. I'm gonna bait him.
Scouting.
Should dive me.
Awaiting orders.
Nice. Got him. Get baited, sucker. Throw your grenades, children. Be all you can. Wait, probably shouldn't say throw your grenades, children.
Under attack.
Infantry. Yes, sir.
I think I might do this and have like
On your command.
the grenadiers go in the front one.
Reporting.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Command. You got it.
And
Commander.
these guys in support. Not really sure if having that many like standard rifle guys is worth it.
Commander.
Engineers can also just repair your vehicles. It's just using the shield bending's ability is much more efficient.
Construction complete.
So we can probably let's not do the tanks yet. We're gonna do comms rigs. They are very handy. I did put the command on for the timer, right? Yes. Nice. So what am I missing? Oh, I could probably start sniping these guys down with
Infantry.
these guys.
Rifle ready. Sir.
Cheese them. I'm gonna have to find a way of expanding out soon. So preferably I want to get into my specialist pod now to deal with the air.
Researching.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Sir.
Yes, boys,
The
yes.
comms rig can
Oh, they
coordinate
can't quite
other
reach.
units through local
Yeah!
areas for improved vision and rate of fire. It can also
I like that when units are almost dead, they
Use
can
the comms
temporarily
rig
get
to
like a
prepare for enemy assault.
damage reduction by like going prone. Another thing, by the way, for anyone who likes the old CNC games, this game does let you run over infantry as well. I think it's just sometimes harder. They also have a thing where like there's a maim thing of like if you ran over a unit, you get slowed down temporarily. Yes, running over units is a big thing. There's even bigger types of vehicles that can run over smaller vehicles.
Unit ready.
Okay, it is going to be over here. We do already have a strategy, so we're going to have this guy in position. He's going to attack these guys, and then I think that should aggro, maybe? It did aggro, just not the way I intended. Okay, that's fine though. You see what I mean about that opening being really important? I still almost lost that, by the way, good lord. Oh, yeah. Blow up the barrel. No! Oh. In fairness, I didn't bring enough tanks here. It's kind of my bad.
Base is under attack.
I also didn't have my buffs over here. By the way, this game does have a pop cap. You just might struggle to reach it in some of these missions. I like that though. I like that it's not that easy to just max. We should most definitely maximize the thing that isn't population locked though. Yes. All of the static D. There is no limit to the tower defense game. Why do RTSs always share this, like, I don't know, design flaw or rather loophole? I just realized I've actually had these guys in the, I don't mind that, in the racks. So the GDF Raxes can actually garrison units inside them. Reminds me a lot of like Imperial Guards from another game. So I'm gonna place these guys here like this. Alright, we're like doing well though. I think we're trekking towards a push out very soon. Just like, and maybe this seems boring, but like remember we're playing on the hardest difficulty, so strategically you should kind of have to do what we're doing. You can't just rush out all willy-nilly.
Training.
Yes, command. Spinning her up. Roger that.
Insufficient funds.
Can you murder more people, please? Yes. Good. Good.
Unit ready.
End him. Kill him. You have the high ground.
On your command.
It's one less annoyance to worry about
Enemy
later.
units approaching.
Okay, so after the next caution, we'll do the bonus objective. You want to do those to unlock new abilities. Let's refund that.
Insufficient funds.
Oh,
Commander.
Need to be careful, my boys. Go, little drones, go. No, no. Oh, crap. Oh, no. This is a bad time. Come back next harvest. Thank you. Uh oh. Well, that was unfortunate timing. You never pay attention to your harvesters. Look, anyone who's played enough CNC games knows you never pay attention to your workers. Wrong type of RTS to pay that much attention. So we'll turn the drone mode off.
Acknowledged. Proceeding.
That definitely hurt me on income. I kind of want to push out. We talked about using the comms rigs now to go do this. Let's do that. Never deployed this one either. We get these all down ASAP. Also, the mines will probably slow down the next push, which is nice.
Secondary objective accomplished.
Nice. That was a very manly way of saying nice. The squeak made me sound so much more manly.
Sir?
Did we not get the right pod? Oh.
Insufficient funds.
Yeah, this is like the problem. I have nothing coming out because I have about a dozen things being paid for at the same time. I'm a very cost-efficient gamer.
Commander?
Yeah, you want to have comms rigs, really, like, to get that attack speed buff. I think it matters a lot, this Civ. Or faction, rather.
Complete. Structure upgraded.
Okay, structure upgraded. We can get our medic. Nice thing about the medic is it actually doesn't cost anything. You just use, like, your points.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Uh-oh. Something tells me I'm not going to like where this is coming from. Oh, yep, it's going to be that way again.
Fire! Fire!
No, stop scudding my base, bro. Blitz. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Ooh.
Yes, sir!
No. Why do they keep attacking the left? Why? How many harvesters do I have?
Our base is under
Bro, I have one harvester.
Cancelled.
Oh my god, the harvest is not bountiful. We need to start harvesting the maidens. I don't know, like sacrifice someone to Imhotep. I need more resources. I don't know why I'm taking Tempest damage. Like, we took that ability to make it not happen. So we shouldn't be taking Tempest damage. It's definitely making this harder. What's up, Voldy? So now that's like... so I'm stuck. Am I stuck in here again? Bro, I feel like I'm stuck in here again.
Standing by. Taking your position.
Alright, control group, beta. Because we definitely aren't
Is
alphas.
under attack.
Oh, yeah, you have to be careful, because if you drive in the Tempest fields, your vehicles can stack charges and die.
Training.
Like, I guess I'm going to add in another harvester again. Because, like, you know, Giga Chat Gaming, got to add in a harvester to lose a harvester. It's just basic, like, macroeconomics, bro.
On my way. Location received. As soon as I can.
You watch. I can already tell I'm going to get freaking caught. Oh, no. No, leave. No! Okay. Save. Oh, crap. No! Why? Why are they so broken? They're so broken! Oh, my God.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Leave me alone, damn. AoE damage that stacks Tempest, which blows you up faster. I can't with that. No, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Please. Oh my god. You leave me alone too. Please. No. That's so expensive. I don't get why the ability that I equipped is not equipped. And I'm getting ever more confused by the lack of that ability. Like, because it's just... That ability is the difference between winning and losing this mission. At least easily.
Unit ready.
Oh my god.
Constructing.
This aircraft is so toxic. So I'd love to push out right now, but I kind of lack... units?
Funds.
Ready.
you know, like, j'ai de la petite problème, but we maybe do not have the units to go do damage. So I'm having to skim the bottom of the barrel here.
You need me?
This is a baby army compared to what it should be. I'm not feeling confident about this. You know how I began this like stream piece? I'm like, I'll teach you guys how to do this mission.
Construction complete.
Don't you feel like you've learned so much?
Understood.
Scouting.
Location received.
On alert. I hear you, Command.
Hold it there.
Oh no, I'm getting Tempest charges
Losing
again.
ground.
So this is nice when you just like tank everything with the heal. Almost everything with the heal. Oh, this is what I was talking about with these guys, by the way.
Unit ready.
Tank track beats everything.
Medic reporting.
All right, let's move.
Stat. Understood.
Yeah, then the lesson here, chat, is that they can't threaten you if they no longer have a functional spine.
Take it down, but don't leave the base undefended.
Very educational.
Caution. Enemy units approaching. Training.
Uh-oh, please tell me. I swear to God, if it's from this direction again, I'm just gonna cry.
Our base is under attack.
Okay, it's not. It's over here. Which might be good, might be bad, because I don't have much anti-air. Oh God, 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 oh God. No, 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 no. I feel like these shield maidens are way too expensive to lose. God damn.
Ready for
Our
contact.
base is under attack.
Holding ground.
Establishing uplink.
Making tracks. Target confirmed.
Commander? Reporting.
Our base is under attack.
Okay, so we can just deploy the heal. Healy voice.
Reporting. Commander.
Uh oh. Ugh.
High command.
Our base is under attack.
Loading shell.
Okay. This is not fine, not fine. It was fine. Oh God. It's the, they just do too much damage. Oh God.
On your command.
No, 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 the
Where
buffing.
you say.
I think that was a vet tank I just lost. I'm not happy. Oh. I feel like this is still too loud, right? It sounds loud to me. Let me know and we can adjust.
Unit ready.
I don't know. I'm so confused why my no Tempest charge ability doesn't work.
Unit is under attack. Unit lost.
Because it's like legit the reason we're losing right now.
Ready to roll. Closing ground. Vehicle reporting.
Run them down. Run them down.
Receiving.
Oh.
You got it.
Yeah, so you see that slow I was talking about. If you run over too many people,
Your command.
it turns out like if you roadkill too many corpses, there is a high risk that they will get stuck
Understood.
in the wheels of your car.
Holding ground.
Caution. Enemy units approaching. Training.
Shield and Caduceus.
I'm still confused why I don't have that
Base is
buff, man.
under attack.
Ready to roll. Got the command. Prepare for ultimate.
Because like we restarted and put the buff on and I still didn't have it.
Everyone positive?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's just crazy. Like, it's crazy the way they can just dive the counter and kill them.
Watching the skies.
They make it look so simple. Oh.
Our base is under attack.
Keep with me.
I feel stuck.
You need me?
Like, really stuck right now.
Systems taking new position.
Closing
Doing those
ground.
objectives is like going to be very annoying because it doesn't get easier. I just don't have enough money. Well, we can gather money there. I don't know why they're going all the way over here instead.
Got a job incoming. Attention, deploying. Ready and waiting.
Maybe just do more static defenses.
Unit ready.
and camp my guys inside all of them.
On hold.
That might be the
Deadlock
best
canceled.
way.
Commander?
On call. Confirmed, HQ.
All right, we need to wait for a next attack, and then we can ride out afterwards. Yeah, this is like I don't know. Like, maybe I just needed to hit
Complete.
an equip button, and I didn't hit an equip. I think. No, I don't know why. Like, I don't know why those abilities we used didn't equip.
Caution.
It's puzzling.
Enemy units approaching. Unit ready.
Prowling.
Riot medic reporting. As soon as I can.
All right.
No problem. Placing sandbag. Affirmative.
So it shouldn't be the east side this time. If it is, we're being scammed.
Caduceus. On dispatch.
Oh, there we go. Okay, go for that. This is like actually the best place to be attacked, I think. Maybe. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know. You had to shoot one more time, didn't you?
Our base is under attack. Cancelled. Insufficient funds.
No. My turrets.
Training.
Is this Lancaster Civ? No wonder they OP. Bro, I wish I had passive income right now.
Sufficient fund. Our base is under
It would make this much easier.
Ready to move out. On my way.
I don't know why. Like we're doing this in ultra hard mode though. I'm kind of like in some ways partially stubbornly committed now. You know what I mean? You're like, well, I can't let it beat me now. You know? Okay, I think we just need to get
constructing.
more turrets. We are a tower defense game.
Yes, sir. Building.
Insufficient funds.
Incident report.
We have a small gap we can kind of ride out, but
Stat.
Training.
definitely gonna need the comms rig.
On dispatch. Location received. Holding ground. As soon as I can.
I need
Location
more
received.
money.
On my way. Confirmed, HQ. Stat. You need me? Ready to move out. Understood. On call.
Construction complete.
Hovercraft reporting. Anywhere you
Problem
say.
is, like, you have to deploy it to get. I wish that the buff came from it being nearby, but you legit have to
As
deploy
soon
it
as
each
I
time.
can.
Okay,
Unit ready.
we definitely need even more defenses.
Constructing.
That became very apparent and obvious based on the last dive, especially over here.
Unit ready.
Ready for
But for
contact.
that, I also need more money. Uh-oh. I may have overbuilt.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
No! Ah! Okay, gee, dude, I'm so dead.
Units.
I'm
Our
so
base
dead.
is under attack.
I'm so dead. Please, this is not.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Training.
Vehicle reporting. Combat ready. Making tracks.
Keep with me.
Our base is under attack.
Gliding. Repair pods deployed.
Do what I can.
You do have more range than the boar tanks, so we can kind of use that.
Base is under attack.
Oh man, this is.
Is under attack.
All right, I'm just dying on this mission, aren't I? What are we missing? It's just. All right, I'm gonna press one more time, and if it doesn't equip the abilities, then I'm lost. So we come through here. We are on this mission right here. We went to Armory. We equipped it. I distinctly recall that we equipped it. So it's the ability down here. This thing here stops the Tempest charge thing, which is killing us hard. That's worth 3 points rather. And the other thing we went for, we should have been shooting lasers, which we also weren't doing. So that's now equipped too. We equip. We close. We open. We close. We equip. We're equipped. We're equipped. And then we also weren't getting the marking. It's like we were giga weaker than we should have been. So if I click deploy now, if this doesn't work, I don't know then. Because you're meant to have these abilities that you can equip. to change the way you approach things and whatever. And in this case, actually make this mission like feasible. Because it's very, very, very hard
All right,
without
Commander. Base
that,
is yours.
that
Check your
debuff remover.
defenses and get a comms rig online. If you can knock out the enemy SAM sites, I'll be able to send you support from the air.
Okay.
We don't have long. Do not give them the city, Commander.
So we want to go second refinery. We usually build it like back here. I wonder,
Enemy units approaching.
maybe over here.
Construction complete.
Where else could you build it? Would be useful. Maybe here. That might actually be better. All
Affirmative. Targeting systems. Understood. Acknowledged, command.
right, we'll find out quickly if this works. Because if I start getting Tempest charges, then it's like GG is chalk.
Training.
Hovercraft reporting.
I'm also gonna want them over here.
Ready to roll.
It works! So look at the difference that makes. Because when you get the Tempest charge debuff, your unit can't attack and it moves slower. Like there's a lot of crippling elements. So that has actually like changed everything. Barrels. Make everything explode. Da, 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 da.
Firing all targets.
Oh. Oh, that suppression's painful. Frag him. Frags out, big boys. Okay.
Sir?
So we'll start getting our towers up. Alright, like... I don't know if people are like, oh my god, I can't believe restart, but this is the one. I am confident now.
On your command.
But like, I kind of like that like these missions have that kind of challenge to them at certain points.
Construction complete.
It was a nice thing about it as well.
Ready, sir.
So we haven't got the next tower ability yet.
Watching the sky.
We might get attacked over
Acknowledged,
here.
command.
A little bit of a tick on the throat.
Sir? Sir, yes, sir.
Construction complete.
Sorry, yes, sorry.
Engineering.
On the move.
Placing sandbags. Acknowledged.
Constructing.
I think this side gets attacked last, right? You remember, chat? I think it was last.
Taking your position.
You guys, I don't know how I feel about the infantries. At least in the campaigns, they felt quite redundant.
Construction
Then
complete.
I guess it's about the marking more than anything. The marking's pretty handy.
Constructing.
This game has a good tutorial.
On
What
your command.
do you mean?
No problem.
Commander. Moving out.
Single player is the tutorial, baby.
Caution.
Who are?
Enemy units approaching.
Setting it up.
Oh, they're coming over here.
Is under attack.
Oh yeah, this is good. Uh-oh. Oh my god! No, 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 no.
Got it.
Bruh, my little soldiers. Big Sarge.
Watching the sky. Repair pods deployed.
Nice.
Sir.
Alright, that's a clean, easy wipe.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Infantry. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Wait, did you?
On your command.
How can they see me? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure they should not be able to see me right now.
No problem. Yes, sir.
Okay. Whatever. Let's go ahead and do this. Feels weird jump, but okay.
Ready to support.
We wanted... I think you get specialist first.
Training.
Free comms rigs. I think free harvesters is good enough. I don't think you really need more. You just... If you get more, you're just going to burn through your safe resources, like, almost immediately.
Building.
Building.
Affirmative.
He sounds so happy, doesn't he?
On hold. Cancelled.
Little does he know. We're probably going to run him somewhere that's going to get him killed.
Acknowledged.
Monka.
On your command.
Unit ready.
You got it. Affirmative.
The comms rig can coordinate other units through local comms for improved vision and rate of fire. It can also lay mines. Use
Nice.
the comms rigs to prepare for enemy assault.
Hovercraft
I like that timing. That sounded like they just completed the sentence, but I'm pretty sure it just warned me there's an enemy assault, but in a very baited way. They're like, use the comms rigs to prepare for enemy assault. Guarantee people got baited by that. Unless it wasn't. Okay, maybe there wasn't an assault.
Unit
Okay,
ready.
so I got baited. Joke's on me.
Constructing.
One laser turrets around here.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Now there's an enemy assault. Yep.
Gliding over. Moving.
Unit ready.
Commander. On way to location. Radar.
Construction complete.
Probably put it a bit deeper.
I hear you, command.
Okay, I feel that we are gonna slay this mission. Ignore those guys. Like, those are not representative of how we're gonna do in this mission. Ignore their screams. It's just a gust of wind in the distance. Full feng shui, no worry. Okay.
Receiving.
I reckon
Anywhere you say.
we can actually go like this
Watching the sky. Understood.
and bring the boys.
Construction complete.
The boys. The boys.
Shield maiden standing by.
Insufficient funds.
Blazing mines here. Comms tower. Rogers.
Unit is under attack.
Oh.
Reporting.
Whoa.
You got it.
Not like this.
Sir, yes, sir.
Jesus, that hurt. Nice.
Taking new position.
Wrecked him.
Proceeding. Keep with me. Dropping repair.
Construction complete.
That's not like wrecked them, not wrecked them. Didn't just roundly say bump for no reason.
Synchronize.
Structure upgraded.
Just to clarify.
I hear you, Command.
Okay.
Patching you through.
Targeting systems on. Yes, command.
On alert.
Affirmative.
Nice. We squishied him.
Flush out.
Watching the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Let's confirm.
All right, we do drone spam now. I love drone
Unit is
spam.
under attack.
We're not even in the most broken form, but like it's hilarious what you can do with them when you skill them. Wait, did you? How do we lose any units to this guy? What?
Receiving.
Nindy?
Ready to support.
Oh, I think it was the engineer.
Keep with me.
Well, it's his own fault for being overly enthusiastic about repair. Oh crap! Run.
Understood.
Commander.
Why is it always on the side that I'm pushing out on?
Ground.
Oh god.
Standing by.
Unit ready.
Not like this.
Pull out.
Wait, what? No, the puffing! Oh my god, it was slow to figure out where it needed to puff. Oh. You see what I mean though? Like, this is actually such a doable mission when you have the Tempest resistance. We tried it twice and got absolutely annihilated. And then the moment we like have the resistance,
Let's move.
I don't think it becomes trivial, I just think it becomes doable.
Incident report.
Alright, you guys want to see my favorite strategy?
Base is
It's
under
fun.
attack.
He says in a very sinister way.
Watching. Dropping repair pods.
It's like Tempest Rising's version of a clown car, actually.
Unit ready.
So we're gonna get something called the riot van,
Unit ready.
which is an anti-infantry unit,
Yes, Command.
which is also very tanky. And we're just gonna shove all the boys in there,
Training.
and then we're gonna build another riot van. I think you can see where this is going.
Coordinating your
Yeah. So it turns out in this game, in general,
received.
drones are very good, and putting them in a mobile unit is even better.
Unit ready.
I think you can see where this is going.
Radar coming online.
For AoE 4 gamers, it's like a Malian transport ship, in a way. Feels like it anyway.
Ready.
We're gonna have some fun.
Ready to move out.
Alright, in you boys get.
Unit ready.
We're gonna keep spamming lots of these guys. Maybe a few engineers, because you can always put them in.
Construction complete.
So you have a mobile repair crew. We should probably go for even more static emplacements, because there's going to be a lot more aircraft coming soon. And I would rather not get hammered in by them.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
So now I have a mobile drone squad.
Set. Receive.
Pretty good, right?
Affirmative. Kick it.
There's a better version.
Let's
There's
go.
actually a much better version,
On
which
the road.
we will get to.
Training.
Alright, where they come from? Oh, they're gonna dive in. Yep. Uh-oh. Get inside, get inside. We defend ourselves the easy way, not the hard way.
Understood.
Watching this. Repair pods deployed. Dropping repair pods.
Yes, I love it when they come closer. That's right, boys. Need them. Okay,
Insufficient funds.
so we are out of Funduru.
Ready for pay.
Our base is under attack.
So now,
Affirmative.
Unit
we can go and do this. time for drive-bys.
Roger, command. Let's go.
Training.
I see him. Let's go. Heading in. Everyone buckle in. Receive. Hold the line. Receive.
And stun.
Target spotted.
Ah, yes.
Right there.
Much easier.
On the road. Kick it.
Oh no, they're killing my drones.
Heading
Oh, it's a shame that these things don't just redeploy. There's just a little guy with a spanner in there. It's like, okay, yeah, we fixed it. This one works too.
What do you need?
Oh no, they broke my drone. Good thing we have more than enough scrap parts in the back here. Let me just go the. I think it is still a bit too loud, isn't it? And guys, we're gonna snowball the crap out of this.
Units under attack.
Let's build more.
Roger, command.
This is now our command group. This is our world. This shall make them shall ride through the sky and mount the moon. Is that the statement? I think that's the statement.
Unit ready.
The chosen. And the funny thing is, like, these are also anti-infantry, so they deal with that crap quite well. We could also bring the comms rig, because the comms rig will then buff all the drones to attack quicker. But the whole catch here is, like, we haven't even got the best form, guys. The best form,
Let's go.
and these are tanky against tank shots, by the way, as you can see. The best form is legitimately when you get your hands
Units approaching.
on the next mission, you have enough points to get an ability which increases the micro
Unit is under
micro laser range by 30%. It is pretty good. Let's run this away a little. Yeah, they still don't actually prioritize repair drones. If you're in multiplayer and you see these things being dropped, prioritize them. Otherwise, you're just giving your opponent free repair in a fight.
Our base is under attack.
Heading in.
I do believe
With me.
we can start rolling objectives now, chat.
Shield maidens. Gliding over.
Now, this might seem broken, but there's a population limit. It's just so high we don't care.
Unit ready.
Roger, command.
Go. Oh no, not SAM sites. Feel you can... Oh wait, I just remembered. These might be a problem.
Received. Targeting systems.
Why are you not attacking, actually? What?
What do you need?
Yeah.
Everyone buckled in. Heading.
And now we just heal.
Ready to roll.
And now we Lamau. It's just so many drones.
Unit ready.
This is Heathrow in 20 years.
Standing by. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Roger, command.
Oh wait, did they get aggroed? Oh, even better. Let's kill them too. Yeah.
Stay back. Roger, command.
And this is the thing, like, as you scale these, it's an even quicker answer to the infantry. And then the vehicles just get destroyed by the drones.
Unit ready. Training.
We have reached our de fromage. It is ultra cheesy.
Ready to support.
Bien.
Proceeding. Understood. Taking new position. Not a problem.
Turns out RTS are much easier when units cost nothing.
Located.
I am not paying anything for these drones to redeploy. I'm just waiting a tiny bit of time. And like, it's not really that crazy of an amount of time either, if I'm being honest about it.
Base is under
Not from what I can recall. Oh, you see what I mean about that Tempest resistance though? Like, think about how hard this was before we got that.
attack. Our base
Now it's
is
much
under
better.
attack.
Received. Affirmative. Affirmative. Watching the skies.
Get them, boys. Bring them the convoy. I love riot vans.
Standing by.
They are, I think maybe riot vans, I don't know, maybe need to be less resistant to tank fire. Might be a change that they have to
Problem.
add in.
No problem.
We're gonna bootleg the repair crew. Just have a few engineers.
Ready, sir.
Ready to support.
Alright guys, I think we're like close to just rolling all objectives. Maybe. We do pretty good.
Training. Insufficient funds.
Alright then!
Insufficient funds.
Leroy!
Proceeding. Not a problem. Gliding over.
Oh.
Understood.
That may be a slight overextension. Nah, we're fine. Just micro, lol. The healing makes it so simple. Oh, God bless. Oh no! They're killing our expensive drones! Well, luckily we have the budgeting of the USA, so we can afford about 1 million more. I think I know how Skynet won. We may have given them too much control.
Unit ready.
But it was worth it. They just, like, they're acting independently. Like, this is truly how Skynet happens. They didn't even have my permission to go do that. They're like, we're gonna make Papa proud. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may have just killed the engineer. But I really like to live my life the Shaggy way. What a me. Oh. How did you get aggroed over? Well, luckily, they're very tanky, so I don't care. We actually don't need to kill them, but those boys want to. Who am I to stop them? Have never. That's the best part, is like you can just kind of drive away a little bit and they'll just keep attacking. Alright, chat. Rate my strat. By the way, like I think we just start using a comms rig as well as the next step in my grand plan. I feel quite smart for this. I figured it out on my own as well. This is the thing though, like I'm generating so much intel because I'm also marking all these targets. So any ability I need to use, like the repair, which costs intel, the repair turret costs intel only. Doesn't cost money, just intel. I'm good to go.
Caution, enemy units approaching.
Oh no, not enemy units. Anyway. It's a shame if I just had a bunch of these guys to help me defend. Oh no, no, my harvesters! No, why did you think you were safe? Not like this. Oh well. We'll build more of them.
Taking your position. Let's confirm. Proceeding. Understood. Not a problem.
Unit lost. Base is under attack.
Wait, did I lose? Oh no! They actually killed one of these. It's the miniguns actually. The miniguns are kind of like murdering. Give me one of these over here. The most ambitious engineer I've ever seen.
What do you need? Affirmative. Dropping repair pod. Ready for pickup.
You need me? Stat. Location received.
Roger, command.
No, I missed micro those. I didn't expect those guys to kill me like that. But I've learned from my errors. Okay, so we do have a support beacon ability I want to use here to build a new mining camp, because we need more money. Our problem is, we're not dirt poor. You know, I'm not exactly wiping my ass with $50 bills. So we need to solve for that. Come to Papa! Ah, yes. This is a good strategy. I like this strategy. Every game needs to be perfectly balanced. I mean, they're not this ridiculous in multiplayer, right?
Caution, enemy units approaching.
Oh, and
Unit ready.
Here they come.
Command. Taking new position.
Oh, that's nice.
Proceeding.
Unit ready.
Just killing them for free. Uh oh.
Not a problem.
Run! Run!
Not a problem. Proceeding.
Ah, yes.
Support. Understood. Taking new position. Prepare for.
Unit ready.
Yes, command. Dropping
Oh, that
repair
simplifies the next rave.
pod. Ready for pickup.
Okay.
Right, man.
We still have some money issues I don't like.
On hold.
I think maybe we just need to slow down the production a bit.
Cancel.
Because we need to be able to afford the support beacon. We need more monies.
Not a problem. Gliding over.
Pick up that money as well.
What do you
That's the other thing. By having that Tempest resistance, I can actually go through these places, which is nice.
understood?
Unit ready.
Watching the skies. Proceeding.
Alright, we got money. Let's roll in it. So this support beacon, it lets me build a base away from my base. Very handy. Now I can do this.
Constructing.
Yeah.
Taking new position. Understood.
Alright, so new refinery coming in. Very cool.
Not a problem. Gliding over. Ready to go.
Oh.
Take it.
Oh no. I ran into an ambush. If only I could just drive away and still kill everything.
Take it. Roger command. Watching the skies. Roger command.
Okay, this is still like... Are you guys sure it's not too loud? It feels too loud still. Actually, I know what I'll do is I'll do this and we'll... It's the effects noise, I think. That's better.
Targeting systems. Target spotted.
My boys.
Ready to support.
I love the fact that the drones just get... Like, the absurd part is them getting veterancy.
To confirm.
It's like an extreme version of Red Alert 2's allied ships.
Primary objective accomplished.
It is pretty crazy.
Good work, Commander. With the SAMs down, you can now build an air control tower. Scopes is picking up more SAMs ahead. Take those out, and we can regain control.
Alright, we have boatloads of money now.
Sky crane in the air to transport your forces and clear the rest of those sites.
So now we can start setting up loads of defenses, which is good. So we can focus on the attack. We need to get an air control.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Ready to support.
Construction complete.
Understood.
Oh, we might lose one of these because I have to run away from the infantry. That was an unfortunate loss.
Reporting.
Our harvester
No,
is under
and my guys are promoted. Woo.
Hold the line. Gliding over. Understood.
construction complete.
All right, send you guys back to base so you can get your boo-boos kissed better. We'll prep one of these. We lost one. It's not too bad.
Everyone buckled in?
Construction
It is
complete.
unfortunate.
Yes, command.
Oh wait, what? That's unacceptable though. What the,
Proceeding.
bruh?
Harvester is under attack.
No way.
Base is under attack.
That was bad for me. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Loud and clear, command.
So they're gonna run through that way each time, are they?
Watching the skies.
That might prove to be a bit painful. I guess we can camp here though. It'll be fine.
Construction complete.
Line them up. Hold the line.
Our base is under attack.
Roger, command. Gliding over.
We have money again?
Harvester is
No, we're
under
just not
attack.
building quick enough, I think. Yeah, just not enough constructs.
Targeting. Dropping repair pod. Loud and clear, command.
Okay. Nice.
On dispatch.
Construction complete.
Alright, these vetted boys can get back in the action, and all of a sudden,
Construction complete.
we are...
Yes, command.
J'ai de la petite
Base is
strong.
under attack.
Alright, did we build the air thing? Yeah. So now we want these. These are just basically good old-fashioned transports. But, you know, guys, what do you think I could use these air transports for that might be very helpful?
Construction
I'm
complete.
trying to think of like what the comparative is from another similar RTS off the top of my head.
We're on our way. Standing by.
It's like this probably just wouldn't work in competitive because it would take too long to build up to. It's like if someone sees you're doing it, they can counterplay it, right? But when they don't know, it's a pretty good.
Load infantry and vehicles into the sky crane for transport.
Davai.
Attack.
Standing by for
Let's get a few of those sky cranes.
Training.
Incident report. Ready for contact.
I might send our medic girl, guy over.
ready to support.
Yes, please. Shoot more rockets at us.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Okay, let's see if my defensive line is good enough. Oh, rip, missed engineer. Oh my.
Hovercraft reporting.
Yep, I definitely made the right call instinctually starting to build some more of these because we're going to need them. That airwave is crazy.
Deployed.
Oh. Ooh.
Not a problem. Dropping repair pods. Field maiden.
Oh,
Understood. Yes, command.
Our base is under
that's almost
attack.
whoopsie.
Targeting system. Proceeding. Repair pods deployed.
Okay,
Riot medic reporting.
so we've got two of these big old boys. Let's get more rocket men.
Our
What's
base
happening in
is
my...
under
Oh, my
attack.
harvester... I just realized it's not actually working. It's AFK. Oh, you should actually, like, come back
Unit ready.
over... Maybe not. Maybe we have you go there. Actually, you're like 0 HP. Let's have you go over there.
Unit ready.
Excuse me.
Training.
I think what we do is we, like, build another refinery. Oh, you can't be kidding me. That's a bit cursed.
Constructing.
Oh, whatever. There's, like, another place over here we want to gather. Anyway,
Shielding Caduceus.
Watching the sky.
let me just check something. Because there's someone I haven't tried.
Unit ready.
I'm... My brain is like, in good faith, this can't possibly work. But I am wondering if you can clown car these in without using extra capacity. Because if you can, then I can get a lot more firepower in the plan.
Unit ready.
Yes, command.
But now we do this. They're airborne now?
Ready. Training.
Don't mind if I do.
Constructing.
Shield me. Dropping repair pod. Taking new position. Repair pod.
Unit ready. Training.
Not a problem.
Okay.
What you got?
Caution. Enemy units approaching. Construction.
More drones. Good, Anakin. Good.
Our base is under attack.
Oh no.
Moving to LC.
If only there was an efficient way to defend my base.
Moving to LC.
I need the flight of Valkyries playing, but I don't want to get DMCAs.
Unit ready.
Away we go. On approach.
Dun, 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 dun.
To position. On approach. Keeping her steady.
This is
Our
totally
base is
reasonable and
under
balanced.
attack. Training.
I kind of want to try this in multiplayer after this. I don't know how good it's going to be, though.
Transport supreme.
Like I said, I think it takes like way too much time to set up, so probably wouldn't
Standing by.
work. Shouldn't work, right? Yeah, nah, like yeah.
Ready.
Unit ready.
Operator. Ready and waiting.
All right, let's go.
Moving to position. On approach. Moving to position.
Unit ready.
Moving to LC. Acknowledge command. Away we go.
So let's test this. Can I actually put?
Need a lift.
Can I clown car this?
Orders.
Unit ready.
Transport supreme.
Oh my god! 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 It works, chat. It works.
What do you need?
It actually works.
Unit ready.
Take it.
Oh no! Oh that is. Oh god.
Unit ready.
Keeping her steady.
Training.
You need me?
Yeah, we're gonna. Is that more space efficient? Yeah, because they have 6 inside, so that you get
Big up.
more. It's not like a crazy amount more, but you do get more per transpo.
Style control.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Uh oh. Oh no.
Need a lift.
Infantry.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge command. On approach.
Hey, yo. Airborne.
Under attack.
What up? Oh.
Base is under attack.
Ready for pickup. Repair pods.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Monka. Not like this. I was too busy having fun on the other side.
As soon as I can. Location received.
Away we go.
Oh, crap.
Location set.
No, no, no.
Roger, Commander.
On dispatch. Patch yourselves up.
Not my most ideal micro. I will say that.
Received.
Oops.
Targeting systems online. Gliding over. Yes, command.
We must have our revenge.
Moving to LZ. Carrier report.
It's fine, though, chat. It's fine.
Unit ready.
And the best part about these things, by the way, is they have a stealth ability. So you can just...
Moving to LZ.
It's like you were never here.
Keeping her steady.
And now you start to see the true brilliance of what I have planned.
Dropping repair pods.
Oh, yeah.
Carrier reporting. On approach. On approach. Away we go. Standing by upon escort. Moving
Yeah,
to
that's okay.
acknowledge command.
Med base setting up.
Sky Green. Moving to LZ. Need a lift.
Okay. So,
Additional silos required.
Sky Green. Moving to position. Acknowledge command. Ready to pick up.
I think we are ready.
Keeping her steady.
It feels as if we are ready.
Keeping her steady.
Because, yeah, you do stealth.
Acknowledge command. Moving to position.
It's like I was never here.
On approach.
And here's the craziest thing, guys. I haven't told you the craziest thing. Like, do you see what I'm doing there? You can actually tell them what to attack.
Attack.
But because these guys don't... Oh, whoopsie.
Caution.
Because these guys
Enemy
don't
units
have an attack, they won't reveal from stealth.
Harvester is under attack.
On approach.
It's pretty good.
Lost.
Got a job.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledge
Oh,
command.
no. My boys.
Constructing. Our harvester is under attack. Our unit lost.
Repair pods. Dropping repair pod. Away we go.
Got him.
Moving to position.
Alright.
On approach.
Anyway, let's actually, like, go and end the mission. We should be able to steamroll it now.
Training.
Let's get more boys. Always get more boys.
Watching the skies. Repair pod deployed. Shield. Dropping repair pods.
Unit ready.
I am proud of myself for this.
Transport street.
When in reality, I should actually feel quite dirty.
Primary objective accomplished.
I hear you, command. Proceeding.
Our base is under attack.
How are we, Command? Captain Hayes, comms officer reporting in. Let me know where you need me.
Unit ready.
Steady.
And we got a comms officer now, which is going to mark a bunch of people and kill them faster.
Moving to position.
Wahoo.
Combat ready.
Unit ready.
No problem.
Garrison there.
Live that.
Garrison there.
Orders.
Unit is under. Our base is under attack.
All right.
Standing by.
Let's control group these guys as control group smash.
What do you need? Let's go.
Our base is under attack.
Carrier report.
I think we've outdone ourselves with this
Unit
one.
ready. Our base is under attack.
We're close to 200 pop, so we've almost reached our final form.
Drone up reporting.
Yeah, like,
Our base is under
we're
attack.
pretty much there.
Away we go. On
Oh,
approach.
yep.
No problem. Moving to
Oh, it's good enough.
on approach.
I want to go kill them now. It's too much fun not
Our
to,
base
you know?
is under attack. Caution. Enemy units approaching.
Aye,
Come
command.
back afterwards.
Carrier reporting.
Behold,
Keeping her steady.
it is Flight of the
Our
Valkyries
base is
time.
under attack.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's not a song, but I feel like singing. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dun.
Base is under
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Look at it! Bathe in its glory!
base is under attack.
Laser beams for days!
Is under attack.
And here's the other thing. They have 1200 HP. These things are so tanky that even if you target down the actual daddy, it's gonna take some effort. But why would the AI attack the more HP thing when the drones only have 125. Like, come on, chat. Mathematically, it doesn't make sense. Of course you'd go after the squishier thing, right? Right? Yeah. I mean, like, that makes perfect sense. Can't fault that. And if they start to hurt you, well, you got more than enough time to just, like, drop a repair. And now we have real attack speed. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so quick. Wait, I haven't tried this. If you put them inside, does the comm aura go with the... No, I don't think it does. Okay, thank god. That would be so gigabusted. The comm aura, remember, gives you like attack speed and everything. Anyway, I believe we can wrap this one up as a mission accomplished. It feels like a mission accomplished to me. Can't figure out why I would feel like this is mission accomplished, but you know, something about this seems pretty good. Oh no, they have detection. Oh no. Alright, they're coming in again. Oh. Might cost me one of those. That's fine though, we can get a new one.
Our base is under attack.
Meanwhile, what y'all up to? SAM sites?
Our base is under attack.
You know, like, if it wasn't for games that we grew up with as kids, Sam doesn't really sound very threatening. It sounds like a very inviting, nice person name, doesn't it? Until you remember, like, it means surf to air missiles. But then just, like, don't be in the air. Or if you're going to be in the air, just be so in the air that you just don't care. Like, we are so airborne.
Great job. That's the last of them. Now get your troops back and hold the fort. I'm going to support en route.
I love this. Whoop, whoop. There's probably quicker ways of doing this mission, but you can't fault the fun of it, really, can you? Not really, no. Oh yeah, let's go home, boys. Mission accomplished. We're coming home.
Caution, enemy units approaching.
Not that we really care, but we're coming home. All right, boys, let's take her home. Who are? All right. And that is probably the funnest way to do this mission.
Our base is under attack.
There's just so many drones. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, we got to hold out. Oh, okay, we're being threatened. Let me just, like... I guess we'll just patrol group. Yeah, there we go. I want you to do push-ups now.
Our harvester is under attack. Our base. Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Unit lost.
That's a good workout. How we doing? We dead?
Our base is under attack.
I think we're safe. Like, call me crazy.
Our harvest. Caution, enemy units approaching.
Very nice.
Eyes on target.
Nuke them
We'll
all.
take it from here.
You know, it's funny, I've like done this mission before, but I actually quite enjoyed doing it that way. I think these type of components, by the way, are so underrated in... And so it just looks so comical. these type of components are really underrated in campaign designs for RTSs and whatnot. Like, just giving you the freedom to approach it how you want, you know? Like, you could go back and do this in a bunch of different strategic ways by using, like, your armor and your deck to create a different loadout that would be more effective or less effective with certain strategies. I like that layer. Like, I think they were very smart to add that instead of just making it, like, no variables to alter. So, like, yeah, big shout out to the devs for that. I think that was very smart. Okay. So, I think we should do some multiplayer, right? Should we try multiplayer? Or we do the final mission? More campaign or multiplayer? Which do you guys want? Sorry, guys, I didn't... sorry. We're so locked in, I didn't look at the YouTube side. I'm playing a new game called Tempest Rising and being killed by invisible engineers. I can't see them. I don't know how to find them in my base. Engineers? A $5,000 car scan that creates mines, but it doesn't seem to detect engineers. And this game is Tempest Rising, for those wondering. So, Invis unit. Are you sure it's like an infantry? I'm trying to think what infantry that is, because none of them, like, an infantry doesn't, like, strike me as anything obvious. But there are some things that can detect. So I think base defenses detect, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to think what else does it for GDF. Also depends on what, like, faction you're playing. Alright, let's go with... We don't want to be Rebel Scum. Maps. Oh, you can ban some. Nah, we'll just let it all. Let's go! Time to get crotch stomped. I don't know if you'd have... Like I said, I don't think you'd have enough time to do that type of strat. And also, keep in mind we had buffs that you wouldn't get. Like, multiplayer doesn't have some of those buffs, like the... I don't think you can make your drones shoot lasers, and I don't think you can give them extra range, or the ability to generate intel, etc. Let's try and find an opponent. Let's go on a date with an enemy. But, like, yeah, in terms of detection, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head with GDF. What would it be? There's something obvious I'm forgetting that I've used, probably. Like, for the... I know for the other side, for Dynasty, they have, like, a sensor building that you can construct. And they also have one of the heroes that can detect. I think heroes, yeah, like, I think, if I'm correctly, Sniper can detect for GDF. And then... I'm trying to think. What would it be? I don't know why I'm waving my cursor around, but yeah. Actually, let's just Google it. I'm opening up GX. One sec. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so the turrets can see. Drone control unit. Oh, that one. I didn't realize that one actually had detection. Yeah, so it turns, like, basically, guys, there's a unit that basically spawns loads of drones as well. And also spy drones, which is a summonable ability. So there's a few different ways. What just happened? What just... Huh? I'm confused. What? We're unstoppable! I don't understand. Please stop inflating my elo. You scared him? Apparently so. I mean, dude, no one wants to lose to a pigeon. It's like the stupidest bird, right? That's the way people perceive us. Alright, we're joining game, so hopefully... Oh crap, I forgot to feed the cats. Alright, the cats must wait.
Constructing.
So what's this map? So you have these different, like, capture points. You've got bunkers here. This is the repair garage. What I really want is the silos. Yeah, Tempest processing centers are what you want.
Construction complete.
Opponent's a person called Baron, which sounds a lot like Bellend. Sorry, I had to do it. Yeah, I like to go, like, in these type of games, I always like to go infantry first to get some control. Engineers can be important in these type of games because of these sites here. The Tempest processing centers will generate resources. They also provide power, which is interesting.
Construction complete.
So, we probably go triple engineer feels greedy, but I'm greedy. Government drones? I mean, obviously we're drones. Did you not see the last game? So, let me point you down there.
Unit ready.
And we could probably, like, poke with some field infantry, I guess. I think the field scouts are pretty good, like, poke early on. Is it possible to change hotkeys? Some hotkeys, I believe. That was one thing I did struggle with a little bit, is, like, you can change some of these things, but I think the control groups...
Unit ready.
I don't know if there's an add to control group versus just having, like, a, you know, make this the control group. Because I usually like the add to control group options a little bit better.
I like the look of that.
The problem with this play is you could technically just capture back,
Training.
regardless of me doing this. We should get a vehicle bay as well.
Dude, just give me a minute. No problem.
Oh, we have got destroyed bridges on the left, so that might make it a bit harder for him to get in. Down here is Gucci there. For a moment, I thought it'd been attacked. I was like, huh? This early? He's so good.
Unit ready.
You got it.
I think we want
Yes,
to...
sir.
Usually in these type of games, taking garrisonable structures is really powerful.
Building captured.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be like a radar saved as well. Could be handy. Okay,
Ready. Training.
let's go for double hunter. Double...
Cancel.
Actually, no, let's go... Yeah, let's get
Commander.
some
On your
extra
command.
gathering.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Mercenary outpost. I haven't really tried the mercenaries. I had like one game against bots
Sir?
before it released. I checked it out. It's kind of cool.
Building
I'm definitely no
captured.
pro on this.
Rifle ready. You got it.
Building captured.
Normally, you don't even need to
sir.
go for like double. One is good enough.
Sentinel here.
Do we try and cheese him with air control like straight away? That would be kind of funny. I don't think it's good though.
Training. Unit is under attack.
Oh crap! I shouldn't have ran you through that.
Affirmative.
Oopsie.
On the road. Gunner down. Receiving you, Commander. Awaiting orders.
Nice.
Scouting.
Unit ready.
Guter start.
Training. Building captured.
Roger. Affirmative.
I think taking more map control
Ready,
isn't
sir.
a bad
Unit
idea.
ready.
We can use that to get a radar instead.
On it.
I think I might want a radar station to
Training
just get
unit
extra
is under
goodies.
attack.
Got to stop driving into those fields. I'm too used to the campaign spoiling me a little bit.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
This guy is like taking nothing.
On the road.
I think he
Unit
might
ready.
be
Roger.
a chill gamer, shall we refer to them as.
Keep an
I think
eye
he's
out.
low rank.
Roger. Commander.
Definitely feels like the low ranky boy.
F.
In which case, I'm going to be super cheesy and spam loads of engineers. This one actually I do want to take here because I want the Ford base to build into my refinery.
Training.
Vehicle reporting. You got it.
Is there any tutorials? I think the missions serve as tutorials quite well. Like the early missions really run you through the simplistics, which is nice.
Move out.
So yeah, you should be fine with just that. That's going to be a long run around, isn't it?
Unit ready.
Sir, yes, sir.
Building. Our base is under attack.
Spin it.
Okay, so we want refinery.
Unit ready. Unit is under attack.
You got it.
Gotta stop doing that.
Base is under
Keep
attack.
driving them for... No!
Receiving.
Stop it.
Closing ground.
Bad. Probably want to Ford racks as well.
Awaiting orders.
Oh, why weren't they attacking? That's weird.
Line them up.
Probably a bit wasteful to have even sent them, but it's fine.
Scouting.
Is this guy like... I don't want to say is it a bot, but it is a bit weird the way that he's not really...
Roger.
Like, sending one infantry at a time... I guess you could say scouting, but like, why even... I don't know why you'd even A-click at that stage. That feels kind of wasteful.
Sir? Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, he is not a bot. He has ideas.
Lost.
He's a psychopath.
Training.
He's a goddamn psychopath.
Roger. Moving. Keep an eye out.
I wasn't
Scouting.
expecting that.
Affirmative. Roger.
Unit ready.
On it. Roger.
He wants my ass too badly.
Complete.
No, no, no. Did we actually Leroy him? We might be able to Leroy him.
Ready.
Scouting.
Roll out.
I'm not sure how effective this is going to be.
Acknowledge.
Affirmative.
Like, in theory, it's quite...
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Closing
Yeah,
ground.
that's actually quite effective. Oh, Oh no, dude. Why was it? Why was it that good? I don't understand why it was that good.
Standing by.
We lost a tank for that. Oh, that was so worth.
No problem. Sounds good.
I'd be molding if I was him after
Unit
that.
ready.
I feel a little bit bad,
Sir?
but not really.
Yes, sir. I really hope this works.
On the road.
Unit
Yeah,
ready.
it turns out like infantry, you can't always trust them, you know.
Ready? Ready, sir.
Oh, that poor guy.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
He was like, I have a plan. It is a good plan. Well,
Additional silos.
let's agree to
required.
disagree.
Training.
I think we want more forward infrastructure. Can you build near the vehicle? No, vehicle bay can't be built there.
Captured.
This is fine, though. I'll add some silos. I think I'll even do that, just to get out
On your
faster.
command. Affirmative. Moving out. Sir?
All right, how like deflated do you think he is after the after Project Roadkill?
Engaging enemy. You got it.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
maybe not deflated
Units
enough.
under attack.
Wait, is he just spamming those? Oh, he is. He's trying to like
Commander,
damage a little.
firing.
Oh, I can't get in there. That's pretty bad.
Move out. Acknowledged.
I shouldn't have trusted it. Maybe he's cooking. Maybe he's onto something. He's just smarter than me.
Base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Unit ready.
it's because I didn't tech, really. I should have got these
Captured.
sooner.
Researching.
I think if you just riot van, you're safe.
You got it.
Training.
Commander.
That's the thing about infantry. Like, one thing that I did feel was a bit tricky is like infantry values kind of, not in like, it's lower in some ways. There are some premium infantry that could be worth it, I think. Especially the heroes are pretty cool. But like a typical issue Command and Conquer games have had in the past, like Command and Conquer Esque ones as well, is infantry get relegated very quickly
Awaiting orders.
into like
Roll out.
irrelevance.
Understood.
You got it.
Hotkeys learner game killer. One fit though, yeah, like I wish this was a bit different. I think like my feedback to devs is I wish that this was like
Commander.
you pressed ER or whatever and then you had ER again sort of thing. Would be nice.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
I think it's playable. It definitely could improve. I think it's like one of those things that's sometimes easy to overlook because they've done a really good job with a lot of these other things. Like the core gameplay mechanics, the look, the feel, really smashed it.
Unit ready.
Maybe riot troopers are worth it here.
Training.
I'm not entirely sure though. I think I'd rather just stun bomb him. Like stun bombing is quite powerful with the riot vans. And then what we do is we just like fill up with drones,
Unit ready. On cancel.
play him at his own game
Our
basically.
base is under attack.
Command.
I kind of just want to let him have that.
Unit is under it. Unit lost.
Let's go for data core. We need to get stronger. Much stronger. Additional vehicle bays.
Your orders? Command. Confirmed.
Building captured.
Affirmative. Right troop. Loud and clear, command. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training.
Standing by. Ready to roll.
Let's see if we should just do this.
Loud and clear, command.
Training.
Riot van. Yes, command.
Okay.
Receive.
So the riot vans, it's just like so we can drive right in and stun him. And once he's stunned, we can just like destroy him.
Proceed location.
Unit ready. Training.
Take him out. Come in, command. Moving.
Crowd control.
Where is he?
Confirmed.
Did he back up entirely?
Proceed location.
Unit ready.
Feels weird.
Spin it.
Additional silos required.
Oh, nice. We can actually like kill his economy pretty easily here.
Your orders.
I don't know where he is, but he should be guarding this. It's pretty bad for him if not. Oh, here comes in behind.
Ready to roll. Right troop. Roger. Ready for pickup.
Unit is under attack.
Sir.
Right, so we just want to run in like this.
In.
Uh,
Standing by.
Why can I not? Oh, wait, what? I get suppressed? That's crazy. What suppressed me?
Receive.
I'm a little bit confused by that, chat. Something just suppressed me real bad. I just don't know what. That's freaking crazy.
Roger. Moving.
What the hell?
Unit lost.
Yeah, that was expensive, man. The hell?
Training.
I need more intel as well.
Standing by. Give me the word.
I'm very confused as to what suppressed me. EMP? Wait, was there... I didn't see him, though. I could not... Like, did he actually have riot guys there? Because I couldn't see that.
Unit ready.
Also, there's like a wind-up. I think like my ability was disabled before I even got close. For a second, I thought he had something to do with his sentinels that were marking me, which made no sense. I have some issues on intel right
Unit
now.
ready.
Right, man. Let's go.
What I can probably do, I can just ride by on his economy. I think that's a good idea.
What do you need?
Training.
Where do you want me?
That was rough, though.
Vehicle report.
Unit ready. Unit
I don't know
ready.
if drone maulers are worth it.
Training.
Do you just go fat on tanks, maybe? Trebuchet hijacker Tempest airstrike.
Unit is under attack. Researching.
Try that, I guess.
Loud and clear.
Whoa.
On the road.
Did you really camp that?
Unit ready. Training.
I think I just don't. I'm failing to scale economy,
Unit lost.
right? Like, that feels pretty bad.
Constructing.
Maybe that should be my focus next.
Right troop.
Unit ready. Training.
Commander.
Training. Cancelled.
Can I get better air units yet? No, because I need the intel.
Unit ready.
Like, my lack of intel is kind of killing me pretty badly.
Confirmed. Moving. Come in, command.
Cruising over.
This guy, I don't like how campy he is.
Construction complete.
It's kind of vexing.
Where do you want me?
Because he should have been able to attack me really easily.
Sure, heading out.
New construction options.
On my way. Heading in.
Unit ready.
Need an assist?
Yeah, I shouldn't have built this either. Scramblers use a lot of
Silos
intel.
required.
Your orders? Location set. Moving. Roger.
Unit lost.
Wait, what? Jesus, dude, his intercept is so freaking weird.
Confirmed.
You know, it's like,
Ready.
in your brain, what he's doing doesn't make sense. That's
Training.
kind of where I'm at right now.
On hold.
Under my control. Standing by.
Running interference.
Unit ready.
I think you just road kill him.
Prowling.
Yeah, that was worth it. He screwed up. He should have had the... Like, he really should have had those guys behind me, not in front of me.
Additional
Oh, we want an EMP,
silos
right?
required.
Yeah. But that only disables abilities. Oh, it stops you moving as well. That's pretty handy.
On alert. Yes. Where do you need me?
Okay, he got wrecked. Like, he got real wrecked.
Trebuchet ready.
And now we got Trebs as well. Big boogers.
Situation.
New AoE patch. Dude, we're just updating.
Additional
We're in the next
silos
stage.
required.
Vamos.
On the road.
Oh, whoops.
Kick it.
Oh, crap. He's got a lot of tanks suddenly.
Electronic shield.
Unit lost.
I think this is fine.
Roger.
Maybe we go up here.
Acknowledged.
I kind of want to get a new base going. More resources. Just need to make sure I got enough
Constructing.
production to spend.
Unit ready. Training. Researching.
Command.
Can you maybe go for a Tempest airstrike?
Unit is under
I don't know if
attack.
it's worth it.
Hold it.
Where do you want me?
Unit lost.
Cruising over.
Heavy infantry ready. Confirmed.
Unit ready.
How much let the Tempest airstrike do it for now? What I need to do is capture my repair station now that I think about it.
Training.
On your command. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Okay, so we got Trebs. Very good.
Training.
Probably worth getting a comms rig for these fights, because he's not using them at all. But that could be, like, just insta-game winning.
Unit ready.
EMP, what's weird about it?
Unit ready.
What, did I say it's weird?
Receiving.
Unit is
Or was
under
it something else you're referring to? Did I say EMP is weird?
Artillery standing by.
Command.
I felt weird, like, I think I was talking about, like, when my guy wasn't lobbing.
low power.
He took ages to, like, start lobbing. Maybe. That was what I was referring to. Why are we not... Oh, Bliat. That's annoying.
New construction
There we go.
option. Low power.
We had the advanced,
Ground control.
like, coming up, but it then cancelled because we ran out of power. It's a bit of a weird interaction there.
Additional silos required.
Oh, about the AoE patch. He's referring to this being AoE,
Building
like, as a
captured.
joke. Bit of an r/whoosh moment.
Construction complete.
Alright, nice. So we can repower that. Condor, Fast Striker Bomber?
Construction complete.
It's just like air costs so much. Actually, I guess you could go for Quellas. Quellas is kind of okay, I think.
Researching.
Ride troop.
Training.
Where was the new one? I wish the waypoint system was a bit... Oh, wait. Does that select all of them? No, not particularly.
Training.
Yes. Receive location. Roger.
Okay, so we did Tempest strike him.
Confirmed.
Unit is under attack.
Delivering payload.
Heavy infantry ready.
Unit ready.
Nice.
Mobilizing.
On my way. Roger.
New construction options.
We're on our way.
Additional silos.
Got a present for you.
On it. Orders. Firing on target.
Unit ready.
Need an assist?
What's the situation?
Yes, come closer.
Troubleshoot.
Come here, children.
Understood.
I have gifts to offer you. Oh, he's got drone maulers. Interesting. Now we can hit him in the center.
Ready to roll. You got it.
Additional
Nice.
silos required.
Oh, he went for them
Any
too,
way
huh?
you say. Loading shell.
I've got a new wave coming.
Training.
Artillery standing
Do I need more vehicle bays? I think so. Lots and lots more.
Repositioning.
Unit ready.
Oh, shit.
Roll out.
What the hell?
Let's go.
What's the heal?
Affirmative.
Commander.
Unit is under attack.
What's the situation?
Location set. Roger command.
I'll make that trade.
Standing by.
Unit ready.
Received. Affirmative.
Alright, kept him in check.
Received.
Very nice.
Unit ready.
I don't know why I got drone operator over here. Whatever. He's very, like, central focused, right? I've noticed that. I don't think it's good that he's that central focused.
On hold.
Standing by. On the road.
On your...
Unit ready.
Understood.
Training.
I have the gun.
I don't know. I feel like he's just getting a lot more intel than me, to be honest with you.
Command.
Location set.
Unit ready.
Moving.
I think maybe my guys are just not on mark for some reason.
On. Keep an eye out.
Unit ready. Training.
Okay, we got a decent amount more coming in now.
Unit ready. On cancelled.
I don't know if I should be using infantry. I probably should, but
Roger.
I'm lazy.
Ride man.
What's your doctrine? Can you use a doctrine of multiply?
On the road.
That's news to me.
Everyone buckled in? Location set.
Whoopsie if so,
Unit is under
because I
attack.
definitely haven't been using
Ready
it.
for pickup. Loud and clear command. Right then.
Should I just be prioritizing aerial, maybe? I think I like kind of wasted my intel in the wrong place, I think.
Let's go. Heading in. Line them up. Ready to roll.
Nice.
Roger command.
Unit ready.
Stay back. Hit him. I see him.
Did I stun them or not?
Ready.
I
Scout.
feel like I did not stun them.
Gun up down. Vector on screen.
Receiving. Commence assault.
Unit ready.
Commander, ready. Affirmative.
Okay, I don't know if that was worth it. Yeah, I'm mixed on that. There's just so many drones.
Unit ready.
Kicking away.
Drones do feel a bit gigged.
Training.
Siege munitions.
I can go there.
Roger.
Unit ready.
I have the gun.
Additional silos required.
Give me a word.
He's
On it. On the road.
very baited.
Mobilizing.
Need an assist?
Alright, now we want to be a pain in the ass. I think we want to hit him down the flanks. Can I build in the... No, you can't, right? No, you need to see.
Unit is under attack.
Maybe what would be cool here is I can
your
build
command.
across the river.
Need an assist?
I think...
Ready to...
Anywhere you say. Roll out.
No,
You
we can't
got
see.
it.
Unit ready.
That's a bit annoying.
Vehicle report.
Because that would have been great if we could, like, just about skim that. It's fine. These guys can go around.
Cruising over. Running interference.
Okay.
Training.
I think we want more trebs. Wait, was that all in one? Oh, I wish when you selected buildings, it split the production between them.
Unit lost.
Timber shells loaded.
And he has started to go into thingies, so...
Scrambler crafts reporting.
Unit ready.
Yeah, he can't easily dive us because we have got the...
Sentinel here.
We have got some of these scramblers, which are good anti-air.
You through. Route racing.
Unit ready. Training.
It feels like a bit of stare down.
Clear. On way to location. Heading out. Route racing.
Oh. You can actually, like, bump them to reveal them. Oh, that's quite funny.
Training.
Wasn't expecting that.
Artillery standing by.
I can go there.
Sighted.
Engines engaged.
I have the gun. Deploying.
Nice. Got him. Oof. He's so lucky.
On way to location.
Unit ready.
Loud and clear. Moving in.
All right, so we want to do this drop here, and then we can go into refinery.
Constructing.
I'll even double the refinery. And then I think we want to get some of these.
Go ahead, Command. I'm easy.
Unit ready.
Easy like a Sunday morning.
Receiving you, Commander.
I guess we just have most of these on mark, if not all.
What's the situation? Back on the road.
All systems check. Directing waves.
Can you guys just...
Affirmative.
Construction
Oh, they are attacking. It's just a little bit slow.
That's
Nice.
a confirm.
He done like nothing with that, so that's good for me.
Affirmative. Orders? Taking defensive position. Roger.
I can go there.
complete.
Next location.
I think we may be caught in. Oui.
Unit is under attack.
Nice, I can clip that. Gotta be careful though. Oh!
Waiting orders.
I think we got him.
Unit lost. Training. Training.
Scrambler crafts.
Yeah, I think we just wrecked his world chat. Like that. I think that's him dead.
Unit lost.
Damn. Oh, that's why. I didn't notice that.
Mobilizing.
He was scudding me with the static defenses.
Trying to shoot it.
They're good in the campaign. I don't think they're maybe that good in multiplayer though.
Unit ready.
I can go there.
Timber shells loaded. I have the gun.
Unit ready.
What's the situation?
Training.
Sure, heading out.
All right, deploy and blow up his whole base.
Unit ready. Training.
Rain from the skies, boys. Rain from the skies.
Kicking away. Where do you want me?
I think this guy like would have had me at certain points, but he's way too campy.
Orders?
Unit ready.
Need an assist?
Yeah, he kind of killed himself because of inactivity.
Targeting enemy comms.
Because I made some critical blunders early on, but he just didn't do anything with it.
Ready.
Running interference.
Unit ready.
Oh, his base is back here, right?
You bet.
Yeah, I'm going the wrong way.
Need an assist?
Unit ready.
Cruising over.
Oh, he's left loads of stuff here. I'm going to steal this as well. My base.
Crafts
Lul.
reporting.
Unit ready.
Refinery.
Constructing.
Yeah, I do wish there was a way
I
to
can go there.
split production between all of your production buildings.
Unit is under attack.
I think if they do that, if they fix that, it's actually quite a nice smooth system.
Kicking away.
Yeah, this guy doesn't even know he's dead, bless him.
Peacekeeper in the air.
I mean, he's so
Adjusting
chalked at this stage.
Ready.
Didn't even use my
Need an
specialist, really.
assist. Kicking away. Tremor craft. You bet. I can go there.
Acknowledged, Command.
Where do you want me? That's enough of that.
We can do this as well.
Sure.
Oh,
You bet.
it's so powerful. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Cruising
Don't get that
over.
close.
It'll
Chill.
try.
Unit is under
Dude.
attack.
Tempest shells mounted. Repositioning.
I can go there.
Tempest
Additional silos required.
Okay.
siege munitions. I have the gun.
Maybe engineers can repair the bridge? Nah, yeah.
Taking defensive
Murder.
position.
Murder.
Unit ready.
You bet.
Loud and clear.
Need an assist? Cruising over.
Construction complete. Unit is under attack.
Ready to disrupt.
He's dead. GG. Alright, like we were a little bit slow finding our pace, but easy cruising once we did. Not yet. GG. But yeah, I think overall it's a pretty cool game. Like the thing I hope they just tweak is just giving a little bit more customization options. Like I would love to be able to have it so that I could select a bunch of buildings and split production between them. It's just some quality of life things. I think the overall like core feeling of units feeling useful and flow is decent. I enjoyed it. Like it's pretty cool. Did the devs fix the early infantry meta? Unsure. Like I haven't played it extensively online. I've had fun with the campaign. They definitely updated the AI on the campaign because I felt it when we tried to do that mission again. The AI was like, when I done my playthrough of that campaign first time, the AI was like ultra kind of, you could clown them to do things they probably would, like, you couldn't view it as being optimal, right? Like they over-focus drones a lot, for example. But I think they've done a decent job. I think we might play maybe one more game. But then I've got to go. In fact, guys, just give me 1 sec because I need to quickly feed my cats. And then we'll play one more game. Okay? So, be right back 1 sec. But yeah, we had a guy try and like cheese us with mass. He tried to do mass drones at the beginning, right? And we rogue killed him, which changed his tempo. Excuse me. I then did throw that lead a bit. But yeah, definitely know what I can improve on there. Like the issue is the way we played that. We were way too nonchalant. And we probably should have been macro. I feel like we could have macroed him out of the stratosphere so quickly. But it's also production rates. Like, I would like there to be a cleaner way of, like, handling production as you scale it to, like, high degrees. Because the little tabs, I don't know if you press E, like, multiple times or whatever, if it cycles through. I didn't test that. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Plant there. Don't care about fortification. Plant there. Radar. Center bridge. Mission control might be handy. Okay. So this is the closest one, so... is it? It's about the same. Well, because of the location, this is the closest one. Started to give the game a try. Last game looked very nice. Had no idea what was going on. Yeah, it's like... so, I probably should explain it. So we had, like... You have the basic, like, little trucks that drive around, and those mark things, so you need the intel to buy better units. But it also increases damage to your tanks as GDF. And then we eventually got into the siege, which is where we just had him bang to rights. Because I don't know why he didn't, like, if he just went to buckets, he had trebuchets eventually, he probably could have pushed me. I think, like, the problem, what you'll encounter with people at this type of rank, the biggest negative is they don't know when to push an advantage. Like, we kind of scrambled ours in a weird way, but then we recovered. We probably shouldn't have been allowed to recover the way we did. What's up, Naz? But yeah, he didn't attack. Like, if I had to give him feedback on his gameplay, that would be my #1 thing. So we're gonna push for the center real quick. We're gonna use this mission control to get control of the central like area. I think I'm also gonna do the greedy boy. Oh, I screwed myself a bit. That's really inefficient, but I'll do it anyway. Nice. So that's that taken. We're meant to be going over there. Did we not get a third? Oh, we did. He just didn't rally. That was weird.
Cancelled.
Oh, we probably... Wait. Oh, I did not click for you to garrison, sir. Please.
Sounds good.
And now we want to push a few field scouts.
Unit is under attack.
Oh, no. What?
Affirmative.
What the hell?
No problem.
Okay, we got... Like, this guy knows a bit more what he's doing, because he rushed that a little bit quicker than I was expecting. So we've definitely got a bit of a sweaty boy.
Unit lost.
Wait, is he there too? Oh, dude, this guy's everywhere. Holy crap.
Acknowledged. You got
I was
it.
not expecting that.
Sir, yes, sir. You got it.
Like, we're not even that high ranked, and he's playing... That's probably a sweaty opener, I feel like. So I was saying how, like, garrisons are really important in like, Command & Conquer games traditionally. But his priority there was kind of wild. Like, he was on it
Reporting.
instantly.
You got it.
Was not expecting that.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Commander. Moving
I guess
out.
I should take my close fortification,
On your
otherwise I
command.
am truly short.
Yes, sir.
He's probably already over here as well. Like, he's kind of everywhere, I think.
Training.
Sir. Infantry.
So I
Move out.
can't cap my natural, which is bad.
Building
I mean, I can, but it's going to take some tedious effort. And you can't build near these, right? So I'm going to have to go for a support beacon, which feels really freaking bad. Probably have to do satellite. Oh, wait.
Commander.
Yeah, so he just cheese rushed my side, but he didn't take his own stuff. That's, like,
On your
ultra
command.
weird.
Training.
On your command.
Reporting. You got it. You got it.
Like,
Acknowledged.
I'm starting to think this is like a weird strat where he didn't even garrison his own base.
Commander.
Because I said at the time, the timing just seemed really odd.
Understood.
Like, he was on me
Close
so
around.
quick with that.
Affirmative.
Oh, yeah,
Commander.
let's go with that.
Ready.
Let's switch over and get access to that.
Building captured.
He must be in his... Bro, like, what?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, he's wild.
Rifle ready.
Unit ready. Building captured.
Infantry. Yes,
Uh-huh,
sir.
there we go.
Building captured.
Prowling.
Okay, so we want to go for a refinery down here.
Constructing.
Sir.
I reckon we can recap our safe.
Acknowledged.
But instead, I'm going to go for
Ready, sir.
the resources.
Unit is under attack.
Anywhere you say.
Man, that's going to take ages to kill as well.
Firing. Making tracks.
I guess I should bring my boys
got
back
it.
then and do it together.
Training.
Okay.
Keep an eye out. Roger.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle
Yeah, he
reporting.
captured this one,
Roll
right?
out. Acknowledge.
Construct.
No? How did he kill me over here then? Because I got killed here before trying to cap.
Unit is under attack.
Roll out.
Oh.
You got it. Affirmative. On your command.
Moving.
Construction complete.
I'm a very defensive player, so I don't push as often as I should. Yeah, it's like, I mean, and I say these type of things, there'll be people that will just do it to you, and like, it's simply like your rank isn't meant to be their rank. It's fine. Right? Metas are metas and whatever.
On alert.
I always just rate
Receiving.
people playing the
Closing
game
ground.
the way they want to have fun over the other stuff. I think it's more important.
On it.
Commander.
Oh, we could have actually just like fragged him out, right? But yeah, like he probably would have shot us down on the entry.
Standing by.
Our
So
base is under attack.
Keep an eye out.
Unit is under attack.
Roger.
Our base. Unit lost.
what did he do? Did he grenadier me? I'm very confused. Whatevs.
Constructing.
We do that. Do we tech?
Unit ready. Researching.
Let's go right pod. I think it'll be handy.
On the road.
We should have engineers. Yep.
Engineering.
Construction complete.
Ready,
Nice.
sir.
So, no way he garrisoned both, right?
Making tracks.
Already got it? Good lad. Of course he garrisoned both. Why would he not garrison
Commence
both?
assault. Understood. Acknowledged, command. Acquired.
What do you reckon? Can I just sneak that without him realizing? Quite possibly.
Training.
Wouldn't surprise me. Do we... So we're going for the riots.
Training.
I think we start prepping, like, drone squad
New
deploy.
construction options.
Vehicle reporting.
Affirmative.
He's going to switch aggro automatically,
See what I
right?
can do.
Unit ready.
Oh my god.
Closing ground.
Yeah, dude, like, I don't know.
Roll out.
The other guy, like, the guy we faced off against last time done this as well. It seems really freaking strong.
No problem.
I think drones are too good. We said about it in the campaign.
No problem.
And it's true here as well.
Constructing. Our base is under attack.
Where do you need me?
Are we chalked already?
Roger.
Fucking yeah, like, oh my god, dude.
Our
Engineer.
base is under attack.
Awaiting orders.
I'm kind of all for infantry being relevant, but it's just the pacing at which they're relevant is weird,
On
right?
your command.
Tools ready. Acknowledged.
On alert.
Unit ready.
Ready, sir.
Unit is under attack.
Like, you kind of have to do this
Making tracks.
just to get rid of them.
Yes, sir. Engineering.
Give me a word.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting.
Okay. I
Affirmative.
think we wrecked as well pretty well there.
Understood. You got it. Target confirmed.
Training.
Now we've got riots, which is going to be even better. I think you just grenadier spam him, and that's how you get his ass.
On it.
Get him. Annoying that he cost me a refinery, but
Coming.
at least we shut his BS down.
Unit ready.
Do we maybe go for a right drop as well? Oh, I don't think it's worth the right drop right now.
Ready to roll.
Unit ready.
The annoying thing is going to be ungarrisoning, like the stuff you want to ungarrison with right,
Take it.
but we'll make it work. Okay, so
Unit ready.
I'm pretty heavily damaged, which is pretty annoying.
Roger. On the road. Moving. Roger.
Construction complete.
On the road. Brace
So if I drop that guy off, no, kill that,
Take it.
Unit ready.
brother.
Unit is under attack.
Why does a right, like, I don't understand why a right truck dies so quickly against those. Alright, this isn't fun. That's not fun. So, like, what's the counter to that? You just basically have to camp and play for artillery? Or you just literally outpace him? I don't know. I feel like drones, like I said, are way too good. And then the marking generates insane amounts of intel, which he can then just use to exploit better units, right? Like, in theory, the counter should be to spam scouts, but it's not going to be, right? Because you'll just die to even just the marking shots, I think. Because the thing that's really funky with, and probably needs to be, like, readjusted with the with the drone squads, like, drone operators shoot as well. It's not as good as a scout, but it's like, I imagine, like, half the damage. Yeah, that opening, I think, like I said, is just maybe a bit too good. Okay, so we have got back cap easy. Is there any mid play, maybe like a merc camp? And this map doesn't have merc camps. We do, however, have extra resources up here. No, okay. So we've got a singular
Construction complete.
engineer point to capture, and then we want to go north and set up a second. Oh wait, no, it's third up here. Okay, so base and extra. Game's cool. Yep, it's inspired by the Command & Conquer games. I think it does a good job. We'll see how, like, if they evolve the meta, because, like, I don't know.
Unit ready.
So, someone was just warning in chat about the infantry meta. I was like, oh, it didn't feel that bad. And then just seeing what he done there, where you just spam cars and drone operators, is a bit cheesy. Maybe it's counterable, but like, what's the effort? Investment, right?
Training.
Okay, fantastic. That's online.
Constructing.
Vehicle bay. Because like, if you straight up, I think if you straight up tank and you're quick enough, like you can technically block the play. Because you can just run over the infantry. But like, it's gonna, so if you're up against a good player, I think a good player will split up the drone operators and you'll do next to no damage. And then you're just like, you've just neutered yourself essentially, right?
Training.
Definitely a tricky one. Let's try spamming some imp. Actually, I screwed up. We should always be opening imp to block stuff, right?
On your
Maybe not
command.
absolutely opening,
Sir,
but
yes,
like
sir.
rushing free NGs is a
Ready,
bit
sir.
greedy. By a bit, I mean very.
Training.
Because the thing is, those fortifications are really, really strong. They don't die easily.
Unit is under attack.
Yep, there we go. I should have known.
Sir, affirmative.
You have to open infantry like this, don't you?
Awaiting orders. You got it.
Unit ready.
I'm gonna get blocked unless I can feel it.
Ready. Acknowledged, command.
Maybe not. That's good if not. Okay, not blocked. Big pog.
Building captured. Training.
Receiving.
Unit is under attack.
Affirmative.
Oh, dude.
Acknowledged. Move out. Affirmative. Report.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think the fortifications are a bit...
Prowling.
I don't like how linear they make the matchups feel. Like, you have to just go rush capture them.
Roger.
I guess we could... Like, what can we do here? I don't know.
Commander.
Commander.
On
Well, I
your
have to come
command.
up here and secure.
Sir, yes, sir.
Otherwise, he's
Moving
going to keep
out.
harassing me.
Anywhere you say. Acknowledged, command. Affirmative.
But like, yeah, the rush at the start is... So the problem with like meta-defining things like that is if there's an alternative, it's going to be bad. So I'm hoping it doesn't feel ultra oppressive, but currently on like this opening, it's feeling a bit oppressive.
Our harvester is under attack.
You got it.
Okay, so that's good. Because now he can tank for us and we can kind of like just rush in.
Spin it.
Does this do garrison damage? Don't think so. Which is unfortunate.
Fire! Fire!
Training.
I think we run an engineer up here and we'll look to...
Standing by.
Yikes.
Affirmative.
Unit is under attack.
So you want to kill these guys.
Engaging enemy. Line them up. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Engaging enemy.
Constructing.
Commander. Sir, yes, sir.
Oh no.
Infantry.
Where are you guys freaking going? What is that pathing? Rudder.
Sir.
Unit lost.
Rifle ready.
Construction complete.
Okay. So I think that's kind of okay of an
Our
exchange,
base is
maybe.
under attack.
It's a bit weird. But we try to bypass now, right?
Constructing.
We need to.
Training.
Actually,
Cancelled. Our
make
base
more
is
harvesters.
under attack.
Get down tonight. Oh.
Affirmative.
This is what I mean with the drones, right? Because they just like, because they respawn, it's very, very obnoxious what you can do with them.
Constructing.
Okay, and I think we just want to build more stuff. Oh no, I just low powered myself. I LP'd. Lol.
Sir. Rifle ready. Move out.
Net build orders free ref and 2 racks and spam.
Construction complete.
That's a bit. I don't know. I hope it's just long term, not that linear, as well as simply say
Unit
to that.
lost.
Wait, what? What did you just kill me with?
Closing ground.
Oh,
Commander.
Building
like this. I don't know. It does seem like spamming those is way too good, by the
Vehicle
way.
reporting. Roll out. Understood. Making tracks.
Why are they also the what?
Acknowledged, command.
Chat, you've seen this, right?
Prowling.
I tried to roadkill and it wasn't
Roll
even
out.
moving.
Understood. Closing ground. On your command. Making tracks.
Unit ready.
Understood.
Constructing. Training.
Like, why am I getting cheesed at such a low rank as well, actually?
Receiving. I command.
I think that's the weirdest part for me. I feel like we literally just started a rank journey and we're just getting cheesed.
Reporting. Loading shell.
Or is this just like how it is at every level?
Ready.
Prowling.
I mean, it's just the timing. Like you'd expect someone to who's not quite good at the game, and the timing on this is like super oppressive.
Making tracks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go next. There's no point with that opening. You're already counterplayed. So like legitimately, like you have to. Oh dear, I don't like it when it's a have to play this opening thing. There should be at least 3 viable opening strategies in any RTS. I'm hoping there is, and it's not just you have to do that or you lose. People doing this since day 2 tech. Wow, really? Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, I'm probably gonna make this my last one anyway. That was meant to be my last one. I probably should have made that my last one, but I don't like leaving it on a bitter note. So,
Constructing.
already behind. So, is there any easy cap refinery? Merc outpost may be useful. Probably not. The refineries are ultra wide. Well, yeah. So you want to rush to secure them.
Construction complete.
You literally just have to rush. Like, I don't know. Like, so games like Red Alert 2 had this where the garrison opening can matter, but usually it was more defensively oriented. Like, you got cheesed if you didn't capture your garrison. Infantry is very fast, it seems.
Construction complete. Training.
Yeah, you just, like, ideally you want to spam and take these. And then if you can take more, even better.
Unit ready.
Like, is it even worth going 2 power? Like, I think it's worth going double racks. Just so you can get the timings.
Unit ready.
Maybe I'm wrong on that, though. We'll see. Because it already feels like it's delayed, because obviously you have to get refinery, so you're, like, super slow.
Unit ready.
Commander, you got it.
Yeah, I think that's worth going for, too.
Unit ready.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Moving out.
We should if we don't get R1 on our side, then something's direly wrong. Because, like, we rushed that straight away. So we should be good to at least capture this deep, because this is closer to us than it is to him, right?
Training. Building captured.
Then
Training.
I think we go extra refinery for this backside.
Constructing.
Bit greedy, but should be fine.
Commander, affirmative. Commander, you got it.
We'd look to cap that.
Unit ready.
I want to try and see if I can sneak his side there as well, because that'll stop him expanding.
Drone out reporting. Up we go.
Building captured.
And then I guess I want to capture this area. Oh, with my engineer who's on a coffee break right now, because he's a lazy mother ducker.
Training. Unit ready.
You got it, Tom.
Sir,
This is ambitious. He shouldn't let me get this, right?
move out.
Is he even capturing anything? Okay, dude, we can do like a greedy forward base
Building
then.
captured.
We might do something a little bit nuts. I'm gonna go with capturing this and then pushing from his side.
Ready and waiting. Roger that. Up we
Tempest Infrush is even stronger. I've heard Tempest, like the dynasty is very good for.
control.
The main thing is like
Low power.
they are very very. Oh, whoopsie, that was bad by me. They
Constructing.
are very very good for the gathering, right? Because they can move deploy, which is quite powerful. Right, get that online. Get that online shortly. Wait, did we not capture this? I thought we sent a guy up there. I guess not. All right, so we'll do this then. Where's my other engineer? Oh, that's right. We had to disable power temporarily. My brain.
Unit ready. Building captured.
This is what I mean. I wish there was a way when you've got 2 bones selected. I don't like the... Oh, there you go. So you can at least press the button again and again to go through.
Training.
What's this guy doing?
Unit ready.
I swear to God, he's going to be building like a bunch of cars, right? And I'm dead.
Yes, command.
I can sense it.
Riflery.
Unit
I'm being
ready.
scammered.
Building captured.
Ready and waiting.
Okay. So engineer's on his way. We'll have him take
Unit
that.
ready.
We should probably take that top one as well.
Training. Cancelled.
Okay. What? Bro, I want, like, a proper game. Oh, for God's sake. Why? That's so annoying. Like, fight me. I guess he walked over and saw that I had stuff? I don't know. Like, what the... Like, bruh. I don't know what you want from me. That's a bit of an XD. But okay. Well, I said I was going to have one more, but that wasn't... that's just a scam. Can we maybe get an actual game, please? I mean, if this guy GG's out, I'm just like, I'm done, right? But, like, we'll give it another shot.
Constructing.
Oh god, this one. Yeah, this one has like lots of things. Mercs in the back, close by deposits, ones in the flanks. I already know the opening. You rush these. But like, so this might be problematic though, because design-wise, like it's a coin flip. If you get the wrong one and they get there first, you're in trouble, right? So this, I think this is probably, with the way it's now going to play, going to feel like it would have been better if they were staggered here and then the other side. So then, like, one leans each way, so there's an order to things, if that makes sense. Because I can already kind of see what's going to happen here.
Unit ready.
Infantry, acknowledged.
Oh, dude. Yeah. So they see they kind of balanced it there, because you've got fortifications versus just normal bunkers, right?
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir.
So one inherently better than the other.
Training. Building captured.
Okay, so we got that.
On your command.
But he's probably already
Sir,
here,
yes, sir.
right?
Move out. Moving out.
If he's not, I'm taking it.
Yes, sir.
All right, that was silly.
Commander.
He should have been
You
there.
got it. Sir.
Building captured.
And now we get to be greedy. So we're going to actually, like, just go straight vehicle bay.
Constructing.
Send one NG and one infantry? Of course. But, like, you start with what we just done here.
Our base is under attack.
I probably could have taken both because of, like, what he done.
Tools ready. I really
Our base is under attack.
Commander. Sir, yes.
I think we take that.
Building captured.
Yeah, we can be, like,
Base is under
ultra greedy.
Building captured. Building captured. Training.
I think we bum rush him on that
Base
side.
is under attack. Training. Building captured.
I like the look of that.
Okay. I think our position's pretty
Our
good here.
base is under attack. Building captured.
Yeah, like, we have
Our base
very,
is under
very
attack.
good control. So we're going to rush for that.
Roger.
This is marked. I guess we, like, just made a better trade.
Commander. Moving.
Our base is under attack.
Technically, you could just rush grenades to clear him, right? We should probably
On hold.
just start spamming more units in, because otherwise he's going to beat
Our
us on that.
base is under attack.
Sir? The
We're going to
servers
cap
need
down
me.
there. Income's not that
Our
great.
base is under attack.
Roll out.
Insufficient funds.
I think what we do now is we legit just intercept, because he's not paying attention.
Orders. Affirmative.
I don't think so
Our
anyway.
base is under attack.
Keep an eye out. Take him out. Come in, command. Roger. Scouting.
Building
Is it worth
captured.
doing this? Probably not.
Affirmative. Roger. On your command.
Construction complete. Our base is under attack.
Keep an eye
He didn't
out.
even fortify his
On it.
home.
Affirmative. Roger.
Feels weird, champ.
Moving.
What is he
Our
doing?
base is under
Is he
attack.
just, like, all in on that, but really, really, really slow?
Unit ready.
Kind of feels like it. Okay, so I guess we
Infantry.
unload.
Rifle ready.
Don't like there's no
Move
rally
out.
point on the unloads.
Moving out.
Building captured.
His opening is
Commander.
weird.
Combat ready. Awaiting
If I can
orders.
manipulate high ground here to just poke at him, right?
Keep an eye
Okay,
out.
yeah, he went for that.
Scouting. On the road. Affirmative.
Still, he can't protect his resources currently.
Commander? Yes, sir. You got it.
Drone out reporting. Got it. Supreme. We're off.
Can they hit?
Problem.
Sir? Acknowledged. Commander?
Operator.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. I think we just go
Training.
like this. Maybe.
Receiving you, Commander. On it. Moving. Keep an eye out. Scouting.
I'm confused by what he's doing, chat.
Roger.
He's a weird fella.
Unit ready.
I respect the weirdness within reason.
Constructing.
On it.
Training.
Moving. Affirmative. Firing on.
Insufficient funds.
There's no real point poking at that stuff, right?
Unit is under attack.
I'm gonna like just bring this guy up even further.
You got it.
Oh no, the rally point. No. Oh, nice, we got him.
Unit ready.
Reporting.
What are you doing, Lamau?
Got it.
Alright, I got strat.
Forward.
Ready. Insufficient funds.
We're in a pretty good spot. We can burn him out pretty easily.
Grenadier.
Training. On. Building captured.
Under my control.
Move out.
So you run in with the EMP guy,
Command.
Confirmed.
that absorbs all the hits, and then you frag them out. Get 'em, boys!
Construction complete.
Acknowledged.
Explosives.
Nice.
You got it.
Now we can cap that away from him.
Ready, sir.
Sounds good.
I think at this point it's like, I don't get it. He didn't play the meta. Why is he playing for both sides?
Training.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Oh, and now I can just do this as well.
Speeding up.
XD.
On it.
Building captured.
I think he's dead.
Yes, command.
Unit is under attack.
Maybe?
Ready to roll. Unit ready.
Don't look good for him, that's for sure.
Building captured.
Oh wait, can't I reach with the grenades from there?
Commander.
I mean, I can't believe he just gave me
Sir,
that.
yes, sir.
That's a donation.
Our base is under attack.
I feel like that's a donor readout moment. Like, thanks for the 20 biddies. You guys make this all a possibility.
Our
Yay,
base is
me.
under attack.
It? Huh. I like it. You got it, command.
Okay. I mean, we can straight up tech like a bowler, right?
Ready.
On your command.
Okay, I think what we do here
Sir.
is we get ready to bum rush. But these guys need to be in there.
Reporting.
Yeah, like, he's just getting wrecked. He's dead.
Building captured.
Standing by. Keep an eye out.
Understood.
You be careful with that. Laser turrets have real good range.
Awaiting orders. Rifle ready. You got it.
Our base is under attack.
Okay. Pretty good spot. We can just data core rush.
Constructing. Training.
Just basically go for the artillery.
Base is under attack.
And then we want to bum rush the goodies up there. So he will clear me out, but that's going to wreck his building as well, is the idea. That's kind of worth.
Style control.
Maybe we lose like one guy on the exit.
Got it.
But it's just like set him up to be ultra weak in the next phase, right?
Anywhere you say.
Training. Our base is under attack.
Yep, same on this side.
Unit ready.
I'm forcing him to just lose access
Our base
to
is under
defenses.
attack.
Then it makes the next wave easier for me.
Yes, command.
Run, Grenadier!
No problem.
And I think we just
Unit ready.
guard here. No, hold position, sorry.
Roger. Got it. Moving in. No problem.
Unit is under attack.
Acknowledged.
Goddamn drones and their vision.
Building captured.
Move out.
Ooh.
Affirmative.
On alert. Scouting.
Yeah, whatever.
Construction complete.
I mean, I should have actually just rid after him
Receiving.
there.
Acknowledged, command. Closing ground.
Combat ready.
On your command. Understood.
Damn.
Unit
Base
ready.
defenses are pretty strong.
Unit is under attack.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to siege him out. Zzz. Get our
Researching.
trebs.
Roger that.
Unit ready.
I guess we should maybe go NGs.
Additional silos required. On cancelled.
All right, we want more vehicles too.
Training.
Oh, there is. Oh,
Under attack.
you can buy doctrines. I didn't know about that. Oops. Well, I've learned. So that's what someone meant about doctrines earlier. We've just been fighting people without it. Excuse me, sorry.
Additional silos researching.
Oh yeah, we go like down the mark route, I guess.
Construction complete.
Well, I was making my life harder than necessary.
Acknowledged, Command.
I guess that's kind of embarrassing for him if he's been losing to me while using them, though, right?
Unit ready.
Yeah, because now we're just going to comms. We've got unlock coming in,
Constructing.
and then we want to.
Structure upgraded. On hold.
Oh, we can finish that, and then we just go buckets.
Training.
Commander.
Yeah,
Sir?
we're in a really, really good position now. I could have I could technically just like Tempest bomb him. I just don't think it's really worth it.
Constructing.
We actually need to ramp up production because we legit just can't spend enough money currently. So let's fix that. We'll get a specialist. Grenadiers.
Reporting. Yes, command.
We'll vibe inside.
Additional silos required.
Been doing the next no doctrines trial, like for real. I mean, what's all this cowardly crap with doctrines? Psh, we war without.
Researching.
Or lasers? I don't think the laser thing is worth it because yeah, it's not the campaign where you can make your drone guys shoot with those, right?
Affirmative.
Got it.
Engineer, just give me a...
Unit ready.
Heading out.
Right, this is where the game's about to get really, really harsh for him.
What's the situation?
Unit ready.
Because what I'm gonna do is go like this. We're just going full Trabucket like crazy.
Ready for contact.
This guy's not gonna have fun with this.
Yes, sir.
Holding ground.
Construction complete.
Ready to move out.
Doctrine researched.
Loud and clear.
So does he have it recapped?
You, command.
Understood.
Nope.
Deploying.
There is an attack ground, right? Yeah. Oh, I need to get vision though.
Trebuchet ready.
Rip.
Unit ready. Training.
Riot medic.
Dude, I need to like spend more.
Training.
Stop being a cheapskate. All the money's
Our base is under attack.
interesting. You have found a way to reclaim
Location received.
the high ground, Anakin.
Positioning.
However,
Unit ready.
I may have something a bit more annoying for you.
Base unit is
T to
under
the
attack.
heat.
Orders.
Ready, sir.
Frags out, boys! Woo!
Our base is under attack.
Location set. Received. Heading in.
Sir?
Mobilizing. Disconnecting.
Unit ready.
I think we back up a little bit. Or rather, we go in! There was an enemy. Oh, I should have been healing these guys. I'm a very, very terrible teammate to myself.
Is under attack.
Alright, chat. I think that's a win. That's a rubber-dubber-dub. Everybody in the tub.
Stay right there.
What are you doing, silly?
Ready.
Anywhere you say.
Location
Oh
set.
no, you have been stunned.
Ready.
Not that you're doing anything because you're standing over there trying to kill my
Silos
vets.
required.
Lol. Well, chap. The last guy was a smurf. This one was not. Poor guy. Probably would have snowballed the same way if he like beat me to the cups. Yeah, it's interesting. I like games that you have to come out on the map to certain objectives. I wonder if it's a bit too easy to defend those objectives. But pretty cool. So yeah, there you have it. That is good old Tempest Rising. If you haven't clicked on the link, go ahead and check it out. Let me know what you guys think yourself. I might explore my play a little bit deeper. I think it comes down to like what the meta is and how much diversity you can get from the meta. Because I prefer games that don't just become like boom, just one linear. But I think it could have some cool ideas in that regard. But outside that, I wholly recommend it for the campaign. I had a blast the campaign. Like I said, we got like 10 plus hours on campaign alone and we didn't even complete it yet. So I had a lot of fun with that. It's a really chill, cool experience. Check it out if you're looking for an RTS to tide you over. But guys, that's going to be it. I'm going to end the stream there. Thank you to the YouTube as well as the Twitch for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. And I will be back tomorrow when... Oh, this is the reward for those that actually hung around. We have got our next Showmatch matchup. So our next one is going to be for the Hymns Cup tomorrow. Going to be in Age of Empires 4, best of 9. And we have got another new map that we've created called Alopecia. That's going to be via... between Louis MT and Lucifron. That kicks off at same time as today, actually. So 3 p.m. UK time. Hope you join me for that. Thank you, everyone, for watching and supporting. And I'll see you tomorrow for more top-tier RTS content.